Welcome aboard, friends. You're now tuned into Gringotts Hub. We're super excited to share today's story with you. What if a Gringotts ritual revealed Harry was the High King of Magic and every pureblood which was betrothed to him? If you enjoy what we do here, the best way to support us is by liking, commenting, and subscribing. We read every comment. Ready? Let's go. Chapter 1. The crown. Unearthed rain pelted against the windows of Gringotts as Harry Potter shook water from his traveling cloak. 2 years had passed since the Battle of Hogwarts, and peace had settled over magical Britain like a comfortable blanket, comfortable, but occasionally stifling. He nodded to the goblin guards flanking the main doors, who regarded him with their usual suspicious glares. The marble hall echoed with his footsteps as he approached the nearest available teller. Despite his status in the wizarding world, Harry had never grown accustomed to the weight of stairs that followed him everywhere. Today was supposed to be simple: sign some inheritance papers, deal with some lingering black family assets Sirius had left him, and get back to Grimmauld Place before Ron and Hermione arrived for dinner. Next, barked the goblin, not bothering to look up from his ledger. Harry Potter. I have an appointment with account manager Bloodfong regarding the Black Estate. The goblin peered over his spectacles, eyes narrowing. Verification. Harry presented his wand and a drop of blood, standard procedure for high-security vaults. The goblin nodded curtly. Nagnok will escort you. A younger goblin appeared at Harry's elbow and led him through a labyrinth of marble corridors. Unlike the gaudy ministry or the warm chaos of the Burrow, Gringotts maintained an atmosphere of cold efficiency that Harry had come to appreciate. No fawning, no special treatment, just business. Account manager Bloodfong awaits you, Mr. Potter, Nagnok said, gesturing toward an ornate door bearing the Black family crest intertwined with what Harry recognized as the Potter emblem. Bloodfang's office was a testament to goblin aesthetics, all sharp angles and precious metals, illuminated by floating crystal orbs. The elderly goblin rose from behind a massive desk fashioned from what appeared to be a single slab of obsidian. Mr. Potter. He didn't offer to shake hands. Goblins rarely did. Please sit. We have much to discuss. Harry settled into the uncomfortable chair across from the desk. I thought this was just finalizing the paperwork from last month. That was the intention. Bloodfang's lips curled into what might have been a smile on a human. On him, it looked predatory. However, certain anomalies have arisen. A knot formed in Harry's stomach. In his experience, anomalies rarely meant anything good. What kind of anomalies? The kind that require additional verification. Bloodfang removed a small wooden box from a drawer. Its surface was covered in runes that shifted and changed as Harry watched. This is a lineage casket. Extremely rare. It will provide definitive proof of all magical inheritances. I thought we did that already. We performed standard inheritance tests. This is more comprehensive. Bloodfang placed the box between them. The contents adjust based on the petitioner's magical signature and bloodline. It hasn't been used in over 3 centuries. Harry frowned. Is this really necessary? The Black Vault has triggered ancient securities. We cannot proceed without absolute verification. Bloodfang's tone left no room for debate. Place your palm on the lid. With a resigned sigh, Harry reached out. The moment his fingers brushed the wood, the runes flared gold. Heat seared through his palm, not painful but intense, as if his very magic was being drawn into the box. What the lid sprang open. Instead of papers or jewels, a blinding column of light erupted upward, enveloping Harry completely. He felt weightless, suspended in golden radiance that seemed to penetrate every cell of his body. Ancient words whispered in his ears in languages he somehow understood despite never having heard them before. Then, as suddenly as it began, the light vanished. The box sat innocuously on the desk, now open to reveal a single item, a signet ring of white gold or platinum, set with an opal that seemed to contain galaxies in its depths. The silence in the office was absolute until it was broken by Bloodfang's raspy inhale. Impossible, the goblin whispered, actual emotion cracking his professional facade. What's impossible? Harry asked, his voice hoarse. What just happened? Bloodfang wasn't looking at Harry anymore, but at something behind him. Harry turned to find Nagnok frozen in the doorway, along with 3 elder goblins whose ceremonial armor and elaborate headdresses marked them as important. The eldest stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the ring. The casket has spoken. After 1,000 years, the crown of magic has chosen again. His ancient voice carried unexpected weight. Hail to the High King. All 4 goblins bowed deeply, something Harry had never witnessed in all his dealings with Gringotts. There's been a mistake, Harry said, rising from his chair. I just came to sign some papers. There is no mistake, said the elder goblin. I am Ragnarok, director of Gringotts. We have waited for this moment for generations. Harry looked between the goblins and the innocuous-looking ring. What exactly is a High King of Magic? Not a High King, Bloodfang corrected. The High King. The arbiter and protector of all magic. The goblin's usual disdain had transformed into something approaching reverence. The last was Merlin Emery's, known to wizards as Merlin. Harry felt the blood drain from his face. That's not possible. The casket cannot lie, Ragnarok stated. It was created by the first High King himself as a means to identify his successors, should the line appear broken. I don't want this, Harry said instinctively. Whatever it is, I don't want it. Want has nothing to do with it, Bloodfang replied. The magic has chosen you. Then the magic can unchoose me. Harry stepped away from the desk. I didn't defeat Voldemort just to become some magical king. The mention of Voldemort seemed to remind the goblins of Harry's recent history. They exchanged looks. Perhaps we should discuss the full implications, Ragnarok suggested. Director's office. Now. The director's office made Bloodfangs look modest by comparison. Gold and jewels adorned every surface, and the ceiling was enchanted to display what appeared to be a real-time map of every Gringotts location worldwide. Harry barely noticed the opulence, still reeling from the bombshell that had just been dropped on his life. I need straight answers, Harry demanded once the door sealed behind them. What exactly does being this High King mean? Ragnarok settled behind a desk carved from dragon bone. The High King of Magic is not a political position as wizards understand it. You are not ruler of the ministry or any government. That's something, at least, Harry muttered. You are something far more significant, Ragnarok continued. You are the living embodiment of magic's will in this world, chosen to maintain the balance of magical forces. That sounds vague. Because the role shapes itself to the needs of the era, Bloodfang explained. Merlin united the magical races during a time of great division. Before him, Queen Morrigan protected magical creatures from extinction. And what am I supposed to do? Harry asked. Ragnarok spread his gnarled hands. That remains to be seen. But the emergence of a High King only occurs when magic itself is threatened. A chill ran down Harry's spine. Threatened how? Voldemort is dead. I made sure of it. Perhaps the threat is not a dark wizard this time, Ragnarok mused. Perhaps it is more insidious. Before Harry could press further, a goblin messenger burst into the room, clutching a stack of parchments that emitted an eerie blue glow. Director. The ancestral vault has activated. The covenants are manifesting. Ragnarok's eyes widened, the first display of genuine shock Harry had ever seen on a goblin face. What covenants? Harry asked, his patience wearing thin. Ragnarok took the glowing parchments with reverence. The ancient covenants of the High Kingdom. Magical contracts so old they predate the founding of Gringotts. He scanned the top document, and his expression shifted from awe to something akin to alarm. What? Harry pressed. It appears, Mr. Potter, that in addition to your new status, you have inherited the matrimonial obligations of the High King. The what? According to these covenants, which are magically binding and predate any current wizard law, Ragnarok said carefully, all witches of pure-blood status within the kingdom are automatically betrothed to the High King upon his ascension. Harry stared blankly. You're joking. Goblins do not joke about magical contracts, Ragnarok said flatly. The betrothal is a magical mechanism designed to unite the magical bloodlines under the crown's protection. That's archaic. Harry exploded. And insane. I can't be betrothed to, how many witches are we talking about? Bloodfang produced a ledger and flipped through it with alarming efficiency. Approximately 143 eligible pure-blood witches currently reside in magical Britain. Harry collapsed into the nearest chair. This can't be happening. I assure you, it is, Ragnarok said. And word will spread quickly. The magic of the covenants will ensure that all affected parties are notified of their status change. You mean right now, all across Britain, pure-blood witches are finding out they're suddenly betrothed to me? Horror dawned on Harry's face. Ginny is pure-blood. Miss Weasley would indeed be among the affected, Bloodfang confirmed. Harry buried his face in his hands. This is a nightmare. A soft chime echoed through the office. Ragnarok glanced at a small mirror on his desk that had begun to glow. It appears the Ministry has already detected the magical surge, the director observed. Minister Shacklebolt is requesting entrance to the bank. Kingsley's here. Harry straightened. Let him in. He'll help sort this out. Ragnarok's expression suggested he doubted that very much, but he waved a hand over the mirror. Grant the minister access to my office. Less than 5 minutes later, the door opened to admit not just Kingsley Shacklebolt but also Percy Weasley and 2 unspeakables in their characteristic grey robes. Harry, Kingsley said, his deep voice tinged with concern. There's been a massive magical event centered on Gringotts. The detectors at the Department of Mysteries nearly exploded. His gaze shifted to the signet ring still sitting in its box on Ragnarok's desk, and his eyes widened. Is that the crown of the High King? Ragnarok confirmed. Mr. Potter has been chosen. Kingsley appeared momentarily speechless, a rarity for the normally composed minister. Minister, one of the unspeakables stepped forward, her face obscured by her hood. We need to secure the artifact and Mr. Potter immediately. I don't think that will be necessary, Harry said firmly. You don't understand the implications, the unspeakable insisted. The magical energy release has been detected as far as Prague. Every Department of Mysteries in Europe is on alert. Then perhaps you should explain the implications, Harry suggested, because so far, all I've learned is that I've been saddled with a title I never asked for and apparently betrothed to over 100 women against both my will and theirs. Percy, who had been scribbling furiously on a notepad, dropped his quill. Betrothed? The ancient covenants have activated, Ragnarok explained to the newcomers. All provisions are now in effect. The female unspeakable made a strangled noise. The covenants were supposed to be theoretical. Historical footnotes. They are now very real, Bloodfang countered. And magically binding. Kingsley raised a hand for silence. One issue at a time. Harry, have you accepted the ring? No, Harry said firmly. And I don't plan to. That choice may not be yours to make, the second unspeakable said, his voice raspy with age. The magic has already recognized you. The process has begun. What process? Harry demanded. The awakening, the elderly unspeakable replied. The restoration of the High King's magic. It will continue with or without the ring is merely a symbol, a focus. Croaker, Kingsley addressed the older unspeakable, what exactly are we dealing with here? Croaker pushed back his hood, revealing a weathered face with piercing blue eyes. The most significant magical event in a millennium, Minister. The implications are staggering. That doesn't answer my question, Kingsley pressed. Because we don't fully know, Croker admitted. The records of the High Kingdom are fragmentary at best. What we do know is that the emergence of a High King heralds a period of tremendous magical transformation. For better or worse? Harry asked. That, Croker said, fixing Harry with an penetrating stare, depends entirely on you, Mr. Potter. The next hour passed in a blur of explanations that raised more questions than they answered. The goblins provided ancient texts while the unspeakables theorized about magical implications. Harry felt increasingly like a specimen under a microscope. Enough, he finally said, cutting through a particularly convoluted discussion about ley line resonance. We need to address the immediate problems. First, these so-called betrothals, they need to be nullified. I'm afraid that's impossible, Ragnarok stated. The covenants predate modern magical law. They cannot be overwritten. There has to be a way, Harry insisted. Croker exchanged a look with his female colleague. There may be provisions within the covenants themselves that allow for restructuring. Most ancient magic includes safety mechanisms. Find them, Harry ordered, surprised at the authority in his own voice. Second issue, the Ministry. Kingsley, I know you personally won't try to use this situation, but I can't say the same for everyone in the government. Kingsley nodded grimly. The Wizengamot is already convening an emergency session. News travels fast when magic of this magnitude is involved. I need time to understand what's happening before I face political pressure, Harry said. Can you buy me that time? I can try, Kingsley replied. But Harry, you should know, this changes everything. The magical world operates on tradition and precedent, and there is no greater precedent than the return of the High King. I never asked for this, Harry said quietly. You never asked to be the boy who lived either, Kingsley observed. Yet here we are. A knock at the door interrupted them. A goblin messenger entered, looking unusually flustered. Director, the bank lobby is filling with wizards demanding information. Several prominent families have arrived claiming matrimonial rights. Harry groaned. It's starting already. We need to move you somewhere secure, the female unspeakable said. Department of Mysteries would be, no, Harry interrupted. No government facilities. No hiding. He stood, decision made. If I've learned anything from everything with Voldemort, it's that hiding only makes things worse. We face this head-on. Harry, Kingsley cautioned, these families are probably confused and angry, just like I am, Harry finished. They deserve answers as much as I do. He turned to Ragnarok. Is there a larger room where we can meet with them properly? The Goblin Director seemed to reassess Harry on the spot. The Grand Conclave chamber hasn't been used in centuries, but it would suffice. Good. Harry squared his shoulders. Let's go. As they prepared to leave Ragnarok's office, Harry noticed the box containing the signet ring. After a moment's hesitation, he picked it up and closed it, slipping it into his pocket. I'm not accepting it, he clarified when he saw Croker watching. But I'm not leaving it behind either. The unspeakable nodded. A wise precaution. In the wrong hands, even the symbol of the High King would be dangerous. The Grand Conclave chamber was aptly named. A vast circular room with tiered seating surrounding a central platform, it reminded Harry uncomfortably of Courtroom 10 where he'd once been tried for underage magic. Now he stood on the central platform, facing not the Wizengamot but a hastily assembled collection of Britain's most prominent pureblood families. He recognized many faces. Narcissa Malfoy sat stiffly beside a scowling Draco. Andromeda Tonks held a squirming Teddy Lupin. Augusta Longbottom maintained her regal bearing beside Neville, who offered Harry a bewildered but supportive nod. And the Weasleys, Molly looked shell-shocked, while Arthur appeared to be trying to calm an absolutely furious Ginny. The sight of her made Harry's stomach twist. Their relationship had been complicated since the war, neither fully together nor separated, but now this. Others he knew from Hogwarts, the Greengrass sisters, Tracy Davis, the Patil twins and their parents. Susan Bones sat with her Aunt Amelia. Even Professor McGonagall was present, though as headmistress rather than an affected party. Many more were strangers to him, families from across Britain and even some who appeared to have travelled from the continent, alerted by the magical resonance of the covenants. Kingsley stepped forward first, raising his hands for silence as the clamour of voices echoed throughout the chamber. Please, everyone. We are gathering information as quickly as possible. What we know is that an ancient magic has activated, identifying Harry Potter as the High King of Magic. Preposterous, called out a wizard Harry didn't recognize. The Potter line has no claim to such heritage. The selection is not based on bloodline alone, Croker stated, stepping forward. The crown chooses based on magical capacity, character, and need. Convenient for Potter, as always, drawled Draco Malfoy, though with less venom than his younger self might have managed. I didn't ask for this, Harry said, his voice carrying across the chamber. I don't want it. But it's happened, and now we all need to deal with the consequences. Consequences is right. A red-faced wizard stood from the third tier. My daughter is not some prize to be claimed through archaic magic. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the chamber. I completely agree, Harry said firmly. These automatic betrothals are unacceptable. I'm working with experts to find a way to dissolve them while respecting the magic involved. The covenants cannot be broken, called out an elderly witch. My grandmother's grandmother was a historian of the High Kingdom. The betrothals are a foundational magic meant to protect the Pureblood lines. Times have changed, Harry responded. Whatever the original purpose, forcing women into unwanted betrothals is wrong. This statement divided the room, nods of approval from some, looks of scandalized shock from others. The covenant magic is already working, Croker interjected. Those affected will have felt the change in their magical signature. Several of the young women shifted uncomfortably, confirming the unspeakable's words. Ginny Weasley suddenly stood. I felt it, she said, her voice sharp with anger. Like something latched onto my magic without permission. Her blazing eyes found Harry's. Fix this, Harry. I'm trying, he promised. The old laws state that the High King must take at least 7 consorts from the original families, announced a portly wizard in expensive robes. My daughter would make an excellent primary consort. That's not happening, Harry said flatly. You cannot simply ignore the traditions, the man blustered. Watch me, Harry replied, causing several younger witches to hide smiles behind their hands. Augusta Longbottom tapped her cane against the floor, the sharp sound cutting through the growing arguments. Perhaps instead of bickering about marriages, we should address the more pressing concern, why has the High King returned now? The crown only emerges in times of great magical peril. Her words silenced the chamber. All eyes turned to Harry. That, said the female unspeakable, stepping forward, is indeed the crucial question. The Department of Mysteries has detected unusual magical fluctuations in recent months. The barriers between magical realms have been thinning. What does that mean exactly? Arthur Weasley asked. It means, Croker said gravely, that something is destabilizing the fundamental structure of magic itself. A chill settled over the assembly. Potter defeated the Dark Lord, Draco Malfoy said unexpectedly. What greater threat could there be? Before anyone could answer, the entire chamber shuddered. The floor beneath Harry's feet cracked, a thin line splitting the stone platform. From the crack emerged a wisp of black smoke that twisted into the air like a serpent. Everyone froze. The smoke hung suspended for a moment before suddenly shooting toward Harry. Acting on instinct, he raised his hand. A burst of golden light erupted from his palm, magic he hadn't consciously summoned, intercepting the smoke. The collision produced a sound like thunder, and the smoke dissipated with an unearthly shriek. In the stunned silence that followed, Harry lowered his hand and stared at his palm. The skin was unmarked, but he felt a tingling sensation pulsing through his veins. Well, Croaker said into the silence, I believe we just witnessed our first demonstration of High King magic. What was that thing? Neville asked, standing protectively in front of his grandmother. A probe, the female unspeakable said, examining the crack with her wand. A magical construct sent to assess the new High King. Sent by whom? McGonagall demanded. The unspeakable looked up, her face grim within her hood. By the High King's natural adversary. Every light casts a shadow, headmistress. The emergence of the High King will inevitably awaken its counterbalance. You're saying there's something out there that exists specifically to oppose the High King? Harry asked. The ancient texts call it the Void Lord, Croaker explained. A force that seeks to unravel what the High King preserves. Harry felt a headache building behind his eyes. So not only am I suddenly king with 100 unwilling fiancés, but I also have an ancient magical enemy. Brilliant. Welcome to your life, Potter, Draco muttered, just loud enough to be heard. Despite everything, Harry found himself smiling grimly. Some things never change, do they, Malfoy? The meeting dissolved into chaos after the manifestation of the dark magic. Gringotts security evacuated the chamber while the unspeakables examined the crack. Harry was ushered back to Ragnarok's office along with Kingsley, McGonagall, and representatives from the most prominent families. That attack changes matters, Kingsley said as the door closed behind them. If an adversary is already moving against the High King, we need to take precautions. I don't even know what I'm supposed to be doing as High King, Harry pointed out. How can I fight something designed to counter a role I don't understand? The knowledge will come, Croaker assured him. The magic of the crown includes the memories and experiences of previous High Kings. More things happening to me without my consent, Harry muttered. Fantastic. A soft knock interrupted them. The door opened to reveal Hermione Granger, looking harried but determined. Harry. She rushed forward, embracing him tightly before pulling back to examine him with critical eyes. Are you all right? The magical disturbance set off every detection charm in the department. I came as soon as I heard, she broke off, noticing the assembled dignitaries. Oh. Sorry for interrupting. Miss Granger, Kingsley acknowledged with a nod. Your timing is excellent. We could use your particular expertise. Hermione's eyes narrowed suspiciously. What's happened? Harry sighed. Short version. I'm apparently the new magical High King, every pureblood witch in Britain is now magically betrothed to me, and there's an ancient evil force waking up to kill me. Tuesday, basically. Hermione blinked once, twice, then her analytical mind visibly engaged. High King. The Merlin Protocols. I thought those were theoretical. Not anymore, Croaker confirmed. And the betrothals, the covenant of magical preservation? Hermione continued, demonstrating her usual encyclopedic knowledge. But that's barbaric. It treats witches as breeding stock. Hence my desire to dismantle it, Harry said dryly. But it's core magic, Hermione said, frowning. You can't just cancel it without consequences. That's what we've been trying to explain, Ragnarok interjected. The covenants are woven into the fabric of magical Britain itself. Then we rewrite them, Hermione said simply. Find the original intent behind the magic and create a modern interpretation that fulfills that intent without the arcane social structures. The simplicity with which she framed the problem made Harry want to hug her again. This was why he needed Hermione, she could cut through complexity to find practical solutions. Is that possible? He asked Croaker. The unspeakable tugged thoughtfully at his beard. Perhaps. The covenants exist to bind magical Britain together under the High King's protection. The betrothals were the method, not the purpose. Then we find a new method, Harry decided. One that respects everyone's autonomy. Narcissa Malfoy, who had remained silent until now, cleared her throat. While I appreciate Mr. Potter's modern sensibilities, there are those who would see value in maintaining certain traditions. Mrs. Malfoy, with all due respect, Harry said firmly, I'm not interested in collecting wives like trophies. Anyone who expected that will be disappointed. You misunderstand me, Narcissa replied smoothly. I speak not of personal desires but of political reality. The pureblood families will expect certain recognitions. Dismissing the covenants entirely could create enemies you don't need. She's not wrong, Kingsley admitted reluctantly. The magical world balances on tradition as much as law. Harry felt frustration building. So what exactly am I supposed to do? Go along with forced marriages to keep the peace? No, Hermione said firmly. But we navigate carefully. Reform rather than revolution. A sharp crack interrupted the discussion as a house elf appeared in the center of the room. Harry recognized Creature, looking unusually agitated. Master Harry must come quickly, the elf croaked. Grimmauld Place is surrounded by reporters and ministry officials. And Miss Weasley is there, threatening to hex anyone who comes near. Harry groaned. Ginny. Go, Kingsley advised. Deal with the personal before the political. We'll continue researching the covenants. I'm coming with you, Hermione said in a tone that brooked no argument. Harry nodded, grateful for the support. As they prepared to leave, Croaker approached him. Mr. Potter, the unspeakable said quietly, a word of warning. The probe we saw was just the beginning. The Void Lord will continue testing your defenses, looking for weaknesses. Be vigilant. Story of my life, Harry replied grimly. Hermione insisted they use the Ministry's secure Floo network rather than risk operating through whatever crowds had gathered. They emerged from the fireplace in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place to find Ginny pacing furiously while Ron watched with an expression of helpless confusion. Harry. Ron leapt to his feet. What the bloody hell is happening? Ginny says she's magically engaged to you. Not just Ginny, Harry said wearily. Every pureblood witch in Britain, apparently. Ron's jaw dropped. Every, but that's completely insane, Ginny finished, whirling to face Harry. Her eyes blazed with the same fire he'd always admired, now directed squarely at him. Fix this, Harry. Now. I'm working on it, he promised. Believe me, I'm as upset about this as you are. Somehow I doubt that, she snapped. You're not the one who's been magically claimed without consent. Neither of you chose this, Hermione interjected, always the voice of reason. Blaming each other won't help. Ginny took a deep breath, visibly struggling for control. I know it's not your fault, Harry. But I can feel it, like a cord tied around my magic. It's invasive. I'm sorry, Harry said, meaning it. We're looking for ways to undo it, or at least reshape it into something less archaic. What exactly happened at Gringotts? Ron asked. Dad's Patronus was pretty garbled, something about you being a king. Harry sank into a chair at the kitchen table, suddenly exhausted. He explained everything, the inheritance verification, the lineage casket, the revelation of his status as High King, and the activation of the ancient covenants. And then this black smoke thing attacked me, and I destroyed it with magic I didn't know I had, he finished. Blimey, Ron whispered. You really can't have a normal day, can you? Despite everything, Harry laughed, a short, sharp sound. Apparently not. The Void Lord, Hermione mused. I've read references in ancient texts, but they were always treated as metaphorical, the darkness that rises to challenge the light. Croaker seemed to think it was very real, Harry said. And getting stronger. So we're dealing with both a magical marriage crisis and an ancient evil, Ron summarized. Typical Tuesday for Harry Potter. Ginny, who had been quiet during the explanation, finally spoke. What does this mean for us, Harry? The anger had faded from her voice, replaced by something more vulnerable. For whatever we were before this happened. Harry met her eyes. Their relationship had been complicated since the war, both of them dealing with trauma, both needing space but still drawn to each other. They'd never fully committed to either being together or apart. "I don't know," he admitted. "But I know I won't let magic dictate who either of us should be with. Whatever happens between us should be our choice, not some ancient covenants." She nodded, some of the tension leaving her shoulders. "That's something, at least." A sudden commotion from outside drew their attention. Harry moved to the window, carefully peering through the curtains. The street in front of Grimmauld Place was visible to magical folk now that Harry had removed some of the older protections, and it was currently filled with reporters, ministry officials, and what appeared to be ordinary witches and wizards hoping for a glimpse of the new High King. "This is going to be a nightmare," he muttered. "You need to make a statement," Hermione advised. "Something to calm the immediate frenzy while we figure out the details." "What am I supposed to say?" "Sorry for the magical betrothals, working on it, please don't panic." "Essentially, yes," Hermione replied with a ghost of a smile. "But with more diplomacy." A silver lynx materialized in the kitchen, Kingsley's Patronus. "Harry," came the minister's voice, "the Wisingamot has called an emergency session for tomorrow morning. Your presence is requested, not required. I advise caution in any public statements until then. Unspeakable's report increased magical disturbances across London. Stay vigilant." The links dissolved, leaving them in silence. "Well, that settles it," Harry said, straightening his shoulders. "I need to address this directly before rumors get out of control." "Harry," Hermione cautioned, "you don't know enough yet. I know that people are scared and confused," he countered. "I know that witches across Britain suddenly feel magically bound to me without consent. And I know that hiding away while everyone speculates would be the worst thing I could do." Ron nodded slowly. "He's right, Hermione. Better to face it head-on." Harry turned to Ginny. "Will you stand with me for this? Not as, whatever the betrothal magic says, but as yourself. As someone affected who's choosing how to respond." Ginny considered for a moment, then nodded. "Yes. But I'm not pretending to be happy about any of this." "I wouldn't expect you to," Harry assured her. "Honesty is exactly what's needed right now." They chose the steps of Grimmauld Place for the impromptu press conference. It was far from ideal, but it allowed Harry to control the environment better than a ministry location would have. Ron and Hermione flanked him on one side, Ginny on the other, a united front despite the circumstances. The crowd fell silent as they appeared, all eyes fixed on Harry. He recognized reporters from the Daily Prophet, Witch Weekly, and even international publications. Cameras flashed, temporarily blinding him. "Thank you for coming," he began, his voice steady despite his nerves. "I know there's been a lot of confusion today, and I want to address it directly." He explained what had happened at Gringotts in simple terms, avoiding mention of the Void Lord or the magical attack, no need to cause panic about that yet. "I did not seek this title," he emphasized. "And I certainly did not activate the ancient betrothal magic that has affected so many witches across Britain." "Will you be claiming your rights as High King?" called out a reporter from the Prophet. "I don't view them as rights," Harry replied firmly. "I see them as responsibilities. And my first responsibility is to update an ancient system for modern times." "Are the rumors true that you've already selected your primary consorts?" shouted someone from the back. Ginny stepped forward before Harry could answer. "Let me be absolutely clear," she said, her voice ringing with conviction. "None of us who have been affected by this magic consented to it. Speaking personally, I have no intention of being anyone's consort based on magical coercion, High King or not." Her statement caused a fresh eruption of questions. "Are you rejecting the High King? Can the betrothals be broken? What happens to those who refuse?" Harry raised his hands for silence. "No one is rejecting anyone, because there was never a choice involved in the first place. The magic activated automatically based on ancient parameters that no longer reflect our values. I am working with experts from the Department of Mysteries and Gringotts to find a way to transform these bonds into something that respects everyone's autonomy. And if that's not possible, pressed Rita Skeeter, her acid green quill hovering eagerly. Everything is possible with the right approach, Hermione interjected. The original purpose of the Covenants was to unite magical Britain under the High King's protection. That purpose can be fulfilled without forced marriages. Is it true you displayed new magical abilities at Gringotts? Asked a wizard Harry didn't recognize. He hesitated, then decided honesty was best. The High King position appears to come with certain magical enhancements. I'm still learning what that means. Will you be taking control of the ministry? Someone shouted. Absolutely not, Harry said firmly. Minister Shacklebolt has my full support. The role of High King, as I understand it, concerns the protection of magic itself, not political governance. The questions continued, becoming increasingly specific about the betrothals, the affected families, and the political implications. Harry answered as honestly as he could while avoiding details he didn't yet understand himself. As the press conference continued, Harry noticed a subtle darkening of the sky above. What had been a cloudy but bright afternoon was rapidly becoming gloomy, as if the sun were being eclipsed. Few in the crowd seemed to notice, focused as they were on Harry's words, but he felt a familiar prickle of danger at the back of his neck. I think that's all for today, he said, cutting off the questions. I'll provide updates as we learn more. As if responding to his growing unease, a bolt of what looked like black lightning split the darkened sky, striking the pavement just yards from where they stood. The crowd scattered in panic as the stone cracked and smoked. Harry pushed Ginny behind him instinctively, drawing his wand. Ron and Hermione did the same, falling into the combat formation they'd perfected during the hunt for Horcruxes. From the crack in the pavement, the same black smoke he'd seen at Gringotts began to rise. This time, however, it was thicker, more substantial. It twisted in the air, forming into a vaguely humanoid shape with glowing violet eyes. Harry Potter, it hissed, the sound echoing unnaturally. False king. Pretender to the crown. Everyone back. Harry shouted to the remaining reporters, who were either fleeing in terror or, in true journalistic fashion, edging closer for a better view. What the bloody hell is that? Ron demanded, wand trained on the smoke creature. The Void Lord's emissary, I'm guessing, Harry replied. He stepped forward, positioning himself between the creature and everyone else. What do you want? The smoke figure seemed to smile, though it had no discernible mouth. To welcome the new king, it said mockingly. And to deliver a message from my master. I'm listening, Harry said, maintaining his defensive stance. The balance shifts, the creature intoned. The crown rises, and so too must the void. For every light, a shadow. For every creation, destruction. The violet eyes fixed on Harry. The covenant binds you to those witches. Their power feeds yours. But their bonds can be severed, permanently. The threat was unmistakable. Harry felt a surge of protective anger. Tell your master, he said, his voice dangerously quiet, that threatening innocent people is a poor way to introduce himself. The creature laughed, a sound like breaking glass. Innocence is an illusion, High King. All magic demands sacrifice. You will learn this truth, or you will fall. Harry didn't consciously decide to act. The magic simply responded to his intent. Golden light erupted from his outstretched hand, more powerful than before, engulfing the smoke creature. It shrieked, a sound that set Harry's teeth on edge, before dissolving into wisps that scattered on the wind. In the silence that followed, Harry became aware of two things: the sky was clearing, returning to its natural state, and every camera in the vicinity had captured the entire exchange. Well, said Ron weakly, that should make tomorrow's front page. Back inside Grimmauld Place, Harry paced the length of the sitting room while Hermione scribbled furiously on a piece of parchment, cross-referencing several ancient-looking tomes that Creature had retrieved from the Black Library. "It's escalating already," Harry said. "First a probe, now a messenger. What's next?" "A direct attack, probably," Ron said bluntly, earning a glare from Hermione. "The Void Lord is testing your strength," she explained, not looking up from her research. "Each encounter allows it to gauge your abilities and adjust its approach." "Fantastic," Harry muttered. "And it's threatening the betrothed witches now. This is exactly why we need to dissolve these bonds as quickly as possible." "I'm not sure that would help," Hermione said hesitantly. "The magic has already identified them as connected to you. Breaking the bonds might actually leave them more vulnerable." Harry stopped pacing. "Then what do we do? I can't protect over 100 witches scattered across Britain." "You might not have to," Hermione replied, excitement entering her voice. "I think I've found something." The original Covenant text mentions a gathering of the betrothed, where all affected witches would come together under the High King's protection while the bonds were formalized. "I'm not formalizing anything," Harry said flatly. "No, but the concept is useful," Hermione insisted. "If the betrothed witches were gathered in one secure location, you could extend whatever protective magic comes with being High King over all of them at once. Like a magical safe house?" Ron asked. "Essentially, yes." Harry considered the idea. "It would make them targets all in one place. It would also make them easier to defend," Ginny pointed out, entering the room with a tray of tea. "And it would give us all agency in this situation. We could work together to figure out what these bonds mean and how to reshape them." Harry looked at her in surprise. "You'd be willing to participate in something like that?" Ginny set down the tray with perhaps more force than necessary. "I don't like being magically bound to anyone without my consent. But I like being threatened by smoke monsters even less. If gathering together means we can fight back more effectively, I'm in." "The question is where," Ron said practically. "Grimmauld Place isn't big enough for 100 witches." "Hogwarts," Harry said immediately. "It's the most defensible magical location in Britain, and school's not in session for summer." "McGonagall would need to approve," Hermione cautioned. "Given what's at stake, I think she will," Harry replied. "The question is how to present this to everyone affected without it sounding like I'm collecting a harem." "Leave that to me," Ginny said with surprising firmness. "If the invitation comes from the witches who already know what's happening, it won't seem like you're behind it." Harry felt a wave of gratitude. Despite everything that had been thrust upon them, his friends were rallying around him, finding solutions instead of just problems. "Thank you," he said simply. Ginny's expression softened slightly. "Don't thank me yet, Potter. I'm still furious about all this." "As you should be," he agreed. "But I'm grateful you're angry and helpful rather than just angry." That earned him a small smile before she resumed her fierce expression. "I'll contact the DA members first. Luna, Parvati, Padma, Hannah, Susan, they'll help spread the word to others." "I'll speak with McGonagall," Hermione volunteered. "And continue researching how to modify the Covenant magic. And I'll keep Harry from doing anything stupidly heroic," Ron added with a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. Harry was about to respond when a sharp pain lanced through his scar, not the old lightning bolt, but a new sensation across his palm where the golden light had erupted. He looked down to see a faint symbol etched into his skin, glowing softly before fading into what looked like a pale scar. "Harry?" Hermione noticed his distraction. "What is it?" He showed them his palm. The mark was barely visible now, but undeniably there, a complex rune he didn't recognize. "It appeared after I destroyed that smoke creature," he explained. Hermione examined it closely. "It's ancient, pre-Roman, I think. Similar to marks found in magical sites across Britain." She looked up, her expression troubled. "I think the crown is awakening more of your abilities," marking you physically as it does so. Brilliant, Harry sighed. More things happening to my body without permission. At least it's not on your forehead this time, Ron offered. Before Harry could reply, a silver tabby cat materialized in the center of the room, McGonagall's Patronus. Potter, came the headmistress's crisp voice, the castle wards have detected a disturbance similar to what manifested in London. Something is testing Hogwarts' defenses. Your presence is requested immediately. The Patronus dissolved, leaving them staring at each other in alarm. The Void Lord is moving faster than we anticipated, Hermione said grimly. Harry was already reaching for his traveling cloak. Then so are we. Contact everyone now. The gathering begins tonight. Chapter 2, Trials of Loyalty. Hogwarts stood silhouetted against the twilight sky as Harry and his friends materialized at the edge of the grounds. The castle's familiar silhouette brought Harry a momentary comfort that was quickly dispelled by the unnatural stillness in the air. No birds called from the forbidden forest. Even the lake's surface lay unnaturally flat, reflecting the darkening sky like polished obsidian. Something's wrong, Harry murmured, his hand instinctively reaching for his wand. The newly formed mark on his palm tingled, responding to the magical disturbance McGonagall had mentioned. The wards are visible, Hermione observed, pointing toward the castle. She was right. The protective enchantments that normally remained invisible were now shimmering faintly, a dome of iridescent magic stretching over the entire grounds. As they watched, ripples of darkness spread across the surface like ink dropped in water. It's being tested, Ginny said, her own wand already drawn. Like something's looking for weak points. They hurried toward the main gates, which swung open at their approach without them needing to announce themselves. McGonagall waited just inside, her usually immaculate appearance slightly disheveled, wand gripped tightly in her hand. Potter, thank Merlin, she said, relief evident in her voice. It started 20 minutes ago. The castle's defenses are holding, but whatever is probing them is persistent. The same entity attacked at Gringotts and outside Grimmauld Place, Harry explained as they moved swiftly toward the castle. It's calling itself the Void Lord's emissary. Void Lord? McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line. That's not a term I've encountered, and I've made a study of magical history. It seems to be the natural counterbalance to the High King, Hermione explained. When one emerges, so does the other. They reached the entrance hall where several staff members had gathered, Flitwick with his wand raised toward the enchanted ceiling, monitoring the castle's defenses, Sprout directing a group of animated suits of armor, and to Harry's surprise, Draco Malfoy, deep in conversation with Slughorn over what appeared to be an ancient text. Malfoy? Harry asked, unable to keep the question from his tone. Draco looked up, his customary sneer tempered by what appeared to be genuine concern. Potter. Good of you to join us. Draco has been assisting with the castle's defenses, McGonagall explained. He was here researching ancient family magic in our archives when the disturbance began. Mother sent me to look up our family's connection to the Covenant, Draco elaborated, a hint of his old defensiveness creeping into his voice. Apparently, we Malfoys have served as advisors to previous High Kings. Though I'm sure you'll break with that tradition too. Before Harry could respond, the entire castle shuddered. Dust rained down from the ceiling as the magical disturbance intensified. It's focusing on the astronomy tower, Flitwick called out. The highest point of the castle's magical architecture. We need to reinforce the wards there, McGonagall said, already moving toward the grand staircase. No, Harry said, a certainty filling him that he couldn't explain. It's not trying to get in. Everyone turned to look at him. What do you mean, Harry? Hermione asked. It's calling me out, he replied, suddenly understanding the sensation that had been building in his chest since their arrival. It wants me to face it. Absolutely not, McGonagall stated firmly. It's not going to stop attacking the castle otherwise, Harry countered. I can feel it. Potter, for once in your life, don't rush headlong into danger, Draco said unexpectedly. The castle has withstood 1,000 years of magical attacks. Not from this, Harry insisted. This is specifically targeting me, and using Hogwarts to draw me out. Another tremor shook the castle, this one strong enough to crack the stone floor beneath their feet. The students may be away for summer, but the castle itself is still a living entity, McGonagall said, concern etched in her features. It can feel pain, Potter. That settled it for Harry. Then I need to stop this. Now. Without waiting for further arguments, he strode toward the entrance doors, his friends close behind. Harry, wait. Hermione called. We need a plan. I have one, he replied without slowing. I'm going to face whatever's out there and send it back to its master with a message of my own. Outside, the situation had deteriorated further. The shimmering barrier of Hogwarts' protective enchantments was now visibly cracking in places, dark energy seeping through like black lightning. The sky above had turned an unnatural purple-black, swirling with clouds that formed a spiral directly above the astronomy tower. Harry stood at the bottom of the castle steps, looking up at the magical disturbance. He could feel the others gathering behind him, his closest friends, the Hogwarts staff, even Draco hovering uncertainly at the periphery. Whatever happens, Harry said quietly, stay back unless I call for you. Not bloody likely, Ron muttered, moving to stand beside him. We do this together, Hermione insisted, taking position on his other side. Harry knew better than to argue. Instead, he raised his voice to address the swirling vortex above. You wanted my attention. You have it. Show yourself. The clouds constricted, tightening their spiral until they formed a dense black pillar stretching from sky to ground. The pillar solidified, reshaping itself into a humanoid figure at least 12 feet tall, composed of what appeared to be living shadow. Its eyes glowed the same violet he had seen in London, but this manifestation was far more substantial than before. High King, it intoned, its voice like stone grinding against stone. You answer our call. Good. Your call nearly destroyed Hogwarts, Harry replied, his voice steady despite the fear knotting his stomach. That ends now. The creature tilted its head, a gesture eerily human despite its monstrous form. The castle is merely stone and magic. Replaceable. We sought to measure your response time. Your priorities. And now you know. I protect what's mine. The shadow being seemed to ripple with amusement. Is it yours, High King? The castle? The witches? The magic itself? You claim much for one so newly crowned. I haven't claimed anything, Harry countered. The crown chose me, not the other way around. And yet you wield its power. The creature gestured toward Harry's marked palm. You bear its sign. The question remains, are you worthy? Harry felt a surge of irritation. I didn't ask to be judged by you or your master. All kings are judged, the shadow replied. By their enemies, their allies, their subjects. The Void Lord simply makes this judgment explicit. The creature extended its arm, and from its shadowy form emerged what appeared to be a scroll made of the same dark energy. My master sends terms. Harry didn't move to take it. What terms? The ancient balance must be maintained. The High King rules the light, the Void Lord the darkness. Territory. Power. Sacrifice. The scroll hung in the air between them. Accept these boundaries, and war can be averted. And if I refuse? The creature's eyes flared brighter. Then the Void Lord will claim what is rightfully his by force. Starting with those bound to you by the covenant. Anger flashed through Harry, hot and sudden. You threaten people I care about, attack a school, and then expect me to negotiate? I don't think so. Without conscious thought, Harry felt magic surging through him. The mark on his palm blazed with golden light that spread up his arm and across his body. Unlike the desperate magic of his youth or even the focused power he'd developed during the war, this felt ancient, deliberate, magic with purpose and memory. He raised his hand, and a beam of pure golden energy shot toward the shadow being. It raised its own arm in defense, dark power meeting light with a sound like thunder. The collision point seethed between them, neither giving ground. "You, surprise us, High King," the creature hissed, strain evident even in its inhuman voice. "Your predecessor took months to access this level of the crown's power." "I've had practice fighting Dark Lords," Harry gritted out, pouring more of himself into the golden energy. The light began to push back the darkness, inch by inch. The shadow being's form wavered, becoming less distinct around the edges. "This changes nothing," it growled. "My master rises regardless. The ancient cycle continues." With a final surge of effort, Harry forced the golden light forward. It engulfed the shadow creature, which let out an unearthly shriek before dissolving into wisps of dark smoke that scattered on the wind. The unnatural storm above dissipated almost instantly, leaving only the normal evening sky. Harry staggered, suddenly exhausted. Ron caught him before he could fall, supporting his weight easily. "Bloody hell, mate," Ron whispered. "That was intense." "Mr. Potter," McGonagall said, stepping forward, her face pale but composed, "I believe some explanations are in order." Harry nodded wearily. "Inside. This isn't over, and we need to prepare." The Great Hall had been rapidly transformed into what resembled a war room. House tables were pushed aside to make space for a large round table where maps of Hogwarts and magical Britain were spread out. Staff members and Harry's core group gathered around as he explained everything that had happened since his visit to Gringotts. "So this Void Lord," McGonagall summarized, "is the natural counterbalance to the High King. A force of destruction to your creation." "That's what the emissary implied," Harry confirmed. "And it seems particularly interested in the witches affected by the Covenant." "Because they strengthen you," Draco interjected unexpectedly. Everyone turned to look at him, and he shifted uncomfortably before continuing. "The texts I was researching, they suggest the High King draws power from the magical bonds of the Covenant. Each witch connected to you theoretically increases your magical strength." "That's barbaric," Ginny said sharply. "Using women as magical batteries?" "I didn't design the system," Draco replied defensively. "I'm just telling you what the historical records say." "Which is exactly why we need to modify these covenants," Hermione added. "But in the meantime, we need to protect everyone affected by them." "That's why we came," Harry explained, turning to McGonagall. "We'd like to use Hogwarts as a gathering place for the betrothed witches. It's the most defensible magical location in Britain, and with the students away for summer." McGonagall pursed her lips thoughtfully. "The castle does have room, certainly, though accommodating potentially hundreds of witches will require some reorganization." "We don't expect everyone to come," Ginny clarified. "Some families will refuse out of principle. Others won't believe the threat is real. But those who do come will be safer here than scattered across Britain," Harry finished. McGonagall nodded decisively. "Very well. Hogwarts has always been a sanctuary for those in need. We will make the necessary arrangements." "Thank you, Professor," Harry said, genuine relief in his voice. "That's settled then," Ron said. "What about this scroll thing the shadow bloke was offering?" "It vanished when I destroyed the emissary," Harry replied. "But I'm guessing it would have demanded concessions I couldn't agree to." "Like what?" Slughorn asked, speaking up for the first time. "Sacrifices," Harry said grimly. "People, territory, magic. I don't know exactly, but nothing good. The historical pattern suggests the Void Lord typically demands a portion of the High King's dominion," came a dreamy voice from the entrance to the Great Hall. Everyone turned to see Luna Lovegood standing there, looking as serene as ever despite the gravity of the situation. Behind her stood several others, Neville Longbottom, Hannah Abbott, the Patil twins, and to Harry's surprise, Daphne and Astoria Greengrass. "Luna!" Ginny exclaimed, rushing to embrace her friend. How did you know to come? The Nargles have been unusually active, Luna replied matter-of-factly. And then I received your message about the gathering. The others were with me when it arrived. We came as quickly as we could, Neville added, stepping forward to clasp Harry's hand firmly. Though I admit, I didn't expect all this. None of us did, Harry said ruefully. Daphne Greengrass stepped forward, her expression carefully neutral. Potter. Is it true what they're saying? About the betrothals? Unfortunately, yes, Harry confirmed. Though I'm working to change that. How progressive of you, Daphne said dryly. In the meantime, however, we're all magically tethered to you and apparently being hunted by an ancient evil force. That about sums it up, Harry admitted. Typical, Daphne sighed, but without real malice. Astoria and I came because our family grimoires mention the High King's covenant. The magic is old. Powerful. Not easily dismissed. We're not dismissing it, Hermione clarified. We're looking to transform it into something that respects everyone's autonomy. A noble goal, Astoria said, speaking up for the first time. The younger Greengrass sister looked tired but determined. But in the meantime, we need to survive. Which is why we're gathering here, Ginny explained. Safety in numbers, and Hogwarts defenses. More are coming, Luna added dreamily. I can feel them. The bonds are drawing us together, whether we want it or not. As if summoned by her words, the main doors opened again to reveal more arrivals, Susan Bones and her Aunt Amelia, Hannah Abbott's mother, Angelina Johnson, Katie Bell, and several others Harry recognized from Hogwarts or the wizarding community. This is going to be a logistical challenge, McGonagall observed, watching as the hall filled with increasingly bewildered witches and their families. We need organization, Hermione said decisively. Information sharing, sleeping arrangements, security protocols. And training, Harry added. If the Void Lord is targeting them because of their connection to me, they need to be able to defend themselves. As the evening progressed, more witches arrived, some with their families, others alone. The house elves, excited by the unexpected summer activity, outdid themselves preparing accommodations and food. By midnight, nearly 60 witches had gathered, representing a significant portion of magical Britain's pureblood families. Harry found himself constantly approached with questions he couldn't answer, concerns he couldn't address, and occasionally, to his intense discomfort, offers of alliance through marriage that he politely but firmly declined. By the time he managed to slip away to the temporary quarters McGonagall had arranged for him in the staff wing, he was exhausted. Ron and Hermione found him there an hour later, poring over ancient texts Flitwick had provided about the High King's magic. You need to rest, Hermione said, taking in his tired eyes and the scattered parchments. There's too much to learn, Harry replied without looking up. I need to understand what I'm dealing with. You won't be any good to anyone if you collapse from exhaustion, Ron pointed out reasonably. Harry sighed, finally setting aside the crumbling manuscript he'd been struggling to decipher. Every time I think my life might become normal, something like this happens. To be fair, Ron said with a hint of a smile, becoming magical High King is a bit more dramatic than your usual adventures. Despite everything, Harry laughed, a short, tired sound. Just a bit. We've organized sleeping arrangements, Hermione reported, sitting beside him. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw towers for most of the witches, with family members in Hufflepuff. McGonagall thought it best to keep Slytherin empty since its location in the dungeons makes it more difficult to secure. Good thinking, Harry agreed. What about defenses? Flitwick and Bill are working on strengthening the wards, Ron said. Bill arrived an hour ago with Fleur and Gabrielle. Fleur and Gabrielle? Harry asked, confused. But they're not British purebloods. Apparently the covenant magic extends to any pureblood witch who has sworn allegiance to British magical authority, Hermione explained. Fleur's marriage to Bill created that connection. Gabrielle is affected by extension of family magic. Harry groaned. So the situation is even more complicated than we thought. On the bright side, it means we have more allies, Ron pointed out. If they choose to be allies, Harry replied. I wouldn't blame anyone for resenting this entire situation. A knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Ginny entered, followed by Luna, Neville, and surprisingly, Draco Malfoy. Sorry to intrude, Ginny said, though her tone suggested she wasn't particularly sorry. But we've been talking, and we think we need to establish some kind of formal structure for all this. Structure? Harry asked. A council, Luna clarified, her dreamy voice belied by the sharpness in her eyes. To coordinate our efforts against the Void Lord and to address the Covenant situation. The witches downstairs are scared and confused, Neville added. They need leadership, not just protection. And some of the Pureblood families are already talking about challenging your claim to the crown, Draco said bluntly. You need to establish legitimacy quickly. Harry looked between them, noticing the unlikely alliance that had formed in just a few hours. You've been busy. Someone had to be, Ginny replied pointedly. While you were hiding up here with your books. I wasn't hiding, Harry protested. I was researching. Same difference to those waiting for guidance, Draco said. Politics doesn't pause for study sessions, Potter. Harry bit back a retort, recognizing the truth in their words. What exactly are you proposing? A formal council, Neville explained. Representatives from different factions, those bound by the Covenant, your existing allies, the old Pureblood families, and neutral parties. Balance, Luna added. Light needs shadow to be truly seen. And you need people who understand pureblood politics, Draco finished. Which, whether you like it or not, includes me. Harry looked to Ron and Hermione, gauging their reactions. Ron seemed reluctant but resigned, while Hermione was nodding thoughtfully. It makes sense, she said. We're dealing with ancient magical structures. Having diverse perspectives would help navigate them. Fine, Harry conceded. But this council advises only. I'm not creating some new government. Of course not, Draco said with a hint of his old smirk. That would require actual administrative skills. Before Harry could respond, the castle shook slightly, not the violent tremors from earlier, but a gentle vibration that rippled through the stones. Everyone tensed. It's not an attack, Luna said, cocking her head as if listening to something only she could hear. It's a response. To what? Ron asked. To us, Luna replied simply. To so many of the betrothed gathering in one place. The magic is resonating. As if confirming her words, the mark on Harry's palm began to glow softly. He felt a strange sensation, not painful, but intense, like invisible threads connecting him to everyone in the room and beyond, stretching throughout the castle to each which bound by the Covenant. You feel it too, Luna observed, watching him. What is it? Harry asked, his voice slightly strained. The Covenant strengthening, Draco replied, looking uncomfortable. The historical texts mention this. When the betrothed gather near the High King, their collective magic reinforces the bonds. That's not what we want, Harry said firmly. We're trying to modify these bonds, not strengthen them. Magic this old doesn't care what we want, Draco pointed out. It follows its own rules. Another tremor ran through the castle, stronger this time. Outside the window, Harry could see the protective wards glowing brighter, pulsing with new energy. The castle's defenses are drawing power from the Covenant bonds, Hermione realized, her academic interest momentarily overriding her ethical concerns. It's using the magical connection between you and the witches to strengthen its protection. Is that hurting them? Harry asked, alarmed. No, Luna said confidently. It feels warm. Supportive. She looked at Ginny, who nodded reluctant confirmation. It's not unpleasant, Ginny admitted. Just strange. Like being connected to a larger whole. Harry didn't find this particularly reassuring. We need to understand this magic better before it does something none of us want. Which is why we need the council, Neville pressed. To pool our knowledge and resources. All right, Harry conceded. We'll form this council. But our first priority is protection, followed closely by finding a way to transform the Covenant into something that respects everyone's choices. Agreed, Ginny said, and the others nodded. We should make it official in the morning, Hermione suggested. With representatives chosen by each group. And we need to prepare for more arrivals, Neville added. Word is spreading fast. As they discussed the details, Harry found his attention drawn to the window, where the strengthened wards shimmered against the night sky. The magic felt right in a way he couldn't articulate, not the coercive bonds of the betrothal, but the protective energy now flowing through Hogwarts' ancient stones. Perhaps there was a way to preserve that protection while eliminating the archaic social structures it came packaged with. For the first time since this ordeal began, Harry felt a flicker of hope that they might find a solution that worked for everyone. That hope was short-lived. Dawn broke over Hogwarts with an unexpected commotion. Harry, who had managed only a few hours of restless sleep, was awakened by an insistent pounding on his door. Potter, came McGonagall's voice, sharp with urgency. You're needed in the entrance hall immediately. Grabbing his wand and glasses, Harry hurried after the headmistress, who was already striding down the corridor with remarkable speed for a woman of her years. What's happening? He asked, catching up to her on the stairs. Visitors, she replied grimly. Demanding to see you. More witches affected by the Covenant? No, McGonagall said. Representatives from European magical ministries, along with several prominent pureblood families from the continent. They're contesting your claim to the crown. Harry's stomach dropped. On what grounds? Legitimacy, primarily, McGonagall explained as they descended the main staircase. They claim the High King must have direct magical lineage from Merlin, which they dispute in your case. I don't care about the title, Harry said in frustration. They're welcome to it if they can get the magic to transfer. McGonagall shot him a sharp look. Be careful what you offer, Potter. Some of them may take you up on it, through means you wouldn't approve of. The entrance hall was tense when they arrived. On one side stood several of the witches who had arrived the previous night, along with Ron, Hermione, and members of Dumbledore's army. Facing them was a delegation of elegantly robed witches and wizards, their expressions ranging from haughty disdain to open hostility. At their center stood a tall man with silver-streaked black hair and aristocratic features. His robes were midnight blue embroidered with silver runes, and he carried a staff topped with a crystal that pulsed with magical energy. His entire bearing screamed old power and older money. Ah, here he is, the man said as Harry approached. His accent was faintly Germanic. The supposed High King. Younger than I expected. And you are? Harry asked, keeping his tone neutral. Lord Constantine Balthazar, Archmagus of the European Conclave and direct descendant of the Merlin line through his maternal grandmother, the man replied with practiced precision. I've come to address this irregularity in the succession. There's nothing irregular about it, Hermione said, stepping forward. The lineage casket at Gringotts confirmed Harry's status. Balthazar's gaze flicked dismissively over Hermione before returning to Harry. Gringotts artifacts can be fooled, Miss Granger, she supplied coldly. And I assure you, the goblin verification rituals are beyond tampering. Nevertheless, Balthazar continued smoothly, the matter requires proper investigation. The emergence of a High King affects all European magical territories, not merely Britain. Lord Balthazar, McGonagall interjected, while we appreciate your concern, Mr. Potter did not claim this title. It was bestowed upon him through magic older than any of our governments. All the more reason to verify its legitimacy, Balthazar insisted. The consequences of a false High King could be catastrophic. Harry noticed the crystal atop the man's staff glowing brighter as he spoke. Without thinking, he reached out with his senses in a way that felt new yet instinctive. The magic emanating from the staff was probing, analyzing, attempting to assess Harry's own power. Two could play at that game. Harry focused on the mark on his palm, allowing a fraction of the High King's magic to surface, not aggressively, but enough to make its presence known. Balthazar's eyes widened slightly, the only indication that he'd noticed Harry's response. The crystal flared briefly before dimming to its previous glow. "I see you've begun accessing the crown's powers," Balthazar observed, his tone more cautious now. "Impressive for one so uninitiated." "I'm a quick study," Harry replied evenly. "Now, what exactly are you hoping to achieve here, Lord Balthazar?" "Clarity," the man said. "Certainty. The magical world requires stability, especially in matters of such ancient power." "And how do you propose we achieve this clarity?" Harry asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. Balthazar smiled thinly. "There is an ancient rite, the trial of legitimacy. It would definitively prove whether your claim to the crown is valid. And if I refuse? Then European ministries would be forced to consider the British magical situation unstable. Travel restrictions, trade embargoes, and other diplomatic consequences would naturally follow. The threat was clear. Ginny stepped forward, eyes flashing dangerously. "You're threatening international magical sanctions over a title Harry didn't even want." "It's not about what Mr. Potter wants," Balthazar replied coolly. "It's about the stability of magical Europe. A falsely claimed crown could disrupt ley lines, weaken boundaries between realms, and destabilize magical governments across the continent." "And if Harry passes this trial?" Hermione asked shrewdly. "What then?" "Then European magical authorities would recognize his status," Balthazar conceded. "With certain agreements regarding international magical cooperation, of course." "Of course," Harry said dryly. "Politics by another name." Balthazar inclined his head, neither confirming nor denying the accusation. "The trial is traditionally held at a place of ancient magical significance. The stone circle at Callanish would be appropriate." "The Outer Hebrides?" McGonagall asked, surprised. "Why so far north?" "The site sits at the intersection of several major ley lines," Balthazar explained. "It will amplify the ritual's effectiveness." Harry exchanged glances with his friends. Hermione gave a subtle nod, indicating she saw no immediate trap in the suggestion. Ron looked skeptical but shrugged slightly, his way of deferring to Harry's judgment. "When would this trial take place?" Harry asked. "The optimal alignment occurs at sunset tomorrow," Balthazar replied. "The summer solstice is approaching, strengthening earth magic." "And what exactly does this trial entail?" Balthazar's smile didn't reach his eyes. "A series of magical challenges designed to test whether you can access the crown's true power. Nothing a legitimate High King couldn't handle with ease." The implication was clear, Balthazar expected Harry to fail. The man's confidence suggested he knew something Harry didn't, which made the entire proposition suspicious. "I need to consult with my advisors," Harry said finally. "Of course," Balthazar agreed smoothly. "Though I must insist on an answer by noon. My delegation has other matters requiring attention if this situation cannot be resolved promptly." With a formal bow that somehow managed to convey condescension rather than respect, Balthazar and his entourage withdrew to wait in an antechamber McGonagall designated for them. The moment they were out of earshot, everyone began speaking at once. "It's a trap, we can't let them dictate terms, the political implications." "Enough," Harry said, raising his hand. To his surprise, everyone fell silent immediately. "Let's discuss this rationally. Hermione, what do you know about this trial of legitimacy?" "Very little," she admitted. "It's mentioned in some historical texts about the transition between High Kings, but the specifics are vague." "Convenient," Ron muttered. "It's real," Luna said unexpectedly. "Daddy published an article about it years ago. The trial requires the claimant to demonstrate mastery over the 4 elemental aspects of magic, earth, air, fire, and water, while balancing them with spirit. And you believe this, article? Draco asked skeptically. The quibbler gets things wrong sometimes, Luna acknowledged serenely. But not about ancient magic. Daddy has excellent sources in the Department of Mysteries. Harry turned to the others. Thoughts? It could be legitimate, Neville offered. The Callanish stones are known for their magical properties. My gran took me there once as a child. But why the rush? Ginny asked. Giving us less than a day to prepare sounds suspicious. They're hoping you'll fail, Draco stated flatly. Balthazar comes from one of Europe's oldest magical lines. He'd love to discredit you and possibly claim the crown himself. Can he do that? Ron asked, alarmed. Just take the crown if Harry fails. Not directly, Hermione said thoughtfully. But if Harry were deemed illegitimate, it might force the magic to select someone else. Someone with the right pedigree. Like Balthazar, Harry concluded. Precisely, Draco confirmed. My father mentioned him a few times. The man has spent decades cultivating his image as the pinnacle of magical aristocracy. Harry considered their options. Refusing would lead to international complications they couldn't afford right now, especially with the Void Lord's threat looming. Agreeing meant walking into what might well be a trap, but at least it was a trap he was aware of. I think we have to accept, he said finally. But not on his terms alone. What do you mean? Neville asked. If this is going to be a trial of legitimacy, then let's make it truly legitimate, Harry replied, a plan forming in his mind. Balthazar wants witnesses from European ministries. Fine. But we'll have our own observers too, representatives from those affected by the crown's magic. The council we discussed last night, Ginny said, catching on. Formalized immediately. Exactly, Harry agreed. And we insist the trial be conducted according to the oldest protocols, not whatever version Balthazar might prefer. The goblins would know the proper rituals, Luna suggested. They're keepers of the oldest magic. Good idea, Harry said. Hermione, can you contact Gringotts? Ask for Ragnarok specifically, he seemed to take the crown seriously. On it, she replied, already heading toward the nearest Flo connection. Ron, I need you and Neville to organize security for tomorrow. We'll be taking a contingent of our people to this stone circle. How many? Ron asked. Enough to be prepared, not so many that it looks like we're expecting a fight, Harry decided. 20, perhaps. Volunteers only, and experienced duelists prioritized. Consider it done, Neville agreed. Draco, Harry continued, surprising the blonde wizard, I need whatever information you can gather on Balthazar and his associates. Background, connections, political alignments, anything that might tell us his real agenda. Draco raised an eyebrow. Asking a Slytherin to spy for you, Potter. How pragmatic. Will you do it or not? Harry asked impatiently. Of course, Draco replied with a thin smile. Contrary to what you might think, I don't want some European despot controlling British magic either. Bad for business. Luna, Ginny, Harry turned to them, can you organize the council selection? We need representatives chosen by tonight. Already planned, Ginny assured him. We'll have the structure ready for your approval by dinner. Harry nodded, impressed by how quickly everyone had adapted to the crisis. Good. Then let's tell Balthazar we accept his challenge, with our conditions. As the others dispersed to their tasks, McGonagall remained behind, studying Harry with an unreadable expression. Something on your mind, Professor? He asked. You've grown, Potter, she observed. Your approach to this situation is measured. Thoughtful. I've had to learn from my mistakes, he replied simply. Indeed. She hesitated, then added, Albus would be proud of the leader you've become. The unexpected praise caught Harry off guard. Before he could respond, McGonagall continued briskly, "Now, I suggest you spend today preparing for tomorrow's trial. Whatever Balthazar claims, it will not be easy." "No," Harry agreed. "But then, nothing worth doing ever is." The rest of the day passed in a blur of preparation. By evening, Hogwarts had transformed into a hub of focused activity. The Great Hall now housed an expanded round table where the newly formed Council of the Crown gathered for its first official meeting. Harry sat at what was ostensibly the head position, though the round table intentionally minimized hierarchy. Around him sat the chosen representatives, Hermione and Ron for his original allies, Ginny and Luna for the DA, Draco and Daphne Greengrass for the traditional Pureblood families, Susan Bones and her Aunt Amelia for the legal and ministry perspective, Fleur Delacour representing international interests, and somewhat surprisingly, Narcissa Malfoy as an advisor on ancient family magic. "The goblins have confirmed the ritual parameters," Hermione reported, consulting a parchment covered in spidery handwriting. "It's actually reassuring, the traditional trial of legitimacy is well documented in their archives." "And does it match what Balthazar described?" Harry asked. "Generally, yes," she confirmed. "Though with more specific requirements. The trial consists of 5 challenges corresponding to elemental magic, conducted within the stone circle. Each challenge must be completed using the High King's innate magic rather than standard spellwork." "How am I supposed to do that?" Harry asked. "I'm still learning what this High King magic even is." "That's rather the point of the trial," Narcissa interjected smoothly. "If you are truly the High King, the Crown's magic will respond to your need." "Ragnarok is sending a goblin delegation to officiate," Hermione continued. "They'll ensure the ritual remains uncorrupted." "What about Balthazar?" Draco asked. "Has he agreed to our conditions?" Reluctantly, Harry confirmed. "He wasn't pleased about the goblin involvement or our insistence on bringing our own witnesses, but he couldn't object without appearing unreasonable." "He's still planning something," Draco warned. "My sources indicate he's been researching the Crown for decades. This sudden concern about legitimacy is merely a pretext." "For what?" Ron asked bluntly. "Power," Narcissa answered before her son could. "The High King's magic is considerable. If Balthazar could discredit Mr. Potter and somehow claim the crown himself, he would become the most powerful wizard in Europe." "But the Crown chose Harry," Ginny pointed out. "It can't just be reassigned, can it?" "Ancient magic is rarely absolute," Narcissa replied. "There are always exceptions. Loopholes. Which Balthazar has likely spent years looking for," Hermione concluded grimly. "What about the Void Lord?" Luna asked, her dreamy voice cutting through the tension. "It's been quiet today." "Too quiet," Harry agreed, unconsciously rubbing the mark on his palm. "I can still feel its presence, watching, waiting." "Perhaps it's aware of the trial," Fleur suggested. "Waiting to see ZE outcome before making its next move." "Or working with Balthazar," Ron said darkly. "I doubt that," Narcissa replied. "The historical record suggests the Void Lord operates independently, though it may use political divisions to its advantage." "Speaking of politics," Amelia Bones interjected, Minister Shacklebolt sent word. "The Wisingamat has suspended regular sessions until the Crown situation is resolved. They're awaiting the outcome of tomorrow's trial before determining their official position." "At least they're not actively interfering," Harry said. "For now," Amelia cautioned. "Power abhors a vacuum, Mr. Potter. If your position remains ambiguous for too long, various factions will move to fill the void." The discussion continued, covering security arrangements for the journey to Callanish, contingency plans should things go wrong, and the ongoing work to understand and potentially modify the covenant bonds. As the meeting concluded, Harry felt a strange mixture of confidence and apprehension. The council was working better than he'd expected, with even traditional adversaries like the Malfoys contributing constructively. Yet tomorrow's trial loomed like a storm on the horizon, unpredictable and potentially devastating. "You should rest," Hermione advised as the others filed out. "Tomorrow will be challenging." "I know," Harry agreed. "But first, I need to practice accessing this High King magic more deliberately. I can't go into tomorrow's trial hoping it just activates when needed." "I might be able to help with that," came a voice from the entrance to the Great Hall. Bill Weasley stood there, an ancient-looking leather case under his arm. His curse-breaking expertise had proven invaluable in analyzing the magical signatures around Hogwarts. "What have you got there?" Harry asked, nodding toward the case. "Something Flitwick found in the restricted section," Bill replied, approaching the table and carefully opening the case. Inside lay a crystal similar to the one atop Balthazar's staff, though smaller and with a warmer, golden hue. "It's a focus stone, specifically attuned to Old British Earth magic, the same type that powers the High King's abilities." "How does it work?" Hermione asked, examining the crystal with interest. "It resonates with internal magical cores," Bill explained. "Most wizards use wands to focus and direct their magic. This works similarly but targets specific magical frequencies." He looked at Harry. "It might help you isolate and control the crown's power distinct from your ordinary magic." "Worth a try," Harry decided, reaching for the crystal. The moment his fingers touched its surface, the mark on his palm flared with golden light. The crystal responded immediately, glowing brightly and emitting a soft humming sound. "Whoa," Ron murmured. "Try channeling your intent through it," Bill suggested. "Nothing complex, just a simple magical action." Harry focused on the crystal, thinking of light, pure, protective illumination. The crystal's glow intensified, spreading up his arm in golden filaments that reminded him of the protection he'd manifested against the Void Lord's emissary. "Good," Bill encouraged. "Now try shaping it. Give the magic form and purpose." Harry imagined the light coalescing into a shield, similar to Protego but more substantial. To his surprise, the golden energy flowed from the crystal and his hand, forming a translucent barrier that encircled the table where they sat. "Brilliant," Hermione whispered, reaching out to touch the shield. Her fingers met resistance, like pressing against thick glass. "It's solid." "The crown's magic seems to favor protection," Bill observed. "Makes sense, given its historical purpose of safeguarding magical Britain." Harry maintained the shield for several more seconds before carefully relaxing his focus. The golden barrier dissipated gradually, the light returning to the crystal before fading entirely. "That felt different from regular magic," Harry said, somewhat breathless from the effort. "More intentional. Like the magic itself knew what I wanted before I fully formed the thought." "Ancient magic often works that way," Bill explained. "Modern spellcraft is precise but rigid. The older magics respond more to intent and inherent nature." "Do you think I'm ready for tomorrow?" Harry asked honestly. Bill considered for a moment. "Ready enough, I think. The trial will be designed to test your connection to the crown, not your mastery of it. No new High King has ever had complete control in the beginning." "That's somewhat reassuring," Harry said dubiously. "Get some rest," Bill advised, carefully returning the crystal to its case. "And take this with you. Practice a bit more if you can't sleep, but don't exhaust yourself." Harry accepted the case with a nod of thanks. As he left the Great Hall, he felt the weight of tomorrow's challenge settling on his shoulders. Not for the first time, he wished the magic had chosen someone else, someone better prepared for ancient rituals and political maneuvering. But it hadn't. It had chosen him, and whatever awaited at Callanish, he would face it as he had faced every other challenge in his life, head-on and determined to protect those who depended on him. The Callanish stones rose from the windswept Isle like ancient sentinels, their weathered surfaces etched with centuries of exposure to the harsh Scottish elements. The main circle of 13 stones surrounded a central monolith, with additional stones forming avenues that extended outward in the cardinal directions. Even without magical sensitivity, the site radiated a sense of age and power. Harry stood at the perimeter with his delegation, watching as Balthazar's people made final preparations within the circle. The summer evening was surprisingly clear, with the sun beginning its slow descent toward the horizon over the Atlantic Ocean visible in the distance. The goblin representatives have verified the ritual components, Hermione reported, returning from a consultation with Ragnarok's delegation. Everything appears to be in order. Appears being the operative word, Ron muttered, his eyes never leaving Balthazar. The European wizard was conferring with his associates, occasionally glancing toward Harry with barely disguised anticipation. Whatever he had planned, he clearly believed it would work in his favor. Remember, Bill said quietly to Harry, the trial tests your connection to the crown, not your magical skill. Trust the High King's magic to guide you. Harry nodded, absently touching the crystal now hanging from a chain around his neck. He had practiced with it intermittently through the night, gaining a better feel for the ancient power that now resided within him. It's time, announced one of the goblin officiants, stepping forward with ceremonial gravity. The trial will commence at sunset. All observers must take positions outside the stone avenues. Harry's council gathered around him briefly. We'll be watching, Ginny assured him, squeezing his arm. Balthazar's people are positioned predominantly to the east and north, Draco informed him in a low voice. Whatever he's planning will likely come from that direction. The stone circle itself will partially protect you, Luna added dreamily. It remembers the old magic. It will recognize the crown. With final nods of encouragement, they withdrew to the designated observation areas. Harry approached the entrance to the stone avenue alone, where the lead goblin officiator waited. High King, the goblin acknowledged with formal respect. The trial of legitimacy will test your connection to the crown through the 5 elemental aspects of magic. You may carry your wand but must not use it during the trials. Only the crown's innate magic is permitted. Harry nodded his understanding. Enter the circle when the sun touches the horizon, the goblin instructed. The first trial will begin immediately. As Harry waited, he felt an unexpected calm settling over him. Despite the political machinations surrounding this event, despite Balthazar's clear desire to see him fail, despite even the looming threat of the Void Lord, in this moment, he felt centered in a way he rarely experienced. The sun kissed the western horizon, painting the ancient stones with golden light. Taking a deep breath, Harry stepped forward, walking slowly down the avenue of standing stones toward the central circle. The moment he crossed into the ring of 13 stones, he felt the site's magic activate, a gentle vibration that seemed to emanate from the earth itself, rising through his feet and resonating with the mark on his palm. Balthazar stood at the circle's edge, staff planted firmly in the ground, watching Harry with calculating eyes. The trials begin, announced the goblin officiator. Earth, the foundation of all magic. The ground within the circle shifted, stones rising from the soil to form a maze of narrow pathways, each barely wide enough for a person to navigate. Harry noticed immediately that the maze configuration made direct paths impossible, each route eventually led to dead ends or dangerous drops that suddenly appeared. Navigate to the central stone without touching the maze walls, the goblin instructed. Earth magic must guide your steps. Harry studied the maze thoughtfully. Using physical movement alone would be impossible, the pathways constantly shifted and reconfigured. This was a test of earth magic, not dexterity. Focusing on the mark on his palm, Harry reached out with his senses, feeling the ancient power of the stone circle. The earth magic here was old and strong, connected to ley lines that crisscrossed beneath the site. Rather than fighting against this power or trying to bend it to his will, Harry instead opened himself to it, allowing the earth's magic to flow through him. The effect was immediate. The ground beneath his feet solidified, becoming more supportive. He took a step forward, and the earth responded, rising slightly to create a secure platform. With growing confidence, Harry continued, each step guided by the earth's magic rather than his own will. The maze shifted around him, pathways closing and opening, but Harry no longer needed to see the physical route. He could feel the correct path through his connection to the earth beneath. Following this magical guidance, he moved steadily toward the central monolith, the ground supporting his steps even when the visible path disappeared. Reaching the central stone, Harry placed his palm against its weathered surface. Golden light spread from his hand across the monolith's face, illuminating ancient runes that had been invisible moments before. The maze dissolved, stones returning to the earth. "Earth acknowledges the crown," intoned the goblin. "The first trial is complete." Harry caught Balthazar's expression, a mixture of surprise and calculation. Clearly, the European wizard hadn't expected him to complete the first challenge so easily. "Air, the breath of magic and carrier of will," the goblin announced. The gentle breeze that had been blowing across the aisle suddenly intensified, swirling within the stone circle to form a vortex of wind. Within this vortex appeared glowing symbols, runes similar to those that had illuminated on the central stone, but these were in constant motion, carried by the air currents. "Capture the 7 runes of authority and bind them to your will," instructed the goblin. "Air magic must be your ally." This challenge seemed more straightforward but proved deceptively difficult. When Harry attempted to approach the nearest rune, the wind intensified, pushing him back with surprising force. Physical interception wouldn't work. Harry closed his eyes, focusing instead on feeling the air currents around him. Just as he had connected with earth magic, he now extended his awareness to the element of air. The mark on his palm tingled, responding to his intent. Rather than fighting against the wind, Harry began to move with it, his body turning and flowing as if engaged in an elaborate dance with the air itself. As he synchronized with the wind's patterns, he felt his connection to the air magic strengthening. With a gesture from his marked hand, Harry sent a tendril of golden light toward the nearest rune. The light wrapped around the symbol, not capturing it forcefully but inviting it toward him. The rune responded, floating gently to hover before him. One by one, Harry called the remaining runes, each responding to his magical invitation rather than command. When all 7 surrounded him, they began to orbit his body in perfect harmony with the wind, which had gentled to a supportive breeze. With another gesture, Harry directed the runes toward the central stone. They aligned themselves in a specific sequence, embedding their light into the monolith alongside the earth runes from the previous trial. "Air acknowledges the crown," the goblin declared. "The second trial is complete." Murmurs spread among the observers. Harry caught Hermione's encouraging nod and Ron's thumbs up from where they stood. Balthazar's expression had darkened, his knuckles white where he gripped his staff. "Water, the flow of magic and keeper of memory," announced the goblin. The air temperature dropped noticeably as water began to seep from the ground around the circle's perimeter. It rose with unnatural speed, quickly forming a shallow pool that covered the entire area within the stones. From this water emerged ghostly figures, echoes of people from different eras, all bearing regal demeanors and ancient regalia. "The memories of past high kings seek recognition," the goblin explained. "Water magic must reveal truth from reflection." The spectral figures approached Harry, their features indistinct but their royal bearing unmistakable. Each extended a hand toward him, as if seeking acknowledgement. When Harry instinctively reached toward the nearest figure, his hand passed through it like mist. Understanding dawned. This wasn't about physical interaction but magical recognition. The water element carried memories, reflections of what had been. These apparitions were echoes of his predecessors, stored somehow in the collective memory of High King magic. Harry knelt, placing his marked palm against the water's surface. Instead of creating ripples, his touch caused the water to still completely, becoming a perfect mirror. In its reflection, Harry saw not himself but a succession of figures wearing variations of ancient crown symbols, each a previous bearer of the title he now held. As he maintained contact with the water, knowledge flowed into him, not complete memories, but impressions, wisdom, experiences of those who had carried the crown before. Languages he'd never learned suddenly made sense. Magical concepts previously beyond his understanding became clear. The spectral figures approached again, but this time, when Harry rose and extended his hand, golden light connected with each apparition. One by one, they bowed, acknowledging him before dissolving into the water. As the last figure faded, the water began to recede, leaving the ground within the circle perfectly dry. Only the central monolith retained a shimmering moisture where water runes now joined those of earth and air. Water acknowledges the crown, the goblin confirmed. The third trial is complete. Harry felt different, more connected to the magic he was being asked to wield. The fragmentary knowledge imparted by the water trial hadn't given him complete mastery, but it had provided context, a deeper understanding of what the High King's role truly meant. Balthazar was conferring urgently with his associates now, clearly unsettled by Harry's continued success. Whatever challenge he had expected Harry to fail had not yet materialized. "Fire, the transformation of magic and forger of will," the goblin announced. Flames erupted around the circle's perimeter, quickly growing into a ring of fire that completely enclosed the area. The heat was intense but not unbearable, the flames more golden than red. From this fire emerged what appeared to be magical constructs, phoenixes, dragons, and other fire-aspect magical creatures, all formed of living flame. "The crucible of leadership awaits," intoned the goblin. "Fire magic must test and temper your resolve." Unlike the previous challenges, this one seemed to require direct confrontation. The fiery creatures circled Harry, their movements becoming increasingly aggressive. The first to attack, a phoenix-like construct, dove directly at him, trails of fire streaming from its wings. Harry's instinct was to dodge or cast a protective spell, but he remembered the rules, only the crown's magic was permitted. Instead of evading, he stood his ground, focusing on the mark on his palm and the crystal against his chest. As the phoenix struck, Harry's body briefly engulfed in flames. Rather than burning, however, the fire seemed to pass through him, leaving him unharmed but glowing with golden energy. The phoenix circled back, joined now by the other constructs, all attacking simultaneously. Harry realized this trial tested not his ability to avoid fire but to absorb and redirect it, transformation, just as the goblin had said. Extending both hands, he welcomed the fiery onslaught, allowing the flames to flow into and through him. With each pass, the fire creatures grew smaller while Harry's golden aura intensified. He was transforming their raw elemental energy into the crown's magic, refining it from destructive force into something more controlled and purposeful. When the last creature had been absorbed, Harry directed the accumulated energy toward the central monolith. Golden fire engulfed the stone, burning away centuries of moss and weathering to reveal intricate carvings beneath. As the flames subsided, fire runes joined the others already etched into the stone's surface. "Fire acknowledges the crown," the goblin stated. "The fourth trial is complete." Harry noticed Balthazar's growing agitation. The European wizard was now openly conferring with his delegation, gesturing emphatically. Something was wrong with their plan, and Harry suspected the final trial would be where they attempted to intervene. "Spirit, the essence of magic and bearer of purpose," announced the goblin. "The final and greatest challenge." Unlike the previous trials, no obvious manifestation appeared. The circle remained quiet, the elements seemingly at rest. Harry waited, uncertain what to expect. "The crown's purpose must be declared and embodied," the goblin explained. "What does the High King serve?" This was not a physical challenge but a philosophical one, a test of understanding and intent. Harry considered carefully. What was the true purpose of the High King? The historical accounts spoke of protection, of maintaining magical balance, of guiding the magical community. But those were roles, functions. What was the deeper purpose? The answer came not from his conscious thought but from the fragmentary knowledge imparted during the water trial, rising to the surface of his mind with sudden clarity. "Magic itself," Harry said, his voice carrying clearly across the stone circle. "The High King serves magic, not merely witches and wizards, not governments or territories, but the living force of magic that flows through our world. To protect it, to nurture it, to ensure it remains in balance." As he spoke, the mark on his palm began to glow more intensely than ever before. Golden light spread up his arm and across his body until he was entirely suffused with it. "Show us," the goblin challenged. "Embody this purpose." Harry closed his eyes, focusing on his connection to the magic around him, the ancient power of the stone circle, the elemental forces he had just navigated, the ley lines beneath their feet. Rather than drawing this magic to himself, he extended his awareness outward, feeling how these various magical currents interacted, where they strengthened each other and where they conflicted. Guided by intuition and the echoes of knowledge from past High Kings, Harry began to adjust these flows. Not forcing them into new patterns, but gently encouraging harmony where there was discord, reinforcing connections that had weakened over time. He was not commanding magic but serving it, helping it function as it was meant to. The effect was subtle at first, then increasingly visible. The standing stones began to glow with inner light, revealing the complex web of magical energy that connected them. The ley lines beneath the circle pulsed with renewed vitality, their light visible through the ground like luminescent veins. Those watching felt it too, a strengthening of their own connection to magic, a clarity that made their personal magical cores resonate more harmoniously with the world around them. All except one. "Enough." Balthazar's voice cut through the moment like a blade. "This is not the true trial." The European wizard strode forward, his staff raised. "The spirit trial requires the High King to face his shadow, the darkness within his own magic. These goblins have perverted the ritual." The lead goblin officiator drew himself up indignantly. "We have followed the ancient protocols exactly." "Lies," Balthazar snarled. "The true fifth trial is this." He slammed his staff against the ground. Dark energy erupted from the crystal at its tip, spreading across the circle in crackling tendrils. The peaceful harmony Harry had established shattered as Balthazar's magic tore through it. "The High King must confront and overcome the void within himself," Balthazar proclaimed. "Only by mastering darkness can he truly claim the crown." The Europeans' delegation moved forward, forming a circle around the perimeter of the stones. They raised their wands in unison, channeling power to Balthazar, whose staff now pulsed with ominous energy. "This is not part of the trial," Ragnarok shouted, stepping forward only to be blocked by Balthazar's supporters. "It is the true trial," Balthazar insisted. "One this boy cannot possibly pass." The dark energy from his staff coalesced into a shadowy duplicate of Harry himself, similar to the Void Lord's emissary but wearing Harry's face like a mask. It smiled with malevolent intent. "Every light casts a shadow, Potter," Balthazar called. "Yours has been growing for years, fed by tragedy and power beyond your understanding. Can you face the darkness of your own soul?" Harry's friends tried to intervene, but Balthazar's people held them back with shield charms and containment spells. This had clearly been their plan all along, to hijack the ritual at its final stage, introducing an element Harry wasn't prepared for. The shadow Harry circled its original, eyes gleaming with unnatural violet light. "All that power," it said in a voice that was Harry's yet not, "and still you pretend humility. Still you deny what you truly want." "And what's that?" Harry asked, keeping his guard up. "Control," the shadow replied. "Recognition. Vengeance for all you've suffered." It gestured around at the observers. "They use you, fear you, expect everything from you. Why not make them serve instead?" Harry recognized the temptation for what it was, not merely Balthazar's magic but something deeper, a corruption attempting to take root. Perhaps even the Void Lord's influence working through this moment of vulnerability. "That's not who I am," Harry stated firmly. "It could be," the shadow countered. "The crown gives you that power. You could reshape the magical world as you see fit. No more politics, no more ancient prejudices. Your will becomes law." The offer was insidious partly because it contained elements of truth. The High King's power could indeed force change. But at what cost? "Magic doesn't exist to serve any one person's will," Harry replied, drawing on the understanding he'd gained during the trials. "Even the High King's." The shadow laughed, a cold, bitter sound. Then you'll always be a vessel, Potter. Used by others for their purposes, just as you've been your entire life. It struck without warning, shadowy tendrils lashing out with surprising force. Harry barely raised a defensive shield in time, golden light flaring to intercept the attack. The collision sent him staggering back several steps. You see? Balthazar called. He cannot overcome his own darkness. The crown has chosen poorly. Harry ignored the European wizard, focusing instead on the shadow before him. This wasn't merely an external attack, it resonated with doubts and fears he had harbored throughout his life, the anger at being manipulated, the temptation to use his fame and power for personal gain, the resentment toward a world that had taken so much from him. Conventional magical combat wouldn't work against this opponent. This was a battle of will and identity. I know you, Harry said to his shadow. You've always been with me. After the Dursleys, after Cedric, after Sirius, after everything, you've whispered that power could prevent more loss, that control could ensure safety. The shadow paused in its attack, seemingly surprised by this acknowledgement. But you're wrong about one thing, Harry continued. Acknowledging you doesn't mean surrendering to you. Harry lowered his defensive shield, a move that drew gasps from the observers. The shadow hesitated, suspicious of the sudden vulnerability. What are you doing? It demanded. What the High King is meant to do, Harry replied calmly. Maintaining balance. He extended his marked hand toward his shadow self. Light needs shadow. Creation needs destruction. The High King needs the Void Lord. Not to fight, but to balance. This is a trick, the shadow hissed, backing away slightly. No, Harry said simply. It's acceptance. The golden light emanating from Harry's palm changed, becoming less aggressive, more inviting. Rather than striking at the shadow, it reached for it, not to destroy but to incorporate. I don't deny you, Harry told his shadow. You're part of me, part of everyone. The anger, the resentment, the desire for control, they're human. But they don't define me, and they don't rule me. The shadow wavered, its form becoming less distinct. Harry stepped forward, hand still extended. Balance doesn't mean destroying darkness, he said, words coming from a wisdom beyond his years, knowledge imparted by the crown itself. It means understanding its place, its purpose. His hand made contact with the shadow, which shuddered at the touch. Instead of violence, there was a gradual merging, the shadow flowing into Harry, the golden light accommodating it without extinguishing it entirely. A perfect equilibrium. As the last of the shadow disappeared, Harry felt a profound shift within himself, not victory over darkness, but integration. The completion of something that had been fragmented. The central monolith flared with brilliant light as the final set of runes appeared, spirit runes joining those of earth, air, water, and fire. The complete sequence pulsed once, then settled into a steady glow. Spirit acknowledges the crown, the goblin announced, satisfaction evident in his voice. All 5 trials are complete. The High King is confirmed. Balthazar's staff fell from his grip, clattering against the stone. His face reflected shock and disbelief. Impossible, he whispered. No one integrates the shadow. It must be conquered, controlled. That, Harry said quietly, is why the crown didn't choose you, Lord Balthazar. You seek to dominate magic, not serve it. The European wizard's shock transformed to rage. This changes nothing. The European conclave will never what, came a new voice. An elderly witch stepped forward from among Balthazar's own delegation. She removed her hood, revealing a regal bearing and eyes that held centuries of wisdom. Grand Sorceress Vasilisa, Balthazar stammered. I didn't realize you were in attendance. Clearly, she replied dryly. Had you known, perhaps you would not have attempted to corrupt an ancient ritual before witnesses from 7 magical nations. She turned to Harry, studying him with keen interest. You surprised us all, High King. Particularly in the final trial. Integration rather than dominance, a refreshing approach. Harry inclined his head respectfully. The crown's magic guided me. Indeed. She glanced at Balthazar. The European Conclave recognizes your legitimacy, High King Potter. Lord Balthazar spoke for himself alone, not for us. Balthazar's face drained of color. Sorceress, I was only ensuring, silence, she commanded, with such authority that the wizard complied immediately. Your ambitions have blinded you, Constantine. The Conclave will address your actions upon our return. With that pronouncement, the political threat dissolved as quickly as it had formed. Balthazar's supporters withdrew, their united front crumbling in the face of their leader's disgrace. Within minutes, only the Grand Sorceress remained of the challenging delegation. You have passed the trial of legitimacy beyond question, she told Harry. European magical authorities will respect your position. What you choose to do with it, that remains to be seen. I'm still figuring that out, Harry admitted honestly. She smiled slightly. As all wise rulers should. Power understood is power well used. She glanced at the glowing monolith. The stone holds the record of your accomplishment. None can dispute it now. With a formal bow, she departed, leaving Harry surrounded by his friends and allies, who rushed forward once the barriers were removed. That was incredible, Ron exclaimed, clapping Harry on the shoulder. The integration of the shadow aspect, Hermione marveled. It's completely unprecedented in magical theory. Ginny simply hugged him tightly, words unnecessary. As the celebration continued around him, Harry felt a strange sensation, completion but also beginning. The trial had changed him in ways he was only starting to understand. The fragmented knowledge from past High Kings was settling into his consciousness, providing context and guidance without overwhelming his own identity. Ragnarok approached, formal but clearly pleased. The ritual is complete, High King. Balthazar's interference was unexpected but ultimately fortuitous, it revealed your true approach to power. Was that really part of the original trial? Harry asked. Facing my shadow? In a sense, the goblin replied. Though traditionally it takes a different form. Each High King faces a challenge unique to their nature. Yours manifested as integration rather than conquest, telling, I think. Harry nodded thoughtfully. What happens now? Now, Ragnarok said, you return to Hogwarts with your confirmed status. The magical world will respond accordingly. And the Void Lord? The goblin's expression darkened. It will have felt the completion of your trial. Its response may be, escalated. As if summoned by these words, Harry's marked palm tingled with warning. He looked up to see dark clouds gathering unnaturally fast on the horizon, moving against the wind toward the stone circle. We need to leave, he said urgently. Now. Understanding the warning, his friends moved quickly to organize their departure. As the port keys were distributed, Harry took one last look at the ancient stones, now returned to their normal appearance except for the central monolith, which still glowed faintly with the 5 elemental runes. Something had been set in motion today, something beyond political recognition or personal power. The true test, he suspected, was just beginning. Their return to Hogwarts was met with celebration. News of Harry's success had somehow preceded them, and the Great Hall was filled with cheering witches and wizards when they arrived. The atmosphere was festive, almost euphoric, as if a great victory had been won. Harry accepted the congratulations with humility, but his mind remained focused on the approaching storm they had glimpsed at Callanish. The Void Lord would not remain quiet for long. Later that evening, after the celebrations had quieted, the council gathered in McGonagall's office for a more sober assessment of their situation. Balthazar's challenge was dealt with more definitively than we could have hoped, Hermione summarized. The political threat from European ministries is neutralized for now. But the Void Lord remains, Harry reminded them. And I suspect it's gathering strength. At least now you have official recognition, Draco pointed out pragmatically. The Ministry and Wisengamot can't interfere without contradicting international magical authorities. Speaking of recognition, Daphne Greengrass interjected, there's the matter of the covenant. The betrothed witches are still magically bound to you, Potter. And more are arriving daily, McGonagall added. Hogwarts is nearly at capacity. We've been researching possible modifications, Hermione reported. The water trial actually provided some useful insights. The original purpose of the covenant wasn't marriage in the modern sense, but magical connection, linking the kingdom's strongest magical bloodlines to the crown's protection. The marriage aspect came later, Narcissa elaborated, as wizarding society evolved. The fundamental magic concerns shared strength and mutual protection. So we could potentially reshape it, Harry suggested, hope rising. Keep the protective elements while eliminating the matrimonial obligations. Precisely, Hermione agreed. Though it would require a significant ritual. The connection goes both ways, the witches provide magical strength to the High King, while receiving his protection in return. A willing exchange, Luna mused. Rather than an imposed hierarchy. Yes, Hermione said, brightening at Luna's understanding. Exactly that. Where would such a ritual need to be performed? Harry asked. A place of convergence, Bill Weasley answered. Where multiple ley lines meet. Similar to Callanish, but ideally a location with specific connection to the crown's magic. There's one place that fits that description perfectly, McGonagall said thoughtfully. The Chamber of Joining beneath Hogwarts. Everyone turned to look at her in surprise. I've never heard of it, Hermione admitted. Few have, McGonagall replied. It predates even the founders. According to legend, it's where Merlin himself established the crown's connection to Britain's magical heart. And it's here. Under Hogwarts? Harry asked incredulously. The castle wasn't built here by accident, Potter, McGonagall said with the faintest smile. The founders chose this location precisely because of its magical significance. How do we access this chamber? Ron asked practically. That, McGonagall admitted, is where matters become complicated. The entrance appears only to the High King, and only when certain conditions are met. The historical accounts are frustratingly vague on the details. Harry rubbed his marked palm absently. If it responds to the crown's magic, I might be able to locate it now that I've passed the trial. Perhaps, McGonagall agreed. The legends say the chamber reveals itself, when the crown's need aligns with magic's purpose. Cryptic, Draco muttered. But not unsolvable, Harry said with determination. If this chamber holds the key to reshaping the covenant, we need to find it. Their discussion was interrupted by a sharp knock at the office door. At McGonagall's word, it opened to reveal a breathless Neville Longbottom. Sorry to interrupt, he said, but you need to come quickly. Something's happening in the Great Hall. They rushed down to find a crowd gathered around what appeared to be a strange magical phenomenon. A swirling vortex of golden energy had appeared in the center of the hall, hovering a few feet above the floor. Unlike the dark magic of the Void Lord's manifestations, this radiated warmth and familiarity. As Harry approached, the mark on his palm resonated with the vortex, glowing in response. The crowd parted for him, whispers following in his wake. What is it? He asked, though somehow he already knew. It appeared a few minutes ago, explained Susan Bones, who had been in the hall when it formed. It's not doing anything threatening, just waiting. Harry studied the vortex, noting how it seemed to pulse in rhythm with his own heartbeat. Acting on intuition, he extended his marked hand toward it. The golden energy reached back, tendrils extending to touch his fingers. Images flooded his mind, a chamber deep beneath the castle, walls inscribed with ancient runes, a central dais where lines of magical energy converged. He saw how to reach it, which passages to take, which walls concealed secret doors. The vision faded as the vortex dissipated, leaving Harry with absolute certainty about their next step. The Chamber of Joining, he said quietly. It's revealing itself. Now. McGonagall asked, surprised. But why would it? She was interrupted by another commotion, this time from the entrance hall. The main doors burst open, admitting a disheveled Percy Weasley accompanied by several ministry officials. "Harry!" Percy called, spotting him in the crowd. "Thank Merlin you're here. What's happened?" Harry asked, alarmed by Percy's uncharacteristic disarray. "The ministry," Percy said, catching his breath. "It's under attack. Black smoke creatures, dozens of them. Minister Shacklebolt sent us to find you." "The Void Lord," Hermione whispered. "It's not just the ministry," added a witch Harry recognized as an unspeakable. "Similar attacks are occurring at St. Mungo's, Diagon Alley, and magical communities across Britain. They're targeting places with high concentrations of magical energy. And they're specifically hunting witches connected to the Covenant," Percy finished grimly. "We've had reports of targeted attacks on Pureblood homes throughout the country." Harry's mind raced. The Void Lord had escalated dramatically, moving from testing probes to full assault. And the timing couldn't be coincidence, immediately following his confirmation as High King. "It's forcing our hand," he realized aloud. "Attacking throughout Britain to prevent us from focusing on reshaping the Covenant. What do we do?" Ron asked, the question everyone was thinking. Harry looked around at the gathered faces, his friends, the council members, the witches bound by the Covenant, all looking to him for guidance. The weight of responsibility was immense, but for perhaps the first time, he felt equal to it. "We need to move on two fronts," he decided. "A team to help the ministry and defend against the immediate attacks, and another to proceed with the Covenant ritual." "You want to split our forces?" Draco asked skeptically. "We don't have a choice," Harry replied. "If we all rush to fight the Void Lord's minions, we're playing into its hands, constantly reacting instead of addressing the root of the problem." "The Chamber of Joining," McGonagall said with dawning understanding. "You believe transforming the Covenant will undermine the Void Lord's power?" "It makes sense," Hermione agreed. "If the Covenant in its current form creates vulnerability by its involuntary nature, reshaping it into something freely chosen would strengthen everyone involved." "Exactly," Harry confirmed. "The current bonds are unbalanced, they draw power from the witches without their consent. That creates weakness the Void Lord can exploit." "Who goes where?" Ginny asked practically. Harry considered quickly. "Ron, Bill, Neville, can you lead the defense team? Take anyone combat ready and coordinate with the ministry." "Consider it done," Ron agreed. "Hermione, Luna, Daphne, I need you with me for the ritual. Your understanding of the magic involved will be crucial." The three witches nodded their agreement. "What about the rest of us?" Draco asked. "Hogwarts still needs protection," Harry replied. "The witches gathered here are the Void Lord's primary targets. If we fail at the ministry or fail with the ritual, this is our fallback position." McGonagall nodded approvingly. "A sound strategy, Potter. Professor Flitwick and I will organize the castle's defense." "We'll need to move quickly," Harry emphasized. "Both teams." As the groups began to form, organizing equipment and discussing tactics, Harry felt a hand on his arm. He turned to find Ginny looking at him with an unreadable expression. "Which team am I on?" she asked quietly. Harry hesitated. Part of him wanted her far from danger, but he knew that wasn't his decision to make. More importantly, he recognized that the ritual would require witches who were both powerful and directly affected by the Covenant. The ritual, he decided. If we're reshaping a bond that affects you, you should have a say in what it becomes. Relief and determination flashed across her face. Good answer. As final preparations were made, Harry found himself standing before the gathering in the Great Hall, all eyes upon him. No longer the reluctant recipient of unwanted magic, he stood as the confirmed High King, facing his first true crisis. "The Void Lord seeks to divide us," he told them, his voice carrying easily through the hall. "To make us fear the very magic that connects us. We won't let that happen. Whether you're defending the ministry, protecting Hogwarts, or helping reshape the Covenant, remember what we're fighting for, not just our survival, but our right to choose how magic binds us together." A chorus of agreement met his words. As the defense team departed for the ministry and those remaining organized Hogwarts protection, Harry led his ritual group toward the hidden entrance the vision had revealed. They were halfway across the entrance hall when a sharp crack echoed through the castle. Kreacher appeared before them, his ancient face contorted with distress. "Master Harry," the house elf croaked. "Treachery. Thievery." "Kreacher?" Harry asked, alarmed by the elf's state. "What's happened?" "The crystal," Kreacher wailed. "The High King's focus stone. It has been stolen." "What?" Harry's hand went to his neck, where the crystal from Callanish still hung safely. "Which crystal?" "The one from the Black Vault," Kreacher explained frantically. "The sister to your own. Master asked Kreacher to guard it, but someone has taken it." Harry exchanged alarmed glances with Hermione. Bill had explained that the focus stone he'd provided had a twin, a second crystal attuned to the same magical frequency but polarized oppositely. While Harry's crystal resonated with the crown's creative magic, its twin could theoretically be used to amplify the Void Lord's destructive power. "Who took it, Kreacher?" Harry asked urgently. The house elf wrung his gnarled hands. Kreacher did not see the thief's face. "They use strong magic to hide themselves. But Kreacher found this." He held out a scrap of fabric, a torn piece of robe with a distinctive pattern that Harry recognized immediately. His blood ran cold. "No," he whispered. "It can't be." "What is it?" Ginny asked, peering at the fabric. "Whose robes are those?" Harry met her eyes, his expression grim. "Someone on our council. Someone we've trusted with everything we know about the crown and the Void Lord." "A betrayal from within," Hermione whispered, the implications sinking in. "The crystal would amplify the Void Lord's power exponentially," Harry said, his mind racing. "If it reaches the wrong hands before we complete the ritual. Then we have even less time than we thought," Ginny concluded, her expression hardening. Harry nodded, his resolve strengthening despite the shock of betrayal. "To the chamber. Now." The discovery cast a shadow over their mission, but also lent it new urgency. As they hurried through the castle's depths toward the ancient chamber that might hold their salvation, Harry couldn't help wondering which of their trusted allies had turned against them, and what price they would all pay for that betrayal. Chapter 3, The Covenant of Magic. Harry led the way through Hogwarts' lower levels, following the path revealed in his vision. The stone corridors grew older as they descended, medieval masonry giving way to rougher construction that predated the founders. Hermione conjured floating lights that illuminated walls carved with symbols no modern wizard would recognize. "These markings are pre-Roman," she whispered, her academic curiosity momentarily overriding their urgent mission. "Some of them match what we saw at Callanish." "The castle was built here for a reason," Luna observed, her dreamy voice echoing slightly in the ancient passage. "Magic remembers where it was born." Ginny remained close to Harry, her wand ready. "Who do you think betrayed us?" "I don't know," Harry admitted, the weight of that unknown pressing heavily on him. "But whoever took the crystal knows exactly what they're doing. The timing is too perfect. It has to be someone with access to the secured areas," Daphne reasoned. "That narrows it down considerably." The passage ended at what appeared to be solid wall. Harry approached it, the mark on his palm tingling in response to whatever lay beyond. He pressed his hand against the cold stone, and golden light spread from his touch, illuminating previously invisible runes that formed an archway. "The entrance to the Chamber of Joining," he said quietly. The stone dissolved beneath his touch, revealing a vast circular chamber that took their breath away. Unlike the grim utilitarianism of the Chamber of Secrets or the functional design of the Room of Requirement, this space radiated ancient majesty. The domed ceiling soared at least 30 feet above them, covered in a mosaic depicting celestial bodies orbiting around a central golden crown. The floor featured an intricate pattern of inlaid stones that formed a massive ritual circle, with channels cut into the stone that converged at a central dais. "It's beautiful," Hermione breathed, her eyes wide as she took in the chamber's details. Luna moved to one of the walls, studying the inscriptions that covered every surface. "These tell the story of the first High King," she said, running her fingers over the carvings. "How magic chose a vessel to maintain balance in times of chaos." Harry approached the central dais, feeling drawn to it. 7 stone pillars surrounded a raised platform of white marble, each pillar inscribed with different elemental symbols. "This is where the ritual must be performed," he said with certainty. Ginny joined him, examining the dais. "These markings in the floor, they look like pathways for magic to flow." "They are," Daphne confirmed, kneeling to inspect the channels more closely. In traditional pureblood binding ceremonies, similar channels direct the combined magic of the participants. These are far more complex, designed to link multiple magical signatures. "How exactly is this supposed to work?" Ginny asked, turning to Harry. "We came here to reshape the covenant, but do we actually know how to do that?" It was a fair question. Harry touched the crystal hanging around his neck, which had begun to pulse gently in response to the chamber's magic. "The knowledge is here," he said, gesturing around them. "And here." He touched his temple. "Since the trial of legitimacy, I've been receiving impressions. Not complete memories, but guidance from previous High Kings." "That's not very reassuring," Daphne remarked dryly. "I know how to do this," Harry insisted, with more confidence than he actually felt. "But I'll need your help, all of you." The covenant was originally created as a one-way bond, with power flowing from the betrothed to the High King. We need to transform it into something reciprocal, something chosen freely. "A true covenant," Hermione said with dawning understanding. "A mutual agreement rather than an imposed obligation." "Exactly." Harry turned to face them fully. "But for that to work, we need representatives of the betrothed who understand what we're attempting and choose it willingly." "That's why you wanted us specifically," Luna realized. Harry nodded. "Each of you represents a different aspect of the magical community affected by the covenant. Together, you can help reshape it into something that works for everyone." "And what exactly will we be agreeing to?" Daphne asked pointedly. "I'd like the fine print before signing a magical contract." It was a reasonable concern. Harry thought carefully before answering. "The original covenant uses the betrothal bonds to channel magic from the witches to the High King, ostensibly for protection of the realm. What I'm proposing is a network of mutual support, shared power that flows in both directions. No one person controlling the magic, but all of us stewarding it together." "That sounds revolutionary," Hermione said, a hint of worry in her voice. "Magical structures this old don't typically allow for such fundamental changes." "Maybe that's exactly what's needed," Ginny countered. "The old ways clearly aren't working if they've led to this conflict with the Void Lord." As they discussed the implications, Harry felt the crystal around his neck grow warmer. Without warning, the chamber trembled slightly, dust falling from the ancient ceiling. "What was that?" Daphne asked sharply. "The Void Lord," Harry said grimly. "Its attacks must be intensifying above. We don't have much time." "Then let's begin," Hermione urged. "What do we need to do?" Harry moved to the central dais, instinctively knowing where to stand. "Each of you take position at one of the pillars," he instructed. "The 5 of us will anchor the ritual, but we'll need to extend it to include all the witches affected by the covenant." "How can we do that from here?" Ginny asked. "The chamber connects to the castle's magic," Harry explained, knowledge flowing through him that wasn't entirely his own. "Hogwarts itself will become the conduit." As the witches took their positions at the pillars, Harry removed the crystal from around his neck and placed it at the center of the dais. It pulsed with golden light, responding to the chamber's ancient magic. Once we begin, the ritual will seek out all those connected by the covenant, Harry warned them. They'll feel it happening. Each will have a choice, to accept the new bond or reject it entirely. And if they reject it? Daphne asked. Then their connection to the covenant breaks completely, Harry replied. No bond, but also no protection. Another tremor shook the chamber, stronger this time. We're out of time, Hermione said urgently. What do we do first? Harry closed his eyes, letting the High King's knowledge guide him. Place your hands on the pillars. Focus on what you want this new covenant to be, not just for yourselves, but for everyone affected. As they followed his instruction, the pillars began to glow with soft light, each a different color representing the varied magical signatures of the witches touching them. Harry stood at the center, his marked palm hovering over the crystal. By the crown's authority and magic's grace, he intoned, words coming to him from the collective memory of past High Kings, I call for the renewal of the ancient bond. The crystal flared brightly, sending pulses of light through the channels in the floor toward each pillar. As the light reached the women, they gasped in unison, feeling the covenant's magic activate. Now focus on transformation, Harry instructed. Not breaking the bonds, but reshaping them. From imposed obligation to chosen connection. Magic filled the chamber, swirling around them like golden mist. Harry felt the connections extending outward from the crystal, thousands of magical threads linking to witches throughout Britain and beyond, each glowing with the distinctive signature of the individual it connected to. I can feel them, Luna said wonderingly. All of them. Their magic, their emotions. Me too, Ginny confirmed, her expression one of amazement. It's overwhelming. Focus, Harry reminded them. Envision the change you want to see. The chamber's magic intensified, responding to their collective intent. The channels in the floor began to fill with liquid golden light that flowed both toward and away from the central dais, a visual representation of the reciprocal nature they were trying to create. Harry felt the resistance in the older magic, centuries of tradition pushing back against the transformation they were attempting. The original covenant had been designed for a different age, with different values and expectations. Changing something so fundamental wouldn't be easy. Another violent tremor shook the chamber, causing cracks to appear in the ancient ceiling. Dust and small pieces of stone rained down around them. Harry! Hermione called out in alarm. Whatever's happening above, it's affecting the ritual. He nodded grimly. The Void Lord knows what we're doing. It's trying to stop us. He raised his voice to be heard over the growing rumble. We need to push through. Focus harder. The witches redoubled their efforts, pouring their will and magic into the ritual. The light flowing through the channels brightened in response, but the tremors continued to intensify. Suddenly, a portion of the ceiling collapsed, narrowly missing Daphne, who maintained her position despite the danger. Through the hole above, they could hear distant sounds of battle, shouts, explosions, the distinctive crack of spellfire. Hogwarts is under attack, Ginny realized, her face pale but determined. We can't stop now, Harry insisted. We're too close. The new covenant is forming. Indeed, the magic in the chamber had begun to coalesce into a new pattern. The golden threads connecting to distant witches were transforming, becoming more luminous, more vital. Many glowed with acceptance as the affected witches felt the change occurring and embraced it. Some faded entirely, indicating rejection of any bond at all. But most settled into a steady, pulsing rhythm, neither the forced servitude of the original covenant nor complete separation, but a balanced connection of mutual support. It's working, Hermione breathed, watching the transformation with academic fascination despite the chaos around them. Not for long, came a cold voice from the chamber entrance. They turned to see a figure standing in the archway, hood pulled low to conceal their face. In one hand they held a wand, in the other a crystal identical to the one on the dais except for its color, deep violet instead of gold. The Sister Stone, Harry realized aloud. The one that was stolen. Indeed, the figure replied, pushing back their hood to reveal Narcissa Malfoy's elegant features, now twisted with an expression Harry had never seen on her face before, a mixture of triumph and cold fury. "I'm impressed you've gotten this far, Potter. But it ends now." "Mrs. Malfoy?" Hermione gasped. "You're the traitor." Narcissa's laugh held no warmth. "Traitor implies I was ever loyal to Potter's cause. I served the crown, not the boy who happens to wear it." "Why?" Harry asked, maintaining his position at the center of the dais despite the danger. Any interruption to the ritual now could be catastrophic. "You helped us," advised the council. "I helped ensure the crown's power would be recognized," she corrected. "The ancient magics must be respected, not dismantled to soothe modern sensibilities." She gestured toward the flowing magic with disgust. "Look what you're doing, diluting the High King's authority, dispersing power that should be concentrated. You would undo 1,000 years of magical hierarchy for the sake of your pitiful notions of equality." "The original covenant was designed for a different time," Harry argued, trying to keep her talking while the ritual continued to solidify. "Magic evolves. It has to. Evolution is not revolution," Narcissa countered. "You would reshape the fundamental structure of magical Britain in your image. I cannot allow that." "So you allied with the Void Lord?" Ginny asked incredulously. "It's trying to destroy everything." "Not destroy," Narcissa corrected. "Balance. The Void Lord is the necessary counterweight to the High King's creation. For centuries they existed in equilibrium, until self-righteous fools like Dumbledore began interfering with ancient magics they didn't understand. She raised the violet crystal, which pulsed with dark energy. This will restore the balance, not by your vision of shared power, but by the proper hierarchy of magical authority." "You can't seriously believe the Void Lord will share power with you," Harry said, desperately trying to keep the ritual flowing while dealing with this new threat. "It's using you, just as Voldemort used your family." Narcissa's expression hardened at the comparison. The Dark Lord was a half-blood upstart with delusions of godhood. The Void Lord is primal magic itself, the necessary shadow to your light, Potter. "If you do this, you'll doom us all," Hermione warned. "The attacks above aren't targeted or controlled. They're indiscriminate destruction. A necessary purging before renewal," Narcissa replied dismissively. "Those worthy will survive." With that, she thrust the violet crystal forward. Dark energy poured from it, seeking to corrupt the ritual magic flowing through the chamber. The golden light in the channels began to darken where the energies met, turning a sickly purple. "Hold firm," Harry called to the others. "Don't break the connection." The witches maintained their positions at the pillars, their faces reflecting strain as they resisted the corrupting influence. Harry poured more of his own magic into the crystal at the center, countering Narcissa's attack. "You cannot win, Potter," she hissed. "The Sister Stones are perfectly balanced. Your power cannot overcome mine." "I'm not trying to overcome you," Harry replied, a realization dawning even as he spoke. "That's the point you're missing. This isn't about dominance." As if responding to his understanding, the golden crystal pulsed more brightly. The corruption in the channels slowed, then halted its advance. "Impossible," Narcissa whispered, her confidence wavering for the first time. "Not impossible," Harry countered. "Inevitable. The High King's true purpose isn't to rule magic, but to serve it. To maintain balance through cooperation, not control." The revelation seemed to flow through him directly from the crown itself, knowledge that had been waiting for him to be ready to receive it. The High Kings of old hadn't been rulers in the conventional sense, but stewards, guardians of magic's balance in times of crisis. "This is why the crown chose me," Harry continued, his voice strengthening. "Not for my power, but for my willingness to share it." The crystal before him pulsed in time with his words, sending renewed energy through the channels. Where it met the dark magic from Narcissa's crystal, rather than fighting against it, the golden light began to envelop it, incorporating the darkness without being corrupted by it. "What are you doing?" Narcissa demanded, genuine alarm in her voice. What should have been done centuries ago, Harry replied. Integrating shadow and light, not opposing them. True balance. The chamber's magic responded to his intent, the ritual transforming yet again. The patterns in the floor illuminated fully, revealing a design far more complex than they had initially perceived, not merely channels for directing magic, but a vast interconnected web that mirrored the magical connections throughout Britain. Help me, Harry called to the others. Not to fight against her, but to complete what we started. The new covenant must include everyone, even those who oppose it. Understanding dawned on the witches' faces. Rather than directing their magic against Narcissa's corruption, they focused on the transformation itself, the reshaping of ancient bonds into something that could accommodate both tradition and progress, authority and autonomy, structure and freedom. Narcissa staggered back, clearly not expecting this response. You can't, this isn't how it works. It is now, Harry said simply. The chamber's magic surged, the golden light in the channels flowing over and around the darkness Narcissa had introduced, not erasing it but incorporating it into a more complex pattern. The violet crystal in her hand began to pulse in rhythm with its golden twin on the dais, the oppositional energies gradually synchronizing. No, she cried, trying to withdraw the crystal, but it was too late. The ritual had captured its energy, using it as part of the transformation. A column of golden light erupted from the central dais, shooting upward through the hole in the ceiling. Similar columns rose from throughout Hogwarts as the castle itself became a conduit for the ritual's magic. The light spread outward in a rapidly expanding dome, encompassing the entire school grounds before continuing across the countryside. Harry felt the magic extending throughout Britain and beyond, reaching every witch connected by the original covenant. Each felt the offer being extended, not an imposed bond but an invitation to a new magical compact. Most accepted, their magic flowing back through the network to strengthen the whole. Some rejected it entirely, their connections fading from the web. And some, like Narcissa, found themselves incorporated despite their resistance, their opposition becoming part of the balanced whole rather than standing apart from it. The chamber shook one final time, not from attack but from the sheer power of the magic being channeled. The crystal on the dais rose into the air, spinning rapidly as it absorbed and redistributed the combined magical energy. Then, with a sound like a single perfect musical note, the light flared blindingly bright before settling into a steady glow that permeated the very stones around them. Silence fell. The tremors ceased. The new covenant had been established. Harry looked around at the others, their faces reflecting awe and exhaustion in equal measure. Even Narcissa had fallen to her knees, the violet crystal now dormant in her hand. It's done, he said quietly. Luna nodded, her expression serene despite the ordeal they'd just endured. The magic is different now. Cleaner. More honest. What happens to her? Ginny asked, nodding toward Narcissa. The woman looked up, her aristocratic features now showing uncertainty rather than triumph. The dark energy that had surrounded her was gone, leaving her appearing smaller, more human. That depends on her, Harry replied. The new covenant doesn't force compliance. It offers connection with respect for choice. You've changed everything, Narcissa whispered, looking around at the transformed chamber. The old families will never forgive this. Perhaps not, Harry acknowledged. But they'll adapt, as magic always does. Before they could say more, footsteps echoed from the entrance tunnel. Ron burst into the chamber, followed by Neville and Bill Weasley. All three showed signs of battle, torn clothes, minor injuries, expressions of exhaustion. Harry. Ron called, relief evident in his voice. You're all right. We felt the magic surge throughout the castle. The attackers just stopped, Neville added, looking around the chamber in wonder. 1 minute they were everywhere, the next they just dissolved into black smoke. The covenant ritual, Hermione explained. It worked. Better than we expected, Harry added. It didn't just reshape the bonds, it transformed the entire magical framework they were built on. Bill approached the central dais, examining the still-glowing crystal with professional interest. "Remarkable," he murmured. "The power signatures are completely reconfigured. Instead of hierarchical, they're networked." "Exactly," Harry confirmed. "No one person controlling the magic, but all of us connected to it, supporting and being supported." Ron noticed Narcissa for the first time. "What's she doing here?" "And is that the stolen crystal?" Harry confirmed. "Mrs. Malfoy was working with the Void Lord, or at least she thought she was." "Arrest her," Neville said immediately, his wand training on Narcissa. "Wait," Harry said, holding up a hand. "The situation is more complicated now." "She betrayed us," Ron argued. "Worked with the enemy. People died in the attacks above." "I know," Harry acknowledged gravely. "And she'll answer for that. But the new covenant has already incorporated her into its magic. Punishing her is one thing, but we can't simply exclude her from what we've created here." Narcissa looked up at him, genuine confusion in her eyes. "Why aren't you destroying me, Potter? You have the power now." "That's exactly why I'm not," he replied simply. "The High King's role isn't to destroy opposition but to maintain balance. Even when it's difficult. Especially when it's difficult." "How very Dumbledore of you," she said, but the usual venom was missing from her voice. "Take her wand," Harry instructed Neville. "She'll face consequences for her actions, but through proper justice, not vengeance." As Neville secured Narcissa, Bill continued examining the ritual site. "We should document everything here," he said. "This chamber and what you've accomplished in it, it's historically unprecedented." "Later," Harry said firmly. "First, we need to check on everyone above. The ritual affected all the betrothed witches. They'll be confused, frightened." "Not all of them," came Luna's dreamy voice. She was standing with her eyes closed, a slight smile on her face. "Many understand exactly what's happened. They can feel the difference." Harry realized she was right. Through his connection to the new covenant, he could sense the reactions of those affected. Confusion from some, yes, but also relief, curiosity, even joy from many who had chafed under the original bonds. "Let's go up," he decided. "People will need explanations." The Great Hall was filled to capacity when they emerged from the lower levels. News of the ritual's success had spread quickly, and everyone affected by the covenant had gathered to understand what had occurred. The atmosphere was charged with emotion, relief that the attacks had ceased, curiosity about the magical transformation many had felt, and lingering wariness about what would come next. McGonagall met them at the entrance, looking battle-worn but relieved. "Potter, thank goodness. The castle defenses were nearly breached when that surge of magic occurred." "The new covenant," Harry explained. "It worked, Professor." "So I gathered," she replied dryly. "Though I suspect, worked, doesn't quite capture the magnitude of what you've done." She was right. As Harry looked around the hall, he could see golden threads of magic connecting everyone present, visible only to him through the crown's power, but felt by all. Unlike the original covenant's one-way bonds, these connections flowed in multiple directions, creating a complex network of magical support. "They're waiting for you to explain," McGonagall added, nodding toward the expectant crowd. Harry made his way to the front of the hall, his friends flanking him supportively. The room fell silent as he faced them, hundreds of eyes fixed on his face. "The original covenant has been transformed," he began simply. "What was once an imposed hierarchy is now a network of mutual support. You can feel it already, the connection that now flows both ways." "What does that mean for the betrothals?" called out a witch Harry recognized as Astoria Greengrass. "They no longer exist in the traditional sense," he explained. "The new covenant maintains magical connection without imposing social obligations. You are bound to the magical community, not to me personally." Relief spread visibly through the crowd, though Harry noted some expressions of disappointment among the more traditionally minded families. "And what of the High King's authority?" asked an elderly wizard near the front. "Has that also been diluted?" It was a fair question, and one Harry had been considering since the ritual completed. He could still feel the crown's power within him, perhaps even stronger than before. But its nature had changed. "The High King's role has been clarified, not diminished," he replied carefully. "I remain responsible for maintaining magical balance, for serving as guardian against threats like the Void Lord. But I do so now with the support of everyone connected through the Covenant, not by commanding them. A steward rather than a ruler," Hermione added, stepping forward. "Which is what the High King was always meant to be, before centuries of politics corrupted the original purpose." Murmurs spread through the hall as people processed this explanation. Harry could sense their reactions through the new Covenant connections, some embracing the change wholeheartedly, others cautiously accepting, a few resistant but resigned. "What about the Void Lord?" someone called out. "Is it defeated?" "No," Harry said honestly. "The attacks have ceased for now, but the Void Lord itself remains. It is the necessary counterbalance to the High King, the shadow to the light. But with the new Covenant in place, its ability to exploit vulnerabilities in our magical connections has been greatly reduced." "So we're still in danger?" asked a frightened-looking young witch. "There is always danger," Harry acknowledged. "But we face it together now, with stronger connections and better understanding." As the questions continued, Harry noticed Ginny watching him thoughtfully from a few feet away. When there was a momentary lull, he moved to join her. "What is it?" he asked quietly. "I'm trying to decide how I feel," she admitted. "The betrothal bond is gone, but something else has taken its place. Something I chose this time." "Does it feel better?" he asked, genuinely concerned about her experience. She considered for a moment. "Yes," she said finally. "It feels right. Like the magic is where it belongs, doing what it should, instead of being forced into an archaic structure." Harry nodded, relief washing through him. That was the goal. Connection without coercion. Protection without possession. "Very poetic," she teased, a hint of her usual fire returning. "But what does it mean for us, Harry? For you and me?" It was the personal question underlying the magical one. Now that the forced betrothal was gone, where did that leave their complex relationship? "It means we choose," he said simply. "Whatever happens between us now is because we want it, not because magic or tradition or prophecy demands it." Her expression softened. "That sounds suspiciously like freedom." "Terrifying, isn't it?" he replied with a small smile. Before she could answer, the main doors of the great hall burst open. Kingsley Shacklebolt strode in, accompanied by a contingent of aurors and ministry officials. The Minister for Magic looked imposing despite his battle-worn appearance, his deep voice carrying easily through the sudden hush. "Harry Potter," he called. "We need to talk." Harry stepped forward, sensing the political confrontation that had been inevitable from the moment the crown had chosen him. "Minister," he acknowledged respectfully. "I was planning to contact you once things were stabilized here." "Things are stabilized," Kingsley replied, his tone carefully neutral. "The attacks across Britain ceased simultaneously approximately 30 minutes ago. I'm told we have you to thank for that." "Not just me," Harry corrected. "Everyone who participated in reshaping the Covenant." Kingsley's eyes narrowed slightly. "Yes, about that. You fundamentally altered one of the oldest magical structures in Britain without governmental oversight or approval. With respect, Minister, the Covenant predates the Ministry by centuries," Hermione pointed out, stepping up beside Harry. "Its magic operates outside ministerial jurisdiction." "Perhaps," Kingsley conceded. "But its effects do not. Reports are coming in from across the country of a massive magical reconfiguration affecting thousands of witches and wizards. The Department of Mysteries is registering magical activity on a scale not seen since, well, not in recorded history. The new covenant establishes a network of mutual magical support, Harry explained. It replaces the outdated hierarchy with something more balanced, more consensual. And more powerful, Kingsley observed shrewdly. The question now becomes, who controls this network? It was the crux of the issue, the political ramification of what they'd accomplished in the Chamber of Joining. Harry had transformed the magical foundations of their society, and now the government was naturally concerned about the implications. No one person controls it, Harry stated firmly. That's the point. The network is self-regulating, with each participant having agency within it. A magical democracy? Kingsley asked, skepticism evident in his voice. More like a magical ecosystem, Hermione suggested. Each part contributing to and benefiting from the whole. Kingsley considered this explanation, his political mind clearly working through the implications. The Wisingamot has convened an emergency session, he finally said. They're drafting legislation to address the crown situation, as they're calling it. Let me guess, Ron said dryly. They want to bring the High King under ministry authority. Essentially, yes, Kingsley confirmed. There's significant concern about having a magical power center operating independently of governmental oversight. The Crown has always operated independently, Harry pointed out. That's rather the point. It serves magic itself, not political interests. A noble sentiment, Kingsley replied. But practically speaking, the crown is now worn by a 20-year-old wizard who has just restructured Britain's magical foundation without consulting any established authorities. The attacks didn't leave much time for consultation, Harry countered. Nevertheless, Kingsley continued firmly, the ministry must establish some framework for interaction with this new arrangement. I've been authorized to request your presence at the Wisingamot session tomorrow morning. Harry recognized the phrasing, a request that wasn't really a request. I'll be there, he agreed. But I won't submit the crown to ministry control. I'm not asking you to, Kingsley said, surprising him. Not personally, at least. I'm trying to find a middle path here, Harry. One that respects both the ancient magic you represent and the modern governance the ministry provides. It was a reasonable position, especially from someone with Kingsley's integrity. Harry nodded his acceptance. We'll work something out, he promised. The Crown and the Ministry should be partners in protecting magical Britain, not rivals for control. Kingsley seemed satisfied with this answer. Good. The session begins at 9. He glanced around at the gathered witches and wizards. In the meantime, perhaps you could explain to me exactly what you've created here. Preferably in terms that won't cause the Wisingamot to declare a state of emergency. Harry smiled slightly at the minister's dry humor. I'll do my best. The remainder of the day passed in a whirlwind of explanations, reunions, and planning. News of the transformation spread quickly throughout magical Britain and beyond. International magical authorities requested information, families sought to understand how the change affected them, and the media clamored for interviews and statements. Through it all, Harry found himself drawing on knowledge that wasn't entirely his own, insights from past High Kings flowing through him when needed, guiding his responses and decisions. The crystal from the ritual remained with him, now embedded in a simple silver setting that he wore on a chain around his neck. Its twin, the violet crystal Narcissa had wielded, was secured in the Hogwarts vault until they determined what to do with it. As evening fell, the council gathered in McGonagall's office for what Harry hoped would be a calmer discussion than their previous meetings. The ministry is understandably concerned, Hermione reported, having spent the afternoon liaising with various departments. But the immediate reaction is more curious than hostile. The Department of Mysteries in particular is fascinated by what we've accomplished. The old families are divided, Draco added. He had been notably subdued since his mother's betrayal was revealed. Some see this as the end of traditional pureblood influence. Others recognize an opportunity to evolve while maintaining their cultural identity. And internationally? Harry asked. Mixed responses, Fleur replied. The French ministry has officially recognized the new covenant as a legitimate magical development. Germanic territories are more hesitant, especially after Balthazar's disgrace. Eastern European authorities have requested more information before committing to a position. What about the witches directly affected by the change? Harry asked, particularly concerned about their experience. Overwhelmingly positive, Luna reported dreamily. The network allows for genuine connection without compulsion. Many describe it as feeling right in a way the original covenant never did. There are exceptions, Daphne noted pragmatically. Some of the more traditional witches feel adrift without the structured hierarchy. They'll need time to adjust. Harry nodded, taking in these reports. And the Void Lord? Any sign of further activity? Nothing direct, Bill Weasley answered. The attack stopped completely when the new covenant formed. But there's residual dark energy at the sites that were targeted. It hasn't gone away, just retreated. It's regrouping, Harry said with certainty. The Void Lord can't be destroyed any more than the High King can. It's part of the magical balance. So we'll face it again, Ron concluded grimly. Yes, but on better terms, Harry replied. The new covenant doesn't have the vulnerabilities the original one did. We're stronger together than we were separately. Speaking of together, McGonagall interjected, what happens with Hogwarts now? We have hundreds of witches and their families in residence, and term begins in 6 weeks. It was a practical concern that Harry hadn't fully considered. The gathering of the betrothed had been an emergency measure, not a permanent arrangement. They're free to return home now that the immediate threat has passed, he said. Though anyone who wishes to remain until things are more settled is welcome. And in the longer term? McGonagall pressed. Hogwarts has always been independent of both ministry and crown. Will that autonomy continue? Absolutely, Harry assured her. The school's independence is crucial to its mission. If anything, the new covenant strengthens that independence by creating more direct connections between magical education and the community it serves. McGonagall seemed satisfied with this answer. Good. Educational policy should be determined by educators, not politicians or kings. Or stewards, Harry corrected with a small smile. The conversation continued into the evening, covering practical matters of communication, coordination, and next steps. Plans were made for the Wisengamot session, for informational materials to explain the changes to the broader community, and for ongoing research into the new magical framework they had created. As the meeting concluded, Harry found himself momentarily alone with Draco, who had lingered after the others departed. Potter, the blonde wizard said stiffly. About my mother. You're not responsible for her actions, Harry said immediately. Draco's expression tightened. Nevertheless, House Malfoy owes you a debt. She betrayed not just you but all of us. She believed she was protecting magical tradition, Harry replied, not excusing her actions but acknowledging their motivation. Many share her concerns about changing too much, too quickly. Perhaps, Draco conceded. But her methods. He shook his head. The Malfoy name hardly needed another association with the wrong side of history. It was perhaps the most vulnerable Harry had ever seen his former rival. The new covenant offers everyone a fresh start, he said quietly. Even the Malfoys. Draco studied him for a long moment. You've changed, Potter. We all have, Harry replied simply. Draco nodded once, sharply, before turning to leave. At the door, he paused. For what it's worth, I think you're doing the right thing. Just don't expect me to say that publicly. Harry smiled slightly. Wouldn't dream of it. Later that night, unable to sleep despite his exhaustion, Harry found himself wandering the quiet corridors of Hogwarts. The castle felt different now, more alive somehow, its ancient magic resonating with the new covenant in ways he could sense but not fully articulate. His feet carried him eventually to the astronomy tower. The night was clear, stars sprawling across the velvet darkness above. Harry leaned against the parapet, looking out over the grounds where evidence of the day's battle still scarred the landscape. "Couldn't sleep either," came Ginny's voice from behind him. He turned to find her approaching, wrapped in a simple dressing gown, her hair loose around her shoulders. "Too much to process," he admitted as she joined him at the parapet. "I know what you mean," she replied, looking up at the stars. "Everything's different now. I can feel it." They stood in comfortable silence for several minutes, the night air cool but not unpleasant. "What happens tomorrow?" Ginny finally asked. "With the Wisengamot?" Harry sighed. "Politics. They'll try to establish authority over the crown, I'll resist, we'll eventually compromise on something neither side is entirely happy with." She smiled at his cynical summary. "You really have grown up, haven't you?" "Had to happen eventually," he replied with a slight smile of his own. "And after that? What does the High King do when he's not fighting Dark Lords or restructuring ancient magic?" It was a question Harry had been asking himself. The crown's power remained with him, perhaps even stronger than before. But its purpose had evolved, just as the Covenant had. "I'm not entirely sure," he admitted. The historical records suggest each High King shaped the role differently based on the needs of their era. "And what does our era need?" Ginny asked softly. Harry considered the question seriously. "Healing, I think. The war with Voldemort left wounds that go beyond the physical. And not just in Britain, magical communities everywhere are struggling with questions of tradition versus progress, isolation versus engagement. Big challenges for one person," she observed. "Not one person," Harry corrected, gesturing vaguely around them. "That's the point of the new covenant. We face these challenges together, each contributing what we can." Ginny turned to face him fully, her expression thoughtful in the starlight. "You know, when this all started, I was furious. Being magically betrothed without consent felt like the worst kind of violation." "I don't blame you," Harry said. "I felt the same way. But now." She paused, searching for the right words. "Now I feel like we've taken something broken and made it into something beautiful. Not perfect, not finished, but right." Harry nodded, understanding exactly what she meant. "That's what magic should be, I think. Not a tool for control but a means of connection." "Very philosophical, Mr. High King," she teased gently. He smiled, some of the tension of the day finally easing. "Don't tell anyone. I have a reputation for charging ahead without thinking." "Your secret's safe with me," she promised, her own smile warm in the darkness. Another comfortable silence fell between them, this one charged with possibility. The forced betrothal was gone, but the connection remained, by choice now, not compulsion. "We should probably try to sleep," Harry said eventually. "Tomorrow will be challenging enough without exhaustion." "Probably," Ginny agreed, though neither made a move to leave. After another moment, she spoke again, her voice quieter. "Harry. Whatever happens with the ministry tomorrow, with the Void Lord in the future. I'm glad the crown chose you." The simple statement carried weight beyond its words, trust, respect, perhaps even something more. Harry turned to face her fully. "Even with everything it's brought with it?" he asked. "Especially with everything it's brought," she replied. "Anyone else would have used this power differently. Would have embraced the hierarchy, the control. I've seen what that kind of power does," Harry said simply. "To others and to yourself. It's not worth it." Ginny nodded, understanding in her eyes. Then, with characteristic directness, she closed the distance between them and kissed him, not desperately or passionately, but with quiet certainty. When they separated, Harry felt a different kind of magic between them, simpler than the crown's power or the Covenant's network, but no less profound. "That wasn't because of any magical bond," Ginny said softly. "I know," Harry replied. "That's what makes it matter." They remained on the tower until the eastern sky began to lighten, talking intermittently but mostly enjoying the peace of simply being together without fate or magic forcing their hand. When they finally returned to their respective quarters, Harry found he could sleep after all, his mind quieter than it had been in days. The Wizengamot chamber looked much as Harry remembered from his trial years before, tiered seating surrounding a central floor, purple-robed figures looking down with varying degrees of interest or hostility. The primary difference was that this time, he stood not as a defendant but as an equal power, perhaps even a greater one, though he had no intention of framing the interaction that way. Hermione, Ron, and surprisingly, Draco accompanied him as representatives of the council. Kingsley had arranged for them to present their case directly to the assembled body rather than through intermediaries, a courtesy that reflected the minister's personal respect if not the Wizengamot's institutional recognition. "The session will begin momentarily," Percy Weasley informed them officiously as they waited in an antechamber. "You'll be announced and escorted to the central floor. Minister Shacklebolt will moderate, but Chief Warlock Ogden will technically preside." "Thanks, Percy," Harry replied, adjusting the formal robes Hermione had insisted he wear. They were a deep emerald that stopped just short of being ostentatious, with subtle golden embroidery at the cuffs and collar that evoked the crown's magic without explicitly claiming royal status. "The mood is cautious," Percy continued in a lower voice. "Most members want to assert ministry authority, but no one's quite sure how to do that without antagonizing someone who just reshaped Britain's magical foundation." "We're not looking for conflict," Hermione assured him. "Just recognition of the Crown's traditional autonomy within a framework of cooperation." Percy nodded, though he looked skeptical. "Good luck with that. The Wizengamot doesn't share power easily." A chime sounded, indicating the session was ready to begin. Percy straightened, resuming his official demeanor. "Follow me, please." They entered the chamber to a silence so complete Harry could hear the rustle of their robes. Every eye fixed on their small group, expressions ranging from curiosity to outright hostility. Kingsley nodded respectfully from his position near the Chief Warlock, his face carefully neutral. "High King Harry Potter and representatives of the Crown Council," Percy announced formally, using the title despite the lack of official ministry recognition, a small but meaningful gesture. They took their places on the central floor. Harry deliberately avoided any gestures that might seem imperious or entitled, standing with quiet confidence but not arrogance. "Wizengamot Session 47 of the year 2000 is now in session," declared Tiberius Ogden, his voice magically amplified. "The primary agenda item concerns the emergence of the so-called High King and the recent magical disruptions affecting Britain. Minister Shacklebolt will present the ministry's position." Kingsley rose, his deep voice carrying easily without magical assistance. "Distinguished members of the Wizengamot, we face an unprecedented situation. Ancient magic, predating our government by centuries, has manifested in the person of Harry Potter, designating him as Magical Britain's High King." Murmurs spread through the chamber at the minister's straightforward acknowledgement of the title. "This manifestation has already had profound effects," Kingsley continued. "The activation of the Ancient Covenant, its subsequent transformation, and magical disturbances throughout Britain that affected thousands of our citizens." He paused, looking directly at Harry. "The question before us is not whether this magic exists, that has been confirmed beyond doubt by the Department of Mysteries, Gringotts authorities, and international magical observers. The question is how our modern government interfaces with this ancient power structure." It was a surprisingly balanced opening, focusing on practicalities rather than challenging the Crown's legitimacy. Harry felt a surge of gratitude toward Kingsley for framing the issue without immediately demanding subservience. "Before we deliberate," Ogden interjected, "we will hear from Mr. Potter himself regarding his understanding of the situation and his intentions." Harry stepped forward, feeling the weight of hundreds of eyes upon him. The crystal at his throat warmed slightly, a reminder of the magic he now stewarded. "Thank you for the opportunity to address this body," he began, his voice steady. "What has occurred over the past days is not something I sought or expected. The Crown chose me through magic older than any of our institutions. That same magic guided the transformation of the ancient covenant from an imposed hierarchy into a network of mutual support. He paused, letting his gaze move across the assembled members. I stand before you not as a ruler seeking to supplant governmental authority, but as a steward of magical balance. The High King's role has always been to protect magic itself in times of crisis, to serve as guardian against threats that transcend political boundaries. Such as this Void Lord we've heard mentioned, asked an elderly witch from the middle tier. Yes, Harry confirmed. The Void Lord is the necessary counterbalance to the High King, shadow to light, destruction to creation. When one emerges, so does the other. The attacks you witnessed were its initial testing of our defenses. Convenient, commented a wizard Harry recognized as a staunch traditionalist. An invisible enemy that only you can detect and fight. The thousands affected by the attacks might disagree with your characterization, Draco interjected coolly. My family has served the Wisingamot for 15 generations. We do not endorse fantasies. The reminder of Malfoy's ancient lineage supporting Harry's claims caused several members to shift uncomfortably. The immediate threat has been contained, Harry continued, but not eliminated. The Void Lord will return in some form. When it does, the new covenant will help us respond more effectively, more unitedly than before. About this new covenant, said a witch with an imposing monocle. You fundamentally altered magical connections affecting hundreds of our citizens without ministry approval or oversight. How do you justify such unilateral action? It was the challenge Harry had been expecting, the crux of the ministry's concern. The original covenant was imposed without consent, he replied. It treated witches as property, as sources of magical power for the High King's use. The new covenant transforms those bonds into connections freely chosen, with magic flowing both ways. Everyone affected had the opportunity to accept or reject the new arrangement. And those who rejected it, the witch pressed, are completely free of any magical obligation, Harry stated firmly. Their autonomy was respected absolutely. This answer seemed to satisfy some members, though others remained skeptical. Regardless of intentions, Ogden interjected, the fact remains that an enormous magical restructuring occurred without governmental involvement. The Wisingamot's primary concern is establishing appropriate oversight to prevent similar unilateral actions in the future. With respect, Hermione spoke up, the Crown's magic operates outside governmental jurisdiction by its very nature. It answers to magical necessity, not political authority. A convenient position for unlimited power, commented a wizard dryly. Not unlimited, Harry corrected. Balanced by responsibility, by the network of the Covenant itself, and by the Void Lord's opposing force. The High King cannot act alone, that's the entire point of the transformation we've created. The debate continued for nearly 2 hours, with arguments ranging from technical magical theory to political philosophy to historical precedent. Throughout, Harry maintained his position, the Crown would cooperate with the Ministry but not submit to its authority in matters concerning magical balance. Finally, Kingsley raised his hand, bringing the increasingly circular discussion to a pause. I believe we've thoroughly examined the various perspectives, he said. Perhaps it's time to consider a practical framework for moving forward. What do you propose, Minister? Ogden asked. A covenant of governance, Kingsley replied. A formal agreement between the Ministry and the Crown that recognizes the autonomy of each while establishing protocols for cooperation in areas of overlapping concern. It was a reasonable suggestion, exactly the kind of compromise Harry had expected from Kingsley. The Crown would be amenable to such an arrangement, he said carefully, provided it respects certain fundamental principles. Such as? Ogden asked. The Crown's authority in matters of magical balance remains independent, Harry stated. Decisions regarding the Covenant network remain with those directly affected by it. And the High King maintains the right to act without prior approval in genuine magical emergencies. And in exchange, pressed a witch from the upper tier. Regular consultation with the Ministry on non-emergency matters, Harry offered. Transparency regarding the Crown's activities where they might affect governmental concerns. joint approaches to threats affecting magical Britain, and mutual recognition of each other's legitimate spheres of authority. The proposal sparked intense discussion among the Wisengamot members. Some found it too permissive, others surprisingly reasonable given the power Harry theoretically wielded. Throughout the debate, Kingsley remained thoughtfully silent, letting the members work through their concerns. Finally, Ogden called for a preliminary vote on the concept, while details would be negotiated by a smaller committee. The result was narrowly favorable, many members clearly uncomfortable with the arrangement but unable to propose a viable alternative given the reality of the Crown's power. "It seems we have the basis for an agreement," Ogden announced. "Minister Shacklebolt will oversee the drafting committee, with equal representation for ministry officials and the Crown Council." He stumbled slightly over the unfamiliar terminology. "Thank you," Harry said simply. "The Crown looks forward to establishing a productive relationship with the Ministry, as partners in protecting magical Britain, not as rivals for control." As the session adjourned, Harry felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The political confrontation had gone better than he'd dared hope. Not perfect, not fully resolved, but movement in the right direction. "Well played," Draco murmured as they exited the chamber. "You gave them just enough to feel like they haven't completely lost control, while conceding nothing of real importance." "I wasn't playing a game," Harry replied. "I meant what I said about partnership." "I know," Draco said with a slight smirk. "That's what makes it so effective. Your sincerity is your most Slytherin quality, Potter." Harry wasn't entirely sure that was a compliment, but he accepted it as the peace offering it represented. Kingsley caught up with them in the corridor outside. "That went about as well as could be expected," the minister said quietly. "The hardliners wanted me to demand full ministry authority over the Crown." "I'm glad you didn't," Harry replied honestly. "It would have created an unnecessary conflict." Kingsley nodded. "The ministry serves the magical community, not the other way around. If this new covenant truly strengthens that community, fighting against it would be counterproductive." "It does," Hermione assured him. "The magical theory behind it is revolutionary, a consensual network that amplifies individual power while preserving autonomy." "I'll take your word for it, Ms. Granger," Kingsley said with a slight smile. "Magical theory was never my strong suit. Politics, however." He glanced back toward the chamber. "Be prepared for ongoing resistance. Many in the Wisengamot see the Crown as a threat to their authority." "We understand," Harry assured him. "We'll work with the committee in good faith." As they parted ways, Ron let out a long breath. "That was tense. I thought that bloke with the walrus mustache was going to explode when you mentioned independent authority." "Bartholomew Foley," Draco supplied. "Old family, traditional views. Considers the Wisengamot the only legitimate magical authority in Britain." "He's not alone in that opinion," Hermione noted. "We'll need to tread carefully moving forward." Harry nodded in agreement. The political situation remained delicate, requiring patience and diplomacy, neither of which had been his strong suits in the past. But he felt different now, more centered, more able to see the longer view. Whether that was the Crown's influence or simply his own growth, he couldn't say for certain. "What now?" Ron asked as they reached the ministry atrium. "Now," Harry replied, "we build. The covenant, the relationship with the ministry, the defenses against the Void Lord, all of it needs to be developed, strengthened." "One step at a time," Hermione agreed. As they prepared to depart, Harry felt a familiar tingle from the mark on his palm. It wasn't a warning exactly, more like an awareness, a reminder that while this political battle might be tentatively resolved, the magical one was far from over. The Void Lord was out there, regrouping, adapting to the new magical reality they had created. The true test was still to come. The next several days passed in a whirlwind of activity. Most of the witches gathered at Hogwarts returned to their homes, now that the immediate threat had passed and the new covenant gave them protection without requiring physical proximity to the High King. Some chose to remain temporarily, either to help develop the new magical framework or because they felt safer within Hogwarts' ancient walls. Harry split his time between meetings with the Ministry's drafting committee, sessions with the Crown Council, and private work with the crystal from the Chamber of Joining. Through this focus stone, he could access the entire network of the Covenant, sensing its flows and patterns, identifying areas that needed strengthening or adjustment. On the fourth day after the Wisengamot session, he was working with the crystal in the Room of Requirement, which had configured itself as a peaceful meditation space, when he sensed a familiar presence approaching. "Come in, Luna," he called before she could knock. The door opened to reveal her serene smile. "Your awareness is expanding," she observed, joining him on the cushioned floor. "You're connecting to the network more deeply." Harry nodded, carefully setting the crystal aside. "It's getting easier to sense the connections, to feel how they interact." "Like a symphony," Luna said dreamily. "Each person a different instrument, playing their own melody while contributing to the whole." It was an apt metaphor. Harry had been struggling to articulate the sensation of being connected to hundreds of magical signatures, each unique yet harmonizing with the others. "Exactly like that," he agreed. "How are you finding the new connections?" Luna considered the question thoughtfully. "Clearer than before." The old betrothal bond felt blurry, like looking through frosted glass. "This feels like clean air after rain." Her poetic descriptions often captured magical realities better than technical explanations. Harry had come to value her unique perspective immensely. "The others sent me to find you," she continued after a moment. "There's news from the continent." Harry rose, helping Luna to her feet. "Good news or bad?" "Complicated," she replied, which was answer enough. They made their way to McGonagall's office, which continued to serve as the council's meeting place. Most of the regular members were present, along with Bill Weasley and surprisingly, Croaker from the Department of Mysteries. "Potter," McGonagall greeted him. "Mr. Croaker has brought information that concerns us all." The unspeakable nodded solemnly. "We've been monitoring magical disturbances across Europe since the Covenant transformation. There's been an awakening of sorts." "What kind of awakening?" Harry asked, immediately alert. "Old magic," Croaker replied. "Pre-ministry, pre-statute of secrecy. The kind that typically remains dormant for centuries at a time." "Connected to the Void Lord?" Hermione asked. "Not directly," Croaker said. "But perhaps in response to the same stimuli. The emergence of the High King and the transformation of the Covenant appear to have triggered magical resonances throughout the continental ley line network." "In plain English?" Ron requested. Bill stepped in to explain. "Ancient magical sites across Europe are activating. Stone circles, burial mounds, hidden temples, places of power that have been largely dormant for generations." "Is that dangerous?" Ginny asked. "Not inherently," Bill replied. "But it's causing significant concern among European magical governments. Some of these sites house entities or energies that haven't interacted with the modern magical world. They're blaming the Crown, of course," Draco added dryly. "Easier than admitting they've been ignoring their magical heritage for centuries." "There's more," Croaker continued grimly. "Our colleagues in Prague have reported a manifestation similar to what we've identified as the Void Lord signature. It's centered on the astronomical clock in the old town square before dispersing into the city's magical quarter. It's expanding its influence," Harry realized. "Testing boundaries beyond Britain." "Precisely our concern," Croaker confirmed. "If the Void Lord establishes footholds in multiple countries, coordinating a response becomes exponentially more difficult." "We've also received this," McGonagall said, pushing forward a formal-looking parchment bearing multiple wax seals. "An invitation, or perhaps summons would be more accurate, to the International Confederation of Wizards for an emergency session regarding, and I quote, the magical disruption emanating from British territories." Harry examined the document. "When?" 3 days from now, in Geneva," McGonagall replied. The Crown has not held official recognition in the Confederation for over 4 centuries, but they've specifically requested your presence. Requested or demanded? Hermione asked shrewdly. The diplomatic language is exquisite in its ambiguity, McGonagall admitted. But the underlying tone suggests consequences for non-compliance. Harry considered the implications. The International Confederation represented magical governments worldwide. Their involvement elevated the situation from a British concern to a global one. We should go, he decided. Not because they've demanded it, but because the Void Lord's expansion affects everyone. We need international cooperation, not isolation. It could be a trap, Ron pointed out. Get you on their territory, then try to control or contain the Crown's magic. I doubt they'd attempt something so overt, Croker interjected. But political constraints are certainly possible. Many nations will be uncomfortable with the power the Crown represents. All the more reason to address their concerns directly, Harry countered. Hiding away would only reinforce their suspicions. After further discussion, they agreed on a delegation to accompany Harry to Geneva, Hermione for her knowledge of magical law and theory, Draco for his understanding of international pureblood politics, Fleur for her connections to European magical communities, and Bill for his expertise on ancient magical sites. Ron would remain at Hogwarts with Ginny and Luna to monitor the Covenant network and maintain defenses should the Void Lord attempt another attack while Harry was away. There's another matter, Croker said once the Geneva plans were settled. Regarding Mrs. Malfoy. Everyone turned to Draco, who maintained a carefully neutral expression. What about my mother? He asked coolly. The Wizengamot is preparing to try her for her role in the attacks, Croker explained. However, her integration into the new covenant presents unusual legal questions. She betrayed us and worked with the enemy, Ron stated flatly. People died. What's complicated about that? The magical complexity, Hermione explained. The ritual incorporated her opposition into the covenant itself. She's now part of the network in a way we don't fully understand. Her actions still deserve consequences, Ginny insisted. No one's suggesting otherwise, Harry assured her. But her punishment needs to account for the magical reality. The Department of Mysteries is proposing an alternative to Azkaban, Croker offered. Supervised research on the Covenant network, using her unique position within it. Her knowledge of ancient family magic could prove valuable, and her experience with the Void Lord's influence gives her insights others lack. Draco's expression remained carefully guarded. And what does my mother say about this proposal? She's amenable, Croker replied. I believe she recognizes it as a chance to salvage something of her reputation and her family's standing. It would require Crown approval, McGonagall noted, looking to Harry. As this concerns the Covenant directly. All eyes turned to him. Harry considered the proposal carefully. Narcissa had committed serious crimes, working with the Void Lord and enabling attacks that had caused death and destruction. Justice demanded consequences. And yet, her magical integration into the Covenant created a unique situation that traditional punishment couldn't adequately address. I'll approve it under conditions, he decided finally. Magical restrictions on her movement and communication. Full disclosure of everything she knows about the Void Lord. Regular monitoring of her connection to the Covenant. And meaningful reparations to those harmed in the attacks she enabled. Reasonable terms, Croker acknowledged. I'll convey them to the department. Draco gave Harry a barely perceptible nod, not quite thanks, but recognition of the balanced approach. For his part, Harry felt no particular satisfaction in the decision. Justice was necessary, but he took no pleasure in determining another's punishment, even someone who had betrayed them. As the meeting concluded, Harry remained behind with Hermione, who was gathering research materials for the Geneva conference. You're troubled, she observed, noticing his pensive expression. Just thinking about what we're facing, he replied. International politics, ancient magic awakening across Europe, the Void Lord expanding its influence, it's a lot. Too much for the, just Harry, you always wanted to be, she asked gently. He smiled slightly at her reference to his long-standing discomfort with fame and special status. Maybe. But that Harry was a fantasy anyway. I've never really had the luxury of being just anything. No, she agreed. But you've become someone who can handle these challenges without losing yourself in them. That's no small achievement. Her faith in him was touching, though he wasn't entirely sure it was warranted. The crown's power continued to grow within him, bringing knowledge and abilities that sometimes felt foreign despite their utility. The Void Lord is planning something significant, he said, changing the subject slightly. These manifestations across Europe aren't random. They're coordinated, building toward something. The question is what, Hermione replied, her scholarly mind engaging with the problem. Historical patterns suggest the Void Lord typically seeks to disrupt whatever balance the High King establishes. If you've created connection through the Covenant, then it will target those connections, Harry finished grimly. Try to corrupt or sever them. We should warn the ICW, she suggested. Make them understand this isn't just about Britain or the Crown, but about magical stability everywhere. Harry nodded in agreement. That's exactly what I intend to do in Geneva. The question is whether they'll listen, or if they'll be too focused on controlling a power they don't understand. We'll make them listen, Hermione said with characteristic determination. We've faced worse odds before. Harry wasn't so sure. Political battles operated by different rules than magical ones. But he appreciated her confidence nonetheless. 3 days to prepare, he said, refocusing on the immediate challenge. Let's make them count. The International Confederation of Wizards headquarters in Geneva occupied a building that appeared to Muggles as an unremarkable office complex but expanded enormously once through its magical barriers. The main chamber where the emergency session was to be held resembled the United Nations General Assembly, with representatives from over 100 magical nations seated in a vast amphitheater. Harry and his delegation were escorted to a waiting area adjacent to the chamber, where tensions were already running high. The procedure will be as follows, explained a stiff-looking wizard in formal ICW robes. The Supreme Mugwump will open the session and explain the purpose of the gathering. The British Ministry representative will speak first, followed by statements from affected nations. Then you, Mr. Potter, will be invited to address the assembly and answer questions. Minister Shacklebolt is already here? Harry asked. He arrived an hour ago, the wizard confirmed. As Britain's officially recognized representative. The implication was clear, Harry's status had no formal recognition here. He was present as a courtesy, not a right. And how long will Mr. Potter be permitted to speak? Hermione asked, already protective of their position. The Supreme Mugwump will determine appropriate time allocations, the wizard replied evasively. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must inform the Presidium of your arrival. As he departed, Draco leaned in. They're stacking the deck, he murmured. Limiting your speaking time while giving ample opportunity for complaints and accusations. As expected, Harry replied calmly. We'll work with whatever time they give us. The energy in the building is tense, Bill observed, his cursebreaker sensitivity picking up on the magical atmosphere. A lot of fear, some anger, very little openness. Then we'll have to create that openness, Harry decided. Fleur, you know many of the European delegates personally. Any insights? The French contingent is divided, she replied thoughtfully. The old families are concerned about disruption to traditional power structures, while the progressives see potential in the new Covenant model. German and Eastern European delegations are more uniformly suspicious. Scandinavian representatives will be more neutral, waiting to see evidence before deciding. Their strategic discussion continued until the chamber doors opened and they were escorted to their designated seats, not on the main floor with official representatives, but in a side area typically reserved for expert witnesses. The Supreme Mugwump, an imposing witch from the Brazilian Magical Confederation, called the session to order with a single resonant chime from her staff of office. Distinguished representatives, she began, her voice magically amplified and translated simultaneously into dozens of languages, we convene this emergency session to address the unprecedented magical disruptions originating from British territories, their impact on global magical stability, and appropriate international response. Her opening remarks framed the situation exactly as they'd feared, the Crown as a problem to be contained rather than an ally to be engaged. Kingsley spoke next, walking a diplomatic tightrope between acknowledging international concerns and defending Britain's sovereignty in magical matters. The emergence of the High King is not a British policy decision but a manifestation of ancient magic beyond governmental control, he explained carefully. Our approach has been to establish cooperative frameworks rather than futile attempts at suppression. What followed was a parade of statements from various nations, ranging from cautious concern to outright hostility. The German representative spoke of magical imperialism and reckless tampering with fundamental forces. The Russian delegate warned of catastrophic instability in continental ley networks. Representatives from smaller magical nations expressed fear of being caught in power struggles between major magical powers and ancient forces beyond their control. Throughout, Harry remained outwardly calm, though the crystal at his throat warmed in response to his inner tension. The mark on his palm occasionally tingled, especially when particularly hostile statements were made, as if the Crown's magic itself was responding to the challenges to its legitimacy. Finally, after nearly 2 hours of predominantly negative commentary, the Supreme Mugwump acknowledged their presence. The Confederation recognizes Harry Potter and his delegation, present by special dispensation to address concerns regarding the magical phenomenon known as the High King and associated disruptions. Harry approached the speaker's podium, feeling hundreds of eyes tracking his movement. The crystal at his throat glowed visibly now, its light impossible to conceal. He made no attempt to hide it, allowing the assembled representatives to see the physical manifestation of the power they were discussing. Distinguished representatives, he began, his voice steady despite the pressure, I understand your concerns. The emergence of ancient magic on this scale is naturally alarming, especially when it crosses territorial boundaries and affects established magical orders. He paused, looking around the chamber. But I am not here to defend the Crown's existence or to debate its legitimacy. Those are settled facts, regardless of political recognition. I am here because the threat that prompted the Crown's emergence concerns all of us, not just magical Britain. Murmurs spread through the assembly at his direct approach. The entity we've identified as the Void Lord is not a British problem, Harry continued. Its recent manifestations in Prague, in the Black Forest, in the catacombs of Paris, these demonstrate its expanding influence. This force feeds on magical disruption, on fear, on division. Every moment we spend arguing about jurisdiction or control plays directly into its strategy. The Supreme Mugwump leaned forward. You speak of this Void Lord, as if its existence is proven fact. Many of our experts suggest these disturbances are simply consequences of the magical instability your Crown has created. With respect, Supreme Mugwump, Harry replied, that perspective reverses cause and effect. The Crown emerged because magic itself sensed the Void Lord stirring. I didn't create this situation, I was chosen to address it. Convenient for you, commented the German representative acidly. Rather than respond defensively, Harry touched the crystal at his throat. It flared brightly, and he channeled a small portion of its power, not threateningly, but enough to project images above the assembly. Scenes of the attacks in London, the battle at Hogwarts, the shadowy manifestations reported across Europe appeared in vivid magical projection. This is what we're facing, he said quietly. Not a political disagreement, but a magical threat to all our communities. The Void Lord targets the connections between magical beings, seeking to isolate and corrupt. The new covenant we've established in Britain strengthens those connections, making them more resistant to corruption. The visual demonstration had a noticeable impact, silencing some of the more skeptical voices temporarily. Harry pressed his advantage. I'm not asking for recognition of authority or territorial expansion. I'm proposing cooperation against a common threat. The Crown's magic can help identify void manifestations before they become dangerous. The Covenant network can be adapted to different magical traditions, strengthening connections while respecting cultural differences. And in return, asked the French representative, her tone more curious than hostile. What does the Crown seek from this cooperation? Information sharing, Harry replied immediately. Access to ancient magical sites that may hold knowledge about previous High King cycles. And most importantly, unity of purpose when the Void Lord makes its next major move, because it will, and soon. The chamber erupted in discussion, representatives consulting with their delegations and each other. The Supreme Mugwump allowed it to continue for several minutes before restoring order. Mr. Potter, she said, her tone measuring each word, you present a compelling case for the threat. But many nations remain concerned about the unprecedented magic you now control. The covenant you describe may work within British magical tradition, but its effects on other magical systems remain unknown and potentially disruptive. It was a fair concern, one Harry had anticipated. That's why we're proposing a demonstration, he replied. A small-scale adaptation of the Covenant principles to a neutral magical territory, with full transparency and monitoring by international observers. This proposal generated intense interest. The Supreme Mugwump conferred briefly with other Confederation officials before responding. Such a demonstration would require careful parameters and safeguards, she noted. Where would you propose to conduct it? Harry looked to Fleur, who stepped forward to join him at the podium. If I may, Supreme Mugwump, she said respectfully, the International Magical Research Preserve in the Alps would be ideal. It already contains monitoring equipment for magical experiments and sits at the intersection of several national boundaries, making it politically neutral. The suggestion was strategically perfect, a location dedicated to magical research, with existing safety protocols and international oversight. Several representatives nodded in cautious approval. A reasonable proposal, the Supreme Mugwump acknowledged. The Confederation will need to establish a monitoring committee and develop specific protocols. Assuming these can be agreed upon, how soon could this demonstration take place? As soon as the committee is ready, Harry replied. The threat doesn't wait for our convenience. Further discussion ensued, with various nations proposing representatives for the monitoring committee and suggesting additional safeguards. Throughout, Harry maintained a balance between accommodating reasonable concerns and resisting attempts at excessive restriction. By the session's end, a tentative agreement had been reached, a controlled demonstration of the Covenant principles would take place within the week, overseen by delegates from 7 nations. If successful, a framework for international cooperation against the Void Lord would be established. If not, the Confederation would reconvene to consider more restrictive measures. It wasn't a complete victory, but it was progress. As they left the chamber, Hermione squeezed Harry's arm encouragingly. That went better than expected, she said quietly. They're still scared, Harry replied. But at least they're willing to look at evidence before acting on that fear. The demonstration will be crucial, Bill noted. We'll need to adapt the Covenant principles to work with different magical traditions without diluting their effectiveness. I've been thinking about that, Harry said. The ritual in the Chamber of Joining created a network specifically attuned to British magical signatures. But the underlying principles should be adaptable: connection, choice, mutual support. We'll need volunteers from different magical backgrounds, Hermione pointed out. People willing to participate despite the political tensions. Leave that to me, Fleur volunteered. I have connections in several European magical communities who would be interested in progressive magical approaches. As they discussed the practical details, Harry felt the crystal at his throat pulse with a different rhythm than before. It wasn't a warning exactly, but a notification: something was happening within the Covenant network back home. We need to check in with the others, he said, interrupting the planning session. Something's changed in the network. They hurried to their assigned quarters within the ICW complex, where they had established a secure flow connection to Hogwarts. Ron's face appeared in the flames almost immediately after they made contact. Harry. Good timing, he said, his expression a mixture of excitement and concern. The Covenant network has been, Well, evolving is the best word for it. Evolving how? Harry asked. It's adapting, Ron explained, struggling to find the right words. Luna says it's like watching a plant grow, sending out new tendrils, finding paths of least resistance. Is Luna there? Harry asked. The flames shifted, and Luna's serene face replaced Ron's. Hello, Harry. The network is quite beautiful now. It's finding its own balance, responding to the needs of those connected to it. Is that dangerous? Harry asked, concerned about uncontrolled magical development. Not dangerous, Luna replied thoughtfully. Just unexpected. The magic isn't following a predetermined pattern anymore. It's developing organically, based on how people are using it. This was both fascinating and potentially concerning. The Covenant was meant to be stable, controlled, a framework for connection rather than an evolving entity. What specifically has changed? Hermione asked, joining Harry by the floor. The connections between family members have strengthened spontaneously, Luna explained. And new types of connections are forming based on shared purpose rather than just magical bloodlines. That sounds like exactly what we needed for the demonstration, Hermione realized. The network adapting to different relationship patterns. Harry nodded, though he remained cautious. Any sign of corruption or void influence in these changes? None, Luna assured him. This feels natural. Like the magic finding its true purpose after being constrained for centuries. Keep monitoring it closely, Harry instructed. If anything feels wrong, contact us immediately. After ending the call, he turned to the others. This could work in our favor for the demonstration, but it also means the Covenant is more complex than we initially understood. Magic that adapts and evolves on its own, Bill mused. It's not unprecedented in very ancient systems, but it's rare in the modern era. Most magic now is structured, controlled. Perhaps that's been our mistake, Hermione suggested. Trying to control magic rather than work with its natural tendencies. It was a profound observation, one that resonated with what Harry had been learning about the High King's true purpose. Not to command magic, but to serve it, to facilitate its health and balance rather than bend it to human will. If the Covenant is adapting on its own, he said slowly, then our role in the demonstration might be more about creating the right conditions for connection rather than dictating exactly how those connections form. A gardener rather than an engineer, Fleur suggested, catching his meaning. Exactly, Harry agreed. We prepare the soil and plant the seeds, but we don't force the growth. This perspective shifted their planning for the demonstration considerably. Instead of trying to replicate exactly what they'd done at Hogwarts, they would focus on establishing the fundamental conditions for magical connection, then allow the participants' own magical signatures to determine the specific forms those connections took. As they refined this approach over the next 2 days, Harry felt increasingly confident that the demonstration would succeed, not through his power or control, but through the inherent wisdom of magic itself, finally freed from centuries of artificial constraint. The crown had chosen him not because he was the most powerful wizard or the most knowledgeable, but because he understood this fundamental truth: magic worked best when guided rather than commanded, when respected as a living force rather than exploited as a tool. It was a lesson the magical world desperately needed to remember. Perhaps that, more than any specific threat or challenge, was why the crown had returned now. The International Magical Research Preserve sprawled across a hidden valley in the Alps, magically expanded to contain diverse environments for studying magical flora and fauna. Its central facility, a complex of stone buildings that harmonized with the mountain landscape, housed laboratories, meeting spaces, and residential quarters for researchers. Harry stood on a viewing platform overlooking the site selected for the demonstration, a circular clearing surrounded by 7 stone markers, each representing one of the nations participating in the monitoring committee. The location had been carefully chosen for its neutrality and natural magical resonance, sitting at the intersection of several minor ley lines. The volunteers have all arrived, Hermione reported, joining him at the railing. 21 in total, 3 from each participating nation. They've been briefed on the general concept but not the specific methodology. Good, Harry replied. The more organic their participation, the better we can demonstrate the Covenant's adaptability. The demonstration had been meticulously planned over the past 2 days. Instead of attempting to replicate the grand ritual from the Chamber of Joining, they would create a scaled version focused on demonstrating the Covenant's core principles: consensual connection, mutual support, and adaptive response to individual magical signatures. Bill approached, having completed his final survey of the site. The monitoring equipment is in place, he confirmed. Every magical fluctuation will be recorded and analyzed in real time. Completely transparent, as promised. And the committee members? Harry asked. In position, Draco replied, joining their conversation. 7 of the most skeptical, meticulous magical researchers on the continent. They won't miss a thing, and they won't accept anything less than conclusive evidence. Perfect, Harry said, surprising the others with his enthusiasm for such scrutiny. The more thoroughly they examine it, the more confident they'll be in the results. As sunset approached, the volunteers gathered in the clearing below. They represented diverse magical traditions: French, German, Russian, Nordic, Mediterranean, Eastern European, and Asian. Each brought their own magical practices and cultural perspectives, making them ideal subjects for demonstrating the Covenant's adaptability. Harry and his team descended to join them, while the monitoring committee observed from a raised platform surrounding the clearing. The tension was palpable, with everyone acutely aware of the political implications riding on this demonstration. Thank you all for volunteering, Harry addressed the gathered witches and wizards. What we'll attempt today is not about imposing one magical tradition over others, but about finding the common threads that unite all magical practice. He explained the basic concept: how the Covenant created connections that strengthened individual magic while providing mutual protection. Unlike the original explanation he'd given to the betrothed witches at Hogwarts, this one emphasized choice, adaptability, and respect for diverse magical traditions. The process begins with consent, he emphasized. At any point, you may withdraw from the demonstration without consequence. The connections we establish will reflect your own magical nature, not a predetermined form. With the preliminaries completed, Harry moved to the center of the clearing. The crystal from the Chamber of Joining hung at his throat, pulsing gently with golden light. The volunteers arranged themselves in 3 concentric circles around him, guided by Hermione, Bill, and Fleur. We begin by establishing a field of magical resonance, Harry explained, his voice carrying easily across the clearing. This creates the conditions for connection without imposing its form. He raised his marked palm, channeling the crown's magic not in a directed beam but as a diffuse golden light that spread outward like mist, enveloping the clearing in a warm glow. The volunteers gasped as they felt the magic wash over them, not invasive or controlling, but inviting, responsive. Now, Harry continued, focus on what connection means to you, not just to those in your national group, but to all magical beings. Feel how your magic naturally reaches out to others, how it strengthens when shared. The volunteers closed their eyes, concentrating as instructed. At first, nothing visible happened, causing some murmuring among the monitoring committee. Then, gradually, threads of light began to appear, not just the golden energy of the crown, but diverse colors representing each participant's unique magical signature. These threads extended cautiously at first, connecting individuals within the same national groups. But as the demonstration continued, the connections grew more complex, crossing national boundaries to link those with complementary magical signatures regardless of origin. Remarkable, whispered one of the committee members, loud enough to be heard. The magical resonance patterns are adjusting to individual affinities rather than imposed structures. Harry smiled slightly, pleased by the observation. That was exactly the point they'd been trying to make. The Covenant didn't force connections but facilitated their natural development. Now focus on mutual protection, he instructed the volunteers. Imagine sharing your magical strength not by diminishing yourself, but by creating something greater than the sum of its parts. The light threads thickened, pulsing with increased energy. Where they intersected, small nodes of concentrated magic formed, visible manifestations of the network strengthening effect. The monitoring instruments are showing a 17% increase in ambient magical efficiency, reported another committee member. Individual magical signatures remain distinct but are somehow operating more harmoniously. The demonstration continued for nearly an hour, with the network growing increasingly complex and responsive. Volunteers reported sensations ranging from peaceful connectedness to exhilarating awareness of their place within a larger magical whole. Most importantly, each described the experience in terms of their own magical traditions, proof that the Covenant adapted to cultural context rather than overriding it. As the demonstration reached its conclusion, Harry guided the volunteers through a controlled disconnection process, ensuring that no unwanted bonds remained. The golden light receded gradually, leaving the clearing illuminated only by the setting sun and the monitoring equipment's magical indicators. The demonstration is complete, Harry announced, both to the volunteers and the observing committee. Thank you all for your participation. The committee members descended from their platform, gathering around their instruments to analyze the recorded data. The volunteers broke into excited discussion, comparing notes on their experiences across language barriers and cultural differences. It worked better than we could have hoped, Hermione murmured, joining Harry at the clearing's edge. The network formed completely organically. Not my doing, Harry replied honestly. I just created the conditions. The magic itself did the rest. That's exactly what made it so compelling, said a voice behind them. They turned to find a member of the monitoring committee, a stern-looking witch with silver-streaked black hair and piercing blue eyes. Her ICW badge identified her as Dr. Elizaveta Kuznetsova, representing the Russian Magical Federation. The most remarkable aspect, she continued, was that the magic adapted to each participant's nature without compromising their cultural magical identity. My colleagues are cautiously impressed. Cautiously? Hermione questioned. This is still unprecedented magic operating on an international scale, Dr. Kuznetsova explained pragmatically. Caution is appropriate. But. She glanced back at her colleagues, still analyzing data. I believe the Confederation will approve further exploration of this approach. And cooperation against the Void Lord? Harry asked, focusing on the primary goal. The witch's expression grew more serious. That remains complicated. Many still see this as primarily a British problem that has spilled over borders. But today's demonstration has at least established that your methods are not inherently imperializing, which was a significant concern. It was diplomatic progress, if not complete success. Harry would take it. We appreciate the committee's thorough analysis, he said sincerely. Whatever your final recommendation, I hope we've demonstrated that the Crown seeks cooperation, not control. Dr. Kuznetsova studied him thoughtfully. You are not what many expected, Mr. Potter. The historical precedent for High Kings is, less collaborative. Times change, Harry replied simply. Magic evolves. So should we. She inclined her head slightly, a gesture of provisional respect, before returning to her colleagues. As she walked away, Draco approached from where he'd been conversing with some of the volunteers. The French and Nordic representatives are already discussing how similar networks might benefit their communities, he reported. The Eastern Europeans remain skeptical but interested. Overall, I'd call it a diplomatic success. Not complete, but promising, Harry agreed. As they prepared to return to the central facility for the committee's formal assessment, Harry felt the crystal at his throat grow suddenly cold, a sensation he'd never experienced before. The mark on his palm tingled sharply, a clear warning of danger. He stopped mid-step, his senses extending outward through the crown's magic. Something was approaching, not physically, but magically, a disturbance rippling through the ley lines beneath the preserve. Harry? Hermione asked, noticing his abrupt halt. Something's coming, he said quietly, not wanting to alarm the others unnecessarily. Get everyone inside the main building. Now. Hermione didn't question, immediately moving to coordinate with Fleur and Bill. Draco, noting their urgency, began shepherding committee members toward the facility with diplomatic smoothness that concealed the growing concern. Harry remained in the clearing, extending his magical awareness further. The disturbance was moving rapidly, following the ley line network directly toward their location. Not coincidence, targeted approach. The Void Lord had noticed their demonstration. As the last of the participants reached the main building, the ground beneath Harry's feet trembled slightly. The ley lines visible only to his enhanced perception pulsed with unnatural darkness, corruption spreading through them like poison through veins. "Potter," called Bill from the facility entrance. "We need to activate the preserve's defensive wards." "No time," Harry called back. "It's already here." As if summoned by his words, the air in the center of the clearing rippled and tore. Unlike previous manifestations of black smoke or shadowy figures, this breach was more fundamental, a literal tear in the fabric of magical reality, revealing swirling darkness beyond. From this tear emerged a figure that made Harry's blood run cold. It resembled a human in basic shape but was composed of what appeared to be living shadow, with violet eyes that matched those of the emissaries he'd encountered before. Unlike those lesser manifestations, however, this being radiated power that rivaled the Crown's own, ancient, primal, and unmistakably sentient. "High King," it said in a voice like stone grinding against metal. "At last, we meet directly." Harry stood his ground, calling the Crown's magic to readiness without yet manifesting it visibly. "Void Lord," he acknowledged. "I wondered when you'd show yourself properly." The figure inclined its head, a mockery of courtesy. "Your demonstration was illuminating. Creating connections across national boundaries, spreading your influence beyond your territory." "Not influence," Harry corrected. "Protection. Mutual support." "Semantics," the Void Lord dismissed. "You reshape magic to your design, just as all High Kings before you. The pattern repeats, endlessly." There was something almost weary in the entity's tone, not just malevolence, but a kind of ancient resignation. Harry sensed an opportunity in that nuance. "Does it have to?" he asked. "The endless opposition, the cyclical conflict." The Void Lord seemed momentarily surprised by the question. "It is our nature. I unmake what you create. Balance through opposition. Or perhaps balance through complementary forces," Harry suggested. "Not destruction against creation, but transformation alongside preservation." Violet eyes narrowed. "Pretty words to mask conquest. Your new covenant spreads like contagion, altering the very nature of magic's expression." "Not altering," Harry countered. "Liberating. Allowing magic to flow more naturally, without the artificial constraints we've imposed on it for centuries." "Chaos," the Void Lord stated flatly. "Growth," Harry corrected. "Evolution." The entity circled him slowly, assessing. Harry turned to maintain eye contact, refusing to show fear despite the palpable power surrounding him. "You are different from your predecessors," the Void Lord acknowledged reluctantly. "They sought to contain me, to banish me to the spaces between. You seek conversation." "Because fighting hasn't worked," Harry replied honestly. "Centuries of High Kings battling Void Lords, and what has it accomplished? Cyclical destruction, repeated rebuilding, nothing truly resolved." "And what alternative do you propose?" the entity asked, genuine curiosity now evident beneath its inherent malevolence. "Our natures are fundamentally opposed." "Are they?" Harry challenged. "The demonstration we just completed proved that apparently different magical traditions can find harmony without losing their distinct nature. Perhaps the Crown and the Void can achieve something similar." The entity seemed to consider this proposition, its shadowy form rippling with internal conflict. "Your predecessors would call this heresy. The High King does not parley with the Void." "I'm not my predecessors," Harry stated simply. And clearly, their methods didn't solve the underlying problem. The Void Lord circled him once more, its violet eyes never leaving his face. "You propose balance through integration rather than opposition." Interesting, but ultimately futile. Some forces cannot be reconciled, High King. We won't know unless we try, Harry persisted. The new covenant has already incorporated elements that would traditionally be considered oppositional. Light and shadow existing in the same network, strengthening rather than destroying each other. Naive, the Void Lord dismissed, though with less certainty than before. You speak of shadow, but I am the absence of light itself. The emptiness between stars, the silence between heartbeats. Essential parts of the whole, Harry countered. Without emptiness, there is no form. Without silence, no music. The entity paused, studying him with renewed intensity. You truly believe this? That our ancient conflict could be reimagined? I do, Harry confirmed. Not easily, not quickly, but possibly. Starting with communication rather than immediate confrontation. The Void Lord seemed about to respond when shouts erupted from the main facility. The monitoring committee had activated the preserve's defensive protocols, causing runic barriers to spring up around the clearing. The entity hissed as the barriers began to constrict its connection to the ley lines. They fear what they do not understand, it said, bitterness evident in its voice. As all mortals do. They're protecting themselves, Harry pointed out. Just as you attacked what you perceived as a threat. The Void Lord's form began to destabilize as the barriers strengthened, the tear in magical reality starting to close. This changes nothing, it said, though its tone lacked conviction. Our conflict continues, High King. But perhaps on different terms, Harry suggested quickly, sensing the moment slipping away. Meet me again. Not to fight, but to explore alternatives. Name the place and time. The entity regarded him with those unsettling violet eyes, clearly torn between ancient enmity and unexpected possibility. The nexus beneath your island, it said finally. Where the old kings bound me centuries ago. 7 nights hence, when the moon is dark. Come alone, or not at all. With those words, the Void Lord's form dissolved completely, the tear in reality sealing itself with a sound like distant thunder. Harry stood alone in the clearing, surrounded by the preserve's activated defensive runes, contemplating what had just occurred. Not a victory, certainly. But perhaps the beginning of something unprecedented, a dialogue with the force the Crown had always opposed. The implications were as thrilling as they were terrifying. From the facility, his friends were rushing toward him, concern evident on their faces. Behind them, the monitoring committee followed more cautiously, their instruments scanning the clearing for residual danger. Harry! Hermione called as she reached him. What happened? The sensors detected an enormous magical anomaly. I met the Void Lord, he replied simply. Not an emissary this time. The entity itself. Their expressions shifted from concern to alarm. You fought it? Bill asked, scanning him for injuries. No, Harry said, surprising them all. We talked. The monitoring committee had reached them now, their instruments directed at the spot where the tear had appeared. Talked? Dr. Kuznetsova repeated incredulously. With the entity you claim threatens all magical stability? Yes, Harry confirmed calmly. And it's agreed to meet again, to explore alternatives to our traditional conflict. The reactions ranged from disbelief to outright skepticism. Only Luna, who had arrived with the committee though Harry hadn't noticed her earlier, seemed unsurprised. Of course you did, she said serenely. That's why the Crown chose you. You see paths others miss. Or dangerously naive ones, muttered one of the committee members. Harry ignored the criticism, focusing instead on the practical implications. We need to return to Britain immediately. There's much to prepare before the meeting. As they debated the wisdom of his interaction with the Void Lord, Harry found his thoughts already turning to the approaching encounter. The entity had named a significant location, the magical nexus beneath Britain, a place of power known in legend but whose exact location had been lost to modern wizardry. Yet Harry knew where it was, the knowledge rising from the Crown's collective memory. The place where previous High Kings had bound the Void Lord, attempting to contain what they couldn't destroy. The heart of magical Britain, where all major ley lines converged. The perfect place to either transform an ancient conflict, or trigger a catastrophe that could reshape the magical world forever. Chapter 4, The Void Lord's Rise. Britain's magical nexus lay hidden beneath the Isle of Avalon, not the tourist-friendly Glastonbury that Muggles associated with the name, but the true Avalon that existed in a fold of reality accessible only through ancient magical pathways. The journey there was neither straightforward nor safe, requiring navigation through layers of protective enchantments laid down by centuries of magical guardians. Harry stood at the edge of the mist-shrouded lake that concealed the final approach, the waning crescent moon providing barely enough light to see by. In 3 days it would be the new moon, the time the Void Lord had specified for their meeting. He had come early to study the Nexus, to understand the battlefield, or negotiating table, depending on how the encounter unfolded. The sensors are in place, Hermione said, joining him at the shore. Despite his initial intention to come alone, Harry had accepted that preliminary reconnaissance required help. They'll monitor magical fluctuations within a 10-mile radius, giving us early warning of any approach. Harry nodded, his eyes not leaving the swirling mists above the water. And the communication array? Bill and Fleur have it configured. If anything happens, the Council will know immediately. The week since Geneva had passed in intense preparation. The International Confederation remained divided on how to respond to the Void Lord's emergence, with some nations advocating aggressive containment while others cautiously supported Harry's unprecedented diplomatic approach. Meanwhile, manifestations of dark energy had increased worldwide, not attacks precisely, but disruptions in magical infrastructure, ley line fluctuations, and temporal anomalies that left the global magical community increasingly on edge. Do you really think negotiation is possible? Hermione asked quietly, the question that had hovered between them all week finally given voice. With something so fundamentally opposite to what you represent? Harry considered before answering. I don't know, he admitted. But I know that fighting it hasn't worked. Every previous High King tried that approach, and here we are, facing the same cycle again. Breaking cycles is something of a specialty of yours, she observed with a small smile. Let's hope this one's no different. He turned to face her fully. You should head back with the others. From here, I need to continue alone. Hermione's expression tightened with concern. Harry, I know, he interrupted gently. It's dangerous. It might be a trap. But the Void Lord specified alone, and I need to honor that if there's any chance of changing things. After a moment of internal struggle, she nodded reluctantly. Just, come back, all right? We've only just figured out this new world. It would be inconvenient to have to rearrange everything again. Harry smiled at her characteristic blend of emotion and practicality. I'll do my best. After Hermione departed with the advance team, Harry turned back to the misty lake. The crystal at his throat pulsed with gentle warmth, resonating with the powerful magic that saturated this place. Following instinct and fragments of knowledge from previous High Kings, he stepped into the cold water. Rather than sinking, each footfall met with just enough resistance to support his weight. The mists parted before him as he walked, revealing a path that no ordinary magic could have detected. With each step, he felt the veil between worlds thinning until, halfway across the lake, the mortal world fell away entirely. The transformation was subtle, the sky darkening to a deeper blue, the stars sharpening to impossible brightness. The air itself felt different, heavier with magic yet somehow easier to breathe. When Harry reached the opposite shore, he found not the marshy bank he had observed from a distance, but a perfectly circular island dominated by a ring of standing stones. At its center stood a single massive monolith, black as night and veined with what appeared to be liquid silver, the physical manifestation of the nexus point where Britain's major ley lines converged. The stone hummed with power that Harry could feel vibrating in his bones. This was the heart of magical Britain, the source from which all regional magic ultimately drew its distinctive character. Previous High Kings had conducted rituals here, bound magical covenants, and, according to the fragments of memory Harry had accessed, attempted to permanently imprison the Void Lord. Evidently without success. Harry approached the monolith cautiously. The mark on his palm tingled, responding to the ancient power concentrated here. When he finally placed his hand against the stone's cool surface, images flooded his mind, not memories exactly, but impressions of previous High Kings standing where he now stood, channeling unimaginable power, creating and enforcing the magical frameworks that had shaped Wizarding Britain for centuries. Including the original covenant. The stone contained the magical template for that first binding, the framework that had connected Pureblood witches to the crown's power. Harry could see now how it had been designed with both protection and control in mind, a reflection of the values and assumptions of its time. But he could also see how to change it further, how to complete the transformation that had begun in the Chamber of Joining. The Nexus provided access to the foundational layer of the Covenant's magic, its deepest roots rather than just its surface expression. Harry spent hours studying these magical patterns, preparing for what he would attempt during the confrontation with the Void Lord. Not just defending against destruction, but creating something entirely new from the interaction of opposing forces. As the first hint of dawn touched the eastern sky, he reluctantly withdrew from the island, returning through the mists to the mundane world where his friends waited anxiously for his report. The true work would begin when darkness returned. The council gathered at Hogwarts for what might be their final meeting before the confrontation. The room of requirement had configured itself into a perfect circular chamber with a round table reminiscent of Arthurian legend, an association that made Harry slightly uncomfortable despite its appropriateness. The International Confederation has reached a tentative consensus, Kingsley reported. As Minister for Magic, he had attended their deliberations as Britain's official representative. They will not interfere with your approach, but they've positioned containment teams at major ley line junctions worldwide in case negotiations fail. Sensible, Harry acknowledged. He couldn't fault their caution. What about the ministry's position? The Wisengamot remains divided, Kingsley admitted. Many support your authority in this matter, especially after the demonstration in Geneva. Others remain concerned about concentrating so much power in one individual, regardless of intentions. That's actually a reasonable concern, Harry noted, surprising some around the table. Which is why what I'm planning goes beyond just confronting the Void Lord. What exactly are you planning? McGonagall asked, her shrewd eyes studying him carefully. You've been rather vague on details. Harry touched the crystal at his throat, which had grown warmer as the meeting progressed. I've been studying the Nexus, the original template for the Covenant and all major magical structures in Britain. There's a way to fundamentally transform how magical authority functions, making it truly distributed rather than just less centralized. That sounds revolutionary, Draco observed cautiously. It is, Harry confirmed. But it's also the logical completion of what we started with the new Covenant. A system where power flows through networks of consent and mutual support rather than through hierarchical structures. And you believe the Void Lord will simply allow this transformation? Ron asked skeptically. No, Harry said honestly. I expect resistance. Possibly violent resistance. But I also sensed something during our conversation in Geneva, a weariness with the endless cycle. The Void Lord is as bound by our traditional opposition as I am. You're suggesting it might be receptive to an alternative? Hermione asked. I'm suggesting it might be possible to offer something beyond the usual pattern of conflict and temporary containment, Harry clarified. Not friendship, certainly, but perhaps, coexistence within clearly defined parameters. The Council discussed the implications of this approach, raising concerns, suggesting refinements, and ultimately acknowledging that conventional methods had failed throughout history. By the meeting's end, they had reluctantly accepted that Harry's unconventional approach, while risky, represented their best hope for lasting resolution. What do you need from us? Ginny asked as the formal discussion concluded. Maintain the Covenant network's stability, Harry replied. If things go wrong, the network will be our first line of defense. Beyond that. He hesitated. Trust me to do what needs to be done, even if it's not what anyone expects. She studied him intently, reading between the lines of his careful phrasing. You're planning something you think we wouldn't approve of. It wasn't a question. Harry met her gaze steadily. I'm planning to end a cycle that's persisted for millennia. That might require unconventional methods. Just come back, she said simply, echoing Hermione's earlier sentiment. Whatever else happens, come back to us. Harry wished he could make that promise with certainty. Instead, he reached across the table to take her hand, the touch conveying what words could not. As the council members departed, Luna remained behind, her dreamy expression more focused than usual. The network is changing again, she said without preamble. It knows something is coming. How can you tell? Harry asked, intrigued by her unique perception of the Covenant's magic. The connections are strengthening themselves, like muscles tensing before exertion. She tilted her head slightly. It's preparing without being told to prepare. Fascinating, really. Harry had noticed something similar through his connection to the crystal, but Luna's description clarified what he had been sensing. The Covenant network was indeed responding to the approaching confrontation, not with fear but with determination. Is it scared? He asked. Luna considered this seriously. No, not scared. Resolved, perhaps. Like a forest before a storm, bending where needed, holding firm where possible. She smiled suddenly. It trusts you, Harry. The magic itself trusts you. Her simple observation carried unexpected weight. Magic, not as a tool to be wielded, but as a semi-sentient force with its own wisdom and purpose, was placing its trust in his approach. The responsibility was humbling. I'll try to be worthy of that trust, he said quietly. Luna nodded as if this was the most natural response in the world. That's why the crown chose you, after all. Not for what you do with its power, but for what you wouldn't do. As she drifted away, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts, he reflected on her insight. Perhaps the crown had indeed chosen him not for any special ability or lineage, but for his fundamental reluctance to use power over others, a quality formed through his own experiences of being used and manipulated throughout his life. If so, the final confrontation would test that quality to its limit. The night of the new moon arrived with unnatural swiftness. Darkness fell like a curtain across Britain, stars obscured by clouds that had gathered despite meteorological predictions of clear skies. Those connected through the Covenant network felt a tension building, not painful but undeniable, like the pressure before a thunderstorm. Harry stood alone at the edge of the lake once more, this time prepared for what lay ahead. The crystal from the chamber of joining hung at his throat, its golden light providing the only illumination in the otherwise perfect darkness. In his pocket rested its twin, the violet crystal that had been confiscated from Narcissa Malfoy, brought not as a weapon but as a potential key to the transformation he envisioned. His friends had accompanied him to this final checkpoint before insisting they establish a monitoring perimeter around the area, close enough to respond if needed, distant enough to honor the requirement that he come alone. Their reluctance to leave him had been palpable, but they understood the stakes too well to argue. Be careful, Hermione had whispered during their final embrace. Whatever happens in there affects everything. I know, Harry had replied simply. Now, facing the mist-shrouded pathway across the lake, Harry took a deep breath and stepped forward. The water supported his weight as before, the mists parting to reveal the way. With each step, he felt the mortal world falling away, replaced by the more magical reality of the true Avalon. This time, however, the transition carried additional tension. The very air seemed to resist his passage, growing thicker and more oppressive as he approached the island. By the time he reached the shore, it felt like walking through honey, each movement requiring deliberate effort. The ring of standing stones appeared different in the absolute darkness of the new moon. Without starlight or moonlight, they loomed as deeper shadows against the general blackness, their presence sensed more than seen. Only the central monolith was visible, glowing faintly with silver-blue light from the ley lines that converged beneath it. Harry approached, his senses alert for any sign of the Void Lord. The nexus hummed with power, vibrations running through the ground beneath his feet and into his body. The mark on his palm responded, pulsing with golden light that spread up his arm in delicate, rune-like patterns. "You came alone," said a voice from the darkness. As promised. Harry turned slowly to find the Void Lord emerging from between two of the standing stones. Its form was more defined than during their previous encounter, still composed of what appeared to be living shadow, but with sharper edges and greater solidity. The violet eyes remained its most striking feature, glowing with ancient intelligence and barely contained power. "I did," Harry confirmed, maintaining a calm he didn't entirely feel. "I believe you have as well." The entity made a gesture that might have been acknowledgement. "My emissaries observe from the spaces between, but they will not interfere. This conversation is between King and Void alone, as it has always been." "That's precisely what I hope to change," Harry replied. "The pattern of isolated confrontation has solved nothing for either of us." "So you claim." The Void Lord circled the monolith, keeping its distance from Harry. "Yet here we stand, repeating the ancient meeting once more. You with your creation, I with my unmaking. By choice, not necessity," Harry countered. "We can choose a different path this time." The entity paused, studying him with those unsettling violet eyes. "What exactly do you propose, High King? Speak plainly, without the diplomatic niceties you offered in Geneva." Harry appreciated the directness. "I propose transformation instead of opposition. Not light defeating darkness or darkness consuming light, but a new balance where each defines and strengthens the other." Pretty words, the Void Lord dismissed, though without the immediate hostility Harry might have expected. But meaningless without practical application. How would this transformation manifest? This was the crucial moment, the proposal Harry had developed after studying the Nexus and consulting the fragmented memories of previous High Kings. "Through a new kind of covenant," he explained, "one that acknowledges both creation and entropy as essential aspects of magic itself. Not two forces fighting for dominance but complementary principles maintaining balance together." "You would bind me in another prison and call it partnership," the Void Lord said, a dangerous edge entering its voice. "My answer is no. Not binding," Harry clarified quickly. "Connection. The same principle underlying the transformed covenant, mutual recognition and support rather than control." The entity made a sound that might have been bitter laughter. "You truly believe the High King and Void Lord could cooperate? After millennia of conflict?" "I believe we could recognize each other's legitimate spheres of influence," Harry replied. "You represent necessary entropy, preventing magical stagnation. I represent necessary creation, preventing magical dissolution. Both are essential." The Void Lord circled again, its form seeming to flicker between greater and lesser solidity as it considered Harry's words. The Nexus stone pulsed in rhythm with these fluctuations, suggesting a connection between the entity and the ley lines beneath. "Your predecessors never offered such recognition," it finally said. "They sought only to contain or destroy me, to deny entropy's place in the magical balance." "My predecessors were products of their times," Harry replied. "As were you. But we have an opportunity now to move beyond those limitations." The entity's violet eyes fixed on him with renewed intensity. "And if I refuse? If I choose to maintain the ancient opposition?" "Then we fight," Harry said simply. "I use the crown's power to temporarily contain you, you eventually break free, and the cycle continues as it always has. Neither of us truly wins." "But I cannot truly lose," the Void Lord countered. "I am eternal, as you are not. Mortals die, High Kings pass, but the void persists." "As does the crown," Harry pointed out. "Different vessels, same conflict, endless repetition. Is that truly what you want? Another few centuries of the same pattern?" The question seemed to give the entity pause. Its form stabilized somewhat as it considered. "Show me," it finally demanded. "Show me this transformation you propose. Let me judge its nature for myself." This was the opportunity Harry had hoped for, not immediate agreement, but willingness to consider alternatives. He reached into his pocket and withdrew the violet crystal, holding it alongside its golden twin. "These stones represent our traditional opposition," he explained. "Created as a balanced pair, yet set against each other. What if, instead, they worked in harmony?" He placed both crystals against the Nexus monolith. They adhered to its surface, the golden one pulsing with warm light, the violet one responding with cooler illumination. Slowly, the two rhythms synchronized, creating a pattern of alternating energies. "Interesting," the Void Lord acknowledged, moving closer to observe. "But superficial. Aesthetically pleasing alignment is not true balance." "This is just the beginning," Harry agreed. He placed his marked palm against the monolith between the two crystals. "The real transformation happens at a deeper level." Drawing on the crown's power and the knowledge he had gained from studying the Nexus, Harry channeled magic into the monolith. Golden light spread from his hand, illuminating the silver veins that ran through the black stone. These veins represented the ley lines that converged here, Britain's magical nervous system. "The original covenant was anchored here," Harry explained, his voice taking on a deeper resonance as the crown's power flowed through him. "All major magical structures in Britain draw their foundational patterns from this nexus. By transforming the template here, we change not just our own interaction but the fundamental magical framework of Britain itself." The Void Lord watched with evident fascination as the patterns in the monolith began to shift, ancient configurations reorganizing into new relationships. "You risk catastrophic instability," it observed. "One error in this restructuring could collapse the entire magical infrastructure." "That's why I need your participation," Harry replied. "Not just your observation. This transformation must incorporate both our perspectives to achieve true balance." The entity's violet eyes narrowed suspiciously. "You would give me access to the Nexus? The very heart of magical Britain." "Limited access," Harry clarified. "Focus specifically on establishing equilibrium patterns rather than dominance of either principle. The Nexus itself will reject any attempt at corruption." It was a calculated risk, giving the Void Lord partial access to the foundational magic while counting on the Nexus's inherent protective properties to prevent sabotage. Previous High Kings would have considered it madness. But previous approaches had all failed in the long term. The entity seemed to struggle with internal conflict, its shadowy form rippling with indecision. "What guarantee have I that this is not an elaborate trap? A new method of binding me more thoroughly than before?" "None except my word," Harry admitted. "And this." He removed his hand from the monolith and extended it toward the Void Lord, not attacking, not defending, but offering connection. The mark on his palm glowed softly, but without the aggressive brightness it had displayed during previous confrontations. "Direct connection," he explained. "If you agree to participate, our magics link directly. That means any binding I create would affect me equally. Any trap would ensnare us both." It was the ultimate demonstration of sincerity, placing himself at equal risk. The Void Lord studied the offered hand with evident surprise. "No High King has ever proposed such vulnerability," it said, something like respect entering its voice. "You would risk yourself to this degree?" "Breaking cycles requires breaking patterns," Harry replied simply. After what seemed an eternity of consideration, the Void Lord extended its own shadowy appendage. "Very well, High King. Let us attempt your transformation. If it proves false, neither of us will leave this nexus intact." Their hands met, light touching shadow without either consuming the other. The sensation was unlike anything Harry had experienced, not painful but intensely disorienting, as if his very being was simultaneously expanding and compressing. Through this connection, he sensed the Void Lord's true nature for the first time, not merely destructive, but transformative in its own way, breaking down the old to make space for the new. Together, they turned toward the Nexus monolith. Harry placed his marked palm against it once more, while the Void Lord's shadowy hand rested opposite. The twin crystals between them pulsed in perfect alternation, golden light and violet darkness flowing into the stone's silver veins. "Focus on balance," Harry instructed, his voice strained with the effort of maintaining the connection. "Not dominance, not submission, but equilibrium between our principles." The entity made no verbal response, but Harry felt its magic engage with the Nexus, tentatively at first, then with growing confidence as it discovered the pattern Harry was attempting to create. Not a structure of hierarchical authority, but a network of interconnected influences, each restraining and supporting the others. The monolith began to glow more intensely as the transformation took hold. Silver veins brightened until they resembled liquid moonlight flowing through channels of black stone. The standing stones around the perimeter responded, each illuminating with a different hue that represented a major magical tradition within Britain. "It's working," Harry said with cautious optimism. "The Nexus is accepting the new pattern." "Not without resistance," the Void Lord countered, its form flickering with the strain. "The old structures fight to maintain themselves." It was true. Harry could feel the original magical frameworks pushing back against their changes, not with conscious intent but with the natural inertia of established patterns. The original Covenant's architecture, though already weakened by their previous transformation, still maintained deep roots in Britain's magical foundation. "We need to push through this resistance," Harry urged. "The old patterns are familiar but flawed. The new balance will be stronger once established." The Void Lord's violet eyes met his across the monolith. "More power is required. The Nexus demands proof of our commitment." "Then it shall have it," Harry replied. Drawing deeply on the crown's magic, he channeled more energy into the transformation. Golden light spread from his entire body now, not just his marked palm. The Void Lord responded in kind, its shadowy form emanating waves of violet energy that met and mingled with Harry's golden aura at the Nexus point. The monolith drank in their combined power, its glow intensifying until the entire island was illuminated as bright as day, yet a strange day, lit by the simultaneous presence of golden sunlight and violet shadow. The standing stones hummed with resonant energy, their various colors weaving together in harmony rather than competition. Through his connection to the Covenant network, Harry felt the transformation spreading outward from the Nexus, following ley lines to every corner of magical Britain. Those connected to the network experienced a momentary sensation of realignment, brief disorientation followed by a clearer, more balanced connection. At Hogwarts, where the council monitored the situation, Luna smiled serenely. "They're doing it," she announced to the anxious gathering. "They're rewriting the fundamental pattern." "Is Harry all right?" Ginny asked immediately, concern overriding academic interest. Luna cocked her head, as if listening to something only she could hear. "He's stretched. Reaching further than he ever has before. But not broken." Back at the Nexus, the transformation approached its critical phase. The original patterns had been sufficiently weakened, the new framework nearly established. What remained was the final commitment, the permanent anchoring of the new balance. "We must complete the cycle," the Void Lord stated, its voice stronger now despite the enormous expenditure of power. "The crystals must merge if this transformation is to hold." Harry nodded, understanding the symbolic and magical significance. The twin crystals, traditionally representatives of their opposition, needed to become something new, just as their relationship was becoming something new. Together, he agreed. They reached for the crystals simultaneously, Harry taking the golden one, the Void Lord the violet. The stones pulsed in their hands, responding to their respective magical signatures. On the count of 3, Harry instructed. 1, 2, 3. They pressed the crystals together at the center of the monolith. Instead of resisting each other, the stones melted into a single form, neither purely golden nor purely violet, but an iridescent crystal that contained both energies in balanced proportion. The effect was immediate and dramatic. A pulse of multicolored light erupted from the Nexus, spreading outward in a perfect sphere that expanded to encompass the entire island, then the lake beyond, then further still. It carried with it the new template, the balanced framework that would underpin Magical Britain's revised structure. Harry felt the Covenant network responding, connections realigning to the new pattern. No longer a hierarchical flow from many to one, nor even the more equitable network they had previously established, but a true ecosystem of magical influences where creation and entropy existed in dynamic balance. The strain of maintaining the transformation began to take its toll. Harry's vision blurred, his physical form struggling to channel so much power for so long. Across from him, the Void Lord's shadowy appearance flickered erratically, its boundaries becoming indistinct. "We cannot maintain this indefinitely," the entity observed, its voice distorted by the magical pressure. "A final decision must be made." "What decision?" Harry managed to ask through gritted teeth. "Whether to complete the transformation, or return to our traditional opposition." The Void Lord's violet eyes fixed on him intently. "The Nexus will accept either choice, but it demands clarity." Harry understood the implication. Despite everything they had accomplished, the fundamental choice remained: continue the ancient cycle of conflict or risk something truly unprecedented. And that choice had to be absolutely clear in both their intentions. "I choose transformation," Harry stated firmly, pouring his conviction into the words. "Balance through cooperation rather than endless opposition." The Void Lord seemed to hesitate, its form wavering between greater and lesser definition. "You would truly share authority? Even knowing what I represent?" "Especially knowing what you represent," Harry replied. "Entropy is necessary. Endings make new beginnings possible. Without you, creation becomes stagnation." The entity studied him for what felt like an eternity, those violet eyes searching for any sign of deception or reservation. Finally, it spoke with solemn finality. "Then I too choose transformation. Not as your subordinate, not as your enemy, but as your counterpart." The merged crystal at the center of the monolith flared with blinding intensity, accepting their decision. The transformation surged forward, completing the restructuring of Britain's magical foundation. The Nexus stone's vibration changed pitch, settling into a harmonious hum that suggested stable equilibrium rather than forced containment. As the light began to fade, returning the island to the darkness of the new moon, Harry felt the enormous strain of the working finally overtake him. His legs buckled, his vision narrowed to a pinpoint, and consciousness began to slip away. The last thing he saw before darkness claimed him was the Void Lord's form changing, still shadowy, still fundamentally entropic in nature, but with new definition and purpose. No longer merely destructive, but transformative. Not an enemy, but a necessary counterbalance. "Rest, High King," came its voice, somehow gentler than before. "The work is done. The cycle is broken." Harry surrendered to unconsciousness, his last thought a mixture of satisfaction and uncertainty. They had transformed the foundation, but what exactly would be built upon it remained to be seen. He woke to birdsong and gentle morning light. Opening his eyes cautiously, Harry found himself lying on soft grass beside the lake, not the mystical lake of true Avalon, but its mundane counterpart in the physical world. Above him, the sky showed the first blush of dawn, stars fading as the sun prepared to rise. "He's awake," came Ron's relieved voice from somewhere nearby. Moments later, Harry was surrounded by concerned faces: Hermione, Ron, Ginny, Luna, and several others who had maintained a monitoring perimeter through the night. Their expressions reflected equal measures of relief, curiosity, and lingering worry. "What happened?" Hermione asked as she helped him sit up. "The magical sensors went completely off scale, then you just appeared here, unconscious." Harry took a moment to assess himself before answering. He felt different, not weakened exactly, but altered in some fundamental way. The crystal that had hung around his neck was gone, as was the mark that had adorned his palm since the crown first chose him. Yet he could still feel the connection to the Covenant network, albeit transformed. "We did it," he finally said, his voice rough from exertion. We transformed the foundation. You and the Void Lord? Ginny asked, her tone suggesting she still found the concept difficult to accept. Harry nodded. It agreed to a new relationship, balanced through cooperation rather than conflict. We rewrote the magical template at the Nexus. We felt it, Luna confirmed dreamily. The entire network shifted. Like a plant turning toward new light. Is it gone? Ron asked. The Void Lord? No, Harry replied, knowing this might be the hardest part for them to accept. Not gone. Transformed. Just as the crown is transformed. He gestured to his unmarked palm and the absence of the crystal. The old symbols of separate authority have been replaced by a new balance. Neither of us commands as we did before. Both of us serve the equilibrium we've created. That sounds very philosophical, Hermione observed cautiously, but what does it mean in practical terms? For magical Britain. For you. It was the crucial question. Harry took a moment to extend his awareness through the transformed network, sensing its new configuration. The hierarchical power structure is gone, he explained. Not just the betrothal bonds, but the entire framework of concentrated authority. Magic now flows through distributed networks based on affinity and consent rather than bloodline or title. So you're not the High King anymore? Ron asked, clearly struggling to understand. Not in the traditional sense, Harry confirmed. The crown's power hasn't disappeared, but it's been redistributed. I remain connected to it, but as a steward of balance rather than a wielder of authority. And the Void Lord? Ginny pressed. It just accepted this arrangement. It did, Harry said, understanding her skepticism. Not out of altruism, but recognition of mutual benefit. The endless cycle of conflict served neither of us well. This new balance allows both creative and entropic principles to fulfill their natural functions without constant opposition. The explanation seemed to satisfy some of their concerns, though Harry could tell they would need time to fully comprehend the magnitude of what had occurred. The transformation went beyond political restructuring or magical theory, it represented a fundamental shift in how magic itself operated within Britain. We should get you back to Hogwarts, Hermione suggested practically. The council will want a full report, and you need rest and recovery. Harry nodded agreement, allowing Ron and Neville to help him to his feet. As they prepared to depart, he cast one last look at the misty lake. For a moment, he thought he glimpsed a shadowy figure on the far shore, not threatening, not approaching, simply observing. A counterpart rather than an adversary. The figure raised a hand in what might have been acknowledgement before fading into the morning mist. The great hall at Hogwarts buzzed with excited conversation. 2 weeks had passed since the transformation at the Nexus, and representatives from magical communities throughout Britain had gathered to discuss the changed magical landscape. The long house tables had been replaced by smaller round tables, symbolizing the new distributed network rather than hierarchical structures. Harry sat with the council at one such table, listening more than speaking as people shared their experiences of the transformation. The reactions ranged from enthusiasm to cautious acceptance to lingering concern, but notably absent was the fear that had characterized earlier discussions of the Void Lord. The magical flows through the Welsh Highlands have completely reconfigured, reported a druid elder with undisguised wonder. Ancient sites dormant for centuries are awakening, but not chaotically, they're integrating into the new network structure. Similar patterns in Scotland, McGonagall confirmed. Hogwarts itself has experienced what I can only describe as rejuvenation. The castle's magic seems more responsive to educational intent. The ministry is still adjusting, Kingsley added with dry understatement. Some departments find their magical authority enhanced, others diminished, depending on their alignment with the new balance. And internationally? Harry asked, particularly concerned about how the transformation had affected relationships beyond Britain's borders. The International Confederation has established a permanent observation committee, Hermione reported. They're cautiously optimistic about the stability of the new framework, especially since similar transformations have begun appearing spontaneously in continental magical communities. Spontaneously? Harry asked, surprised by this detail. Not through direct intervention, Hermione clarified, but through resonance. The pattern established here creates harmonics that influence adjacent magical systems. Those closest to Britain geographically are experiencing the most significant effects. It was an unexpected development, but not an unwelcome one. The transformation spreading through natural resonance rather than imposed authority perfectly embodied the principles they had established at the Nexus. As the discussion continued, Harry felt a familiar presence at the edge of his awareness, not hostile, not intrusive, simply, there. The Void Lord, or whatever it had become through their mutual transformation, maintaining its role as counterbalance within the new framework. Their direct communication had been minimal since that night at the Nexus, but Harry occasionally sensed its influence working in complementary patterns to his own. Where he strengthened connections, it ensured those connections remained flexible rather than rigid. Where he established new magical frameworks, it provided necessary boundaries and limitations. Balance, not opposition. "You're quiet today," Ginny observed, taking the seat beside him as the meeting began to disperse into smaller discussion groups. "Just listening," Harry replied. "Everyone has their own experience of the transformation. It's important to understand how it's affecting people differently." Very diplomatic, she noted with a small smile. "But I know that look. You're wondering if you made the right choice." She knew him too well. Despite the apparent success of the transformation, Harry occasionally found himself questioning the wisdom of such a fundamental restructuring. Had he gone too far? Not far enough? Would unforeseen consequences emerge in the months and years ahead? "I keep thinking about previous High Kings," he admitted quietly. How confident they must have felt in their approaches, only for the same conflicts to eventually resurface. The difference, Ginny pointed out, is that they tried to impose their will on magic. You worked with it, including aspects they rejected as purely antagonistic. True, Harry acknowledged. But unprecedented approaches have unprecedented consequences. Not all of them predictable. That's what makes it interesting, she replied with a hint of her characteristic boldness. Magic was never meant to be static or completely controllable. That was the flaw in the original framework, trying to contain something that needs to flow and adapt. Her perspective reminded Harry of why he valued her presence so greatly. She understood intuitively what had taken him months to grasp intellectually, that magic thrived on balanced dynamism rather than rigid structure. "How are you adjusting?" he asked, genuinely curious about her personal experience of the transformation. "The network feels different to me, but I'm more directly connected to the changes. It feels," she considered carefully before answering, "more authentic. Like the difference between a formal introduction and a genuine conversation. The old covenant felt imposed, even after your first modifications. This feels chosen." It was exactly what he had hoped to achieve, connection based on genuine affinity rather than externally imposed structure. The fact that Ginny, who had been so justifiably angry about the original betrothal magic, now felt comfortable with the transformed network was perhaps the most meaningful validation he could receive. Their conversation was interrupted by Luna, who approached with her characteristic dreamy smile. "They're arriving," she announced cryptically. "Who's arriving?" Harry asked, though he suspected he already knew. "The representatives," Luna replied. "From the other side of the balance." She gestured toward the entrance to the great hall, where a small delegation had appeared. They were not exactly shadows, not exactly solid, but something in between, beings that seemed to exist partially in the physical world and partially elsewhere. Their eyes glowed with familiar violet light, but their forms were more defined than the amorphous shadows Harry had encountered before. The hall fell silent as these strange visitors entered. Unlike previous manifestations of the Void Lord's influence, they projected no sense of threat or malevolence, merely a cool, entropic counterbalance to the creative energy that filled the space. Their apparent leader, taller than the others and more distinctly formed, approached Harry's table with measured steps. Though not the Void Lord itself, this being clearly served as its emissary in this new era of balanced coexistence. Steward of Creation, it acknowledged with a formal inclination of its head, using Harry's new title rather than High King. We come as arranged, to establish the Council of Equilibrium. This was the next phase of the transformation they had agreed upon at the Nexus, a formal structure through which creative and entropic forces could coordinate their activities rather than working at cross-purposes. Not governance exactly, but stewardship of the balance they had established. "You are welcome," Harry replied, rising to greet the emissary properly. "The representatives of creative principle are gathered and ready to begin discussions." Around the hall, people watched with a mixture of wariness and fascination. Though Harry and the council had explained this development, seeing actual manifestations of entropic principle, beings they would once have considered inherently antagonistic, enter Hogwarts as invited guests required significant adjustment to long-standing assumptions. "This is weird," Ron muttered from nearby. "Good weird, maybe, but definitely weird." Harry couldn't disagree. After millennia of conflict between the principles they represented, this peaceful meeting was unprecedented. Yet it felt right, the natural extension of the transformation they had initiated at the Nexus. "Shall we begin?" the emissary asked, gesturing toward a separate chamber that had been prepared for the inaugural meeting of the Council of Equilibrium. Harry nodded, then turned to address the gathered representatives of magical Britain. "What happens next will shape our future for generations," he told them. "Not through imposition of will, but through balanced stewardship of the magic we all share. Anyone who wishes may observe these proceedings, transparency being essential to the new framework." With that invitation, Harry led the way to the chamber where creation and entropy would, for perhaps the first time in magical history, deliberately coordinate rather than oppose each other. The path ahead remained uncertain, the full implications of their transformation still unfolding, but the cycle of endless conflict had been broken. And that, Harry reflected as representatives of both principles followed him into the chamber, was worth any uncertainty the future might hold. The seasons turned, summer yielding to autumn, autumn to winter, and winter finally giving way to the first tentative signs of spring. The transformation initiated at the Nexus continued to evolve, magic finding its new equilibrium throughout Britain and beyond. Harry stood at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, watching as a group of students practiced a modified version of defensive magic that incorporated both creative and entropic principles. Rather than simply blocking hostile energy, they were learning to redirect and transform it, a perfect metaphor for the broader changes in magical philosophy. "They're adapting more quickly than we did," Neville observed, joining Harry at the forest's edge. As Hogwarts' newest professor of herbology, he had incorporated similar balanced approaches into his own teaching. "They don't have our preconceptions to overcome," Harry replied. "To them, this is just how magic works." The educational reforms at Hogwarts represented one of the most significant positive outcomes of the transformation. With rigid hierarchies dissolved, teaching had become more responsive to individual magical affinities. Students now learned to work with their natural inclinations rather than forcing themselves into predetermined categories of magical practice. "The International Confederation has formally recognized the Council of Equilibrium," Neville mentioned as they watched the practice session. "Took them long enough." Harry smiled slightly. 8 months isn't bad for an international body recognizing something completely unprecedented. The Council of Equilibrium had evolved from its initial tentative meetings into a functional body that coordinated the interaction of creative and entropic principles throughout magical Britain. Not a government, that remained the ministry's role, but a stewardship body focused specifically on maintaining magical balance. As steward of creation, Harry served as one of the council's coordinators, while a being designated as emissary of entropy represented the Void Lord's interests. Their relationship remained cautious but increasingly comfortable, like colleagues with different perspectives working toward a common goal. "McGonagall mentioned you've been offered the defense position again," Neville said, changing subjects. "Permanently this time?" Harry nodded. "I'm considering it." Teaching feels right somehow. After the transformation, he had initially struggled to find his place in the new magical order. The role of High King had dissolved along with the hierarchical structure it represented, leaving him connected to the crown's power but without its traditional authority. Teaching at Hogwarts, helping young witches and wizards understand and navigate the transformed magical landscape, had provided purpose during the transition. "You're good at it," Neville said simply. "The students relate to you." "They relate to all of us who went through the war," Harry pointed out. "We understand something about balance that previous generations missed." Their conversation paused as Luna approached, her expression serene as always but with purpose in her steps. Since the transformation, her unique perception of magical patterns had made her invaluable to the Council of Equilibrium. She now served as its primary interpreter, translating between creative and entropic perspectives when direct communication proved challenging. "The Nexus is calling," she announced without preamble. "It's time for the seasonal realignment." Harry nodded, having anticipated this. Each solstice and equinox required minor adjustments to the balance established at the Nexus, not corrections exactly, but calibrations that kept the transformed network functioning optimally as magic's natural cycles progressed. "Is Ginny meeting us there?" he asked. "She's already on her way," Luna confirmed. "With Hermione and the others." As they prepared to depart for the Nexus, Harry cast one last glance at the practicing students. They represented the future that the transformation had made possible, a generation that would grow up understanding magic as an ecosystem requiring balance rather than a resource to be commanded. The journey to Avalon had become familiar over the passing months. The mystical lake no longer concealed its true nature from Harry, the mists parting without resistance as he approached. Luna and Neville followed close behind, their positions on the Council of Equilibrium granting them similar access. On the island, the others waited, Hermione, Ron, and Ginny representing creative principle, three shadowy figures representing entropic principle, and at the center, beside the Nexus monolith, the emissary of entropy and the merged crystal that now served as the focal point for their balanced magic. "You're late," Ginny noted with a smile that took any sting from the words. Their relationship had evolved alongside the magical transformation, not following the forced path of the original betrothal, but finding its own natural balance of independence and connection. "Worth waiting for, though," Harry replied with an answering smile. The emissary inclined its head in greeting. Though still fundamentally entropic in nature, these beings had developed more distinct personalities over the months of collaboration, this one displaying something almost like dry humor on occasion. "The vernal equinox approaches its peak," it noted. "Shall we begin the realignment?" Harry moved to stand opposite the emissary at the Nexus monolith. The others took their positions around the circle, each representing an aspect of the balance they now maintained together. The merged crystal at the monolith's center pulsed with iridescent light, neither purely golden nor purely violet, but a harmonious blending of both energies. Harry placed his hand against it, feeling the familiar resonance with what remained of the crown's power within him. The emissary did the same from the opposite side, its entropic nature connecting with the crystal's violet aspects. Together, they channeled their respective principles into the Nexus, adjusting the balance to accommodate Spring's natural surge of creative energy. Neither dominant, neither submissive, but complementary forces maintaining the equilibrium upon which all magic now depended. As they completed the seasonal realignment, Harry reflected on the journey that had brought them here. From the shocking revelation at Gringotts to the transformation at the Nexus, from High King to Steward, from conflict to balance, each step had seemed impossible until it was accomplished. The path forward remained neither simple nor certain. Maintaining equilibrium required constant attention, cooperation with former adversaries sometimes proved challenging, and the full implications of their transformation continued to unfold in unexpected ways. Yet as Harry looked around at the circle of friends and allies, human and otherwise, who now shared responsibility for magical balance, he felt something he had rarely experienced throughout his life, genuine peace. Not the temporary respite between conflicts, but the deeper peace that came from addressing root causes rather than merely fighting symptoms. The cycle was truly broken. And what grew in its place, while still taking shape, already seemed stronger, healthier, and more sustainable than what had come before. As they concluded the ritual and prepared to depart the island, Ginny fell into step beside him. Thinking deep thoughts, she asked, noting his contemplative expression. Appreciating how far we've come, he replied. And that we did it together. She took his hand as they walked, the gesture simple yet meaningful. That's the whole point, isn't it? Together works better than alone. For people, for magic, for everything. Harry smiled, recognizing the essential truth she had distilled from all their experiences. Together, he agreed. That makes all the difference. Behind them, the nexus pulsed with balanced light, creation and entropy, beginning and ending, building and transforming, ancient forces no longer locked in eternal conflict but engaged in continuous dance, each defining and supporting the other in an endless cycle of renewal. Not an ending, Harry thought as they crossed the misty lake back toward the world they had transformed together. Just a different kind of beginning. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.